Bakit? Bakit?
Just like that, we are here at the last day of the Visayas group stages here at the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Philippines summer season. And by the end of today, we will find out which of the Visayas teams will be going over to the summer season playoffs against Next Play Esports, Team Secret, Omega Esports, and Liab Esports. Mika Fabs over here with Otalus and Osiris on the panel, here to break down all of the action for you guys. But we wouldn't be here in the first place if it wasn't for all of our amazing sponsors. Thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon Series over here, and of course for organizing this event, Mineski and Globe.
I hope you guys can hear me well because I'm about to thank our official mobile partner in Oppo Reno 5. Picture life together with the all-new Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Unlike my screen right now, get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
You want to hang out with some guapo gamers over here, or maybe these guapo panelists, you can do so via Globe Virtual Hangouts, because Globe Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL Together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, you know what? Amihan Esports has been so dominant in the Visayas group stages, and in fact, they have had quite a flawless run. So the big question today is whether they can keep that going. Checking out the schedule that we have, they are actually up first in our first match of the day against Encore Esports. Match number 2 will be Apoy Esports versus Fennel Adversity. And moving over to match number 3, we will be having, drumroll please, I believe we will be having Apoy Esports as well versus Encore Esports. Match number 4, our grand finale, we have Amihan Esports versus Fennel Adversity. Quite a heated match, much like the weather today. I know I keep bringing it up, but it's kind of hard to ignore quite here. And, I think we have Apoy Esports to blame in this sense. Over the South Luzon group stages, the weather was quite steamy as well, and I think that was because of sun sparks bringing over the sun. I believe for the Visayas group stages, it is Apoy Esports because it is quite hot over here in the Visayas group stages. Now, of course, you guys, you can also win some wild cores, 1,650 to be exact, just by watching the Sea Icon Series PH live stream. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Post a photo of yourself doing this, please. Like Cyrus did, yes. While virtually hanging out with PPGL and watching the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series PH summer season, make sure that the post is public with the official hashtags. Hashtag Sea Icon Series, hashtag SISPH, that's SISPH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift. You can't see my fingers over here. Counting down the hashtags, and hashtag OL Together now. That's 4 hashtags and a total of 10 winners for that 1,650 wild cores, which we will be announcing the winners of by the end of the show. So I hope you guys stick around until the very end of this day, because we will be announcing those winners. And once your name is announced, you guys can just message the PPGL Facebook page. I know we have had a lot of winners already in the summer season. And you know what? We are also not done with our giveaways. We still have more wild cores to give away. Isn't that right, Osiris?
Yes, get a chance to win 380 wild cores by voting your favorite team. You saw already the schedule, and you know who's going to fight who's to who. And like and follow. Here comes the mechanics, sorry. Like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page. Like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. And if we are talking about hashtags, I got it all for you guys. Make sure to post it on public. And here comes the hashtags. Hashtags Oppo Game On, hashtag Oppo Reno 5, hashtag Future Life Together, hashtag Oppo A94, and hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. 4 winners will be announced at the end of each day. Once the winners are announced, please message the PPGL Facebook page to know how to claim it. And this giveaway is only applicable to Facebook.
Again, we are live on 4 different platforms. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. So if you are on the other platforms, all you have to do is to drop by here on Facebook to join the raffle. And if you are in a rush in getting those wild cards, all you have to do is to go to codeshop.com and load up using your Globe SIM.
Is that easy? And Globe has also made it so easy for you guys to get those sweet skins that we see. And we open our game, and well, lo and behold, we already have an interview here ready. We have Kaz on standby from Encore Esports, and it would be it would be great to ask them actually about how they're feeling about their match against Amihan Esports, especially since Amihan has been so dominant in the Visayas group stages. The big question for today is if any of the teams can actually put a stop to their win streak. We were talking about how Omega Esports, for example, in the South Luzon group stages have been, undoubtedly dominant, the undefeated South, as they like to be called. But what is unique about Amihan Esports is that they have not suffered a single game loss. So, Omega Esports might have lost, maybe a couple of games over the South Luzon group stages. Amihan Esports has not lost yet here in the Visayas group stages, which makes it quite historic here in the Sea Icon series. And, we can actually ask, I'm sure that Encore Esports might be a little nervous over here, and we can ask them ourselves as we do have Kaz over here from Encore Esports joining us for our pre-show interview. Kaz, thank you so much for joining us. We know that you have quite a match to get to prepare for, so we'll keep this short and sweet. I want to know, though, you guys had a pretty good day yesterday. So can you take us through what the team was feeling when you were able to take a game off of Fennel adversity yesterday?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone, especially to the viewers and for you, cast. Sorry, just everyone. Kahapon is isa sa pinaka-exciting na nangyari sa amin kasi in-expect na namin na mahirapan talaga kami. So, ginalingan talaga namin yung part ng game na yun kontra Fennel. Nadala na kami sa game to na nagkaroon kami ng 1 point. So, hype kami doon. At yun, kaso yung nangyari, 2-1 sweep pero masaya pa rin kami. We did our best sa part na yun.
You guys look really, really good. And, that Tristana coming in for the late game was really the key to that. So good job to Encore Esports for that. Oculus, do you have questions over here for Kaz?
Yes.
Perspective is here, Autumn is here, Kaz. So, here to share to our viewers as to what is the story behind PPGL, and if you have a page, maybe you can plug it so that they can follow you.
Okay. First of all, the history of my name is in the League of Legends PC. My favorite champion is Kha'Zix. So that's basically it. Is the name that I use in the PC. And I don't have a Facebook account, a Facebook page. So, ipa-plug ko na lang yung Encore Esports page. Yun na lang po yung pwede kong may bigay sa mga viewers para ma-update sila sa aming adventure.
Okay, thank you. Well, by the way, you are a Kha'Zix main and you are playing
Yes,
the Baron lane. So I'm just curious, are you playing Kha'Zix in the Baron lane right now in the Wild Rift?
At the moment po hindi pa po kasi from jungle, from PC, bigla akong lumipat sa Baron laner kasi nung unang tournaments ko sa Wild Rift is kailangan ng Baron laner, so I have to adjust. And yun po hanggang sa nagkaroon ng Kha'Zix and hindi ko pa po nagagamit.
I see. All right. Well, thank you very much, man, and good luck.
Okay. Thank you everyone.
Betcha you cannot wait for Kha'Zix to be available over here in the Sea Icon series. And we'll probably see that maybe in the playoffs. Kaz on his signature hero over here should Encore Esports qualify. And Cyrus, what about you? Do you have questions for Kaz?
Yes, I do have a question for one of the best Baron laner right now in the Visayas region. So, Kaz, question. Since you told me that you were playing from LoL PC, you were a former jungler, how's the transition? How do you feel from the Summoner's Rift moving into Wild Rift?
Medyo mahirap po sa pag-switch kasi the fundamentals of jungling and the top laner is very different,
Mm.
especially sa laning phase and wave management. Unlike sa jungle is you only have to adjust sa time, objectives, and supporting your laners like that. So yung priority of your lane is very different jungling po. So medyo nahirapan.
Oh, okay. But you are really doing great with the progress. So, thank you so much, Kaz, and good luck as well.
Thank you po.
To hear all of these, little adjustments that former League of Legends PC players have coming into Wild Rift. Now, Kaz, before we let you go, you have to answer the traditional question that we have over here. What did you have for lunch? It's already past lunchtime. What did you have for lunch?
Pa,
What did you have for lunch? What did you and the team have for lunch? Or maybe you personally?
I personally ate just munggo po tsaka baboy.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
wow.
Monggo. That is nice. And finally, before you head on over to prepare for your match against Amihan Esports, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give?
Okay. Shout out sa lahat ng mga nanay dyan. Happy Mother's Day. Una-una po dyan sa mama ko. I love you, mama. Nana. Nana yung tawag ko.
Mm.
Yan po.
First, thank you so much, Kaz. And yes, happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. Good luck on your match against Amihan Esports. We will see you in the Rift. Best of luck, you guys.
Thank you po. Thank you.
All right, you guys. And yes, happy Mother's Day, of course, to all of the mothers of all kinds out there. We hope that you're also watching over here for the Sea Icon series. And we do have our own mother, by the way, on the caster's desk as well, who will be popping in a little later, Kaisaya. So let's just jump the gun and greet her a happy Mother's Day as well. And checking out our overall standings over here at the summer season. And just to remind ourselves over here on who is on top, it is Amihan Esports, of course, with that flawless streak. Fennel Adversity in second, Encore Esports in third, and Apoy Esports in fourth. Another big question will be to see if Apoy Esports can finally get that elusive win by the end of the day. It is day 3, so it will be their last chance to do so. Now, checking out our overall standings, including those of North Luzon and South Luzon, we can see over here that in the Visayas group stages, it looks like Amihan Esports and Fennel Adversity are the favorites to advance into the playoffs against Team Secret, Next Play Esports, Omega Esports, and Liab Esports. Mindanao, by the way, is soon to come by the end of the month, so we'll be taking a short break, a couple of weeks, before we return for the Mindanao group stages. Now, checking out our Globe Cup points recap over here, just to find out how much Globe Cup points these guys have won so far. Amihan Esports with a whopping 300,000 Globe Cup points. Fennel Adversity with 225,000 Globe Cup points. Encore Esports with 75,000 Globe Cup points. And Apoy Esports yet to get on the board. And just to remind you guys, 1 Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So you can just imagine, it's been 1 weekend, and Amihan Esports, Fennel Adversity, they have been hitting those 6 digits already. So that is quite a feat over there, and probably these teams are very happy indeed. And by the way, we do have 75,000 per series for the Visayas group stages. The Visayas leg is quite shorter, with 12 matches instead of the usual 18 matches from the North Luzon and South Luzon group stages, and 1 weekend as well instead of 2. Now, I believe that the Mindanao group stages will be following a similar format, and before that, we will be jumping over into fall season very soon. But before that, we do have the summer season playoffs. It can be quite overwhelming, but just so that you guys get a bird's eye view of what the Sea Icon series actually has planned for all of these teams, why don't you check out this video over here by Globe.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
A total prize pool of 10 million Globe Cup points. And you know what? With 75,000 Globe Cup points going over to the winner of each series, that means that each series does matter. So, like, let's say, for example, that a team might not be able to catch up to Amihan Esports, they can still take one series and they can still take 75,000 Globe Cup points home. Now, speaking of which, we do have, of course, the first series of the day. We have Encore Esports versus Amihan Esports. Now, checking out, of course, the Encore Esports lineup over here, led, of course, by we did meet Kaz earlier today, and you know these guys, they were able to score a win against Fennel Adversity yesterday, with Ken's Tristana pulling through towards the late game. Do you guys think that they can actually? You guys think that it will be enough against Amihan Esports? What do you think, Otolus?
I think they have what it takes to at least get a win from Amihan. Yeah, I know it's going to be an uphill battle, but from what was said earlier by Kaz, they were having fun, right? And that's the most important thing. Build up on that confidence and just play your game, play your style, and hopefully, take a game off of the Titans. Because I think from how he said it, they are very much, prepared, or they know how strong their opponents are, and they're happy in just getting a game off of them. So yeah, let's see if the transition from the jungle to the battling by Kaz will bring good news to them in Wild Rift for this day number 3, because so far in day number 2 they have showed to the Visayas viewers that they are here to stay in the group.
And you know what? Checking out our solo player highlight for Encore Esports right now, we do have Moy over here in the mid lane. Now, we know that this guy, he is a fan of burst damage heroes, but Osiris, do you want to let us know your thoughts on this player?
Of course, Moy, we've seen this guy going ham on the game against Fennel Adversity. I really love how he managed to pull off those plays, and you can clearly see that he is doing very well with the whole squad getting that 74% kill participation and the damage per minute, which is 864. So it means this guy is there. He's dishing out damage as an assassin or even a control mages. But I'm still looking forward to his the final form of his Twisted Fate, because the first one is a bit not the best TF so far we've seen from him, and he's the only Twisted Fate user from the most used champions, Moy. So yeah, I really love seeing him on that one. But if they needed to snag a win, might probably go up against or go and take the Diana and Ziggs just to make sure he got the comfort. They got the meta picks.
But you know that Twisted Fate, maybe if they can find out how exactly to work it into their strategy, it could be the
Yeah.
key, because seeing as how not a lot of teams tend to use that champion. But of course, you are dealing with Amihan Esports over here, who have gone undefeated so far here in the Visayas group stages. Checking out their lineup once more, what do you think, Otlus? Do you think that these guys will go all the way without a single defeat?
Because they still have an upcoming match against Encore Esports, which is riding some good momentum from yesterday. And also Fennel Adversity is trying to block their way from that flawless run. But all eyes should be on Mitsura, the captain. We knew from yesterday that Mitsura is the one calling the shots mostly for their draft and for their engages. So I'm so excited to see Amihan. And again, the storyline is, will they remain perfect in Visayas region?
Yep, we are definitely looking forward to seeing whether they can keep that streak going. But heading on over to our solo player highlight over here, Mitsura, as you mentioned, the team captain over here. Now, Osiris, I want to know what exactly differentiates him from Amoy on the side of Encore Esports.
You can see that this is the captain of Amihan from Mitsura with Diana and Oriana, but I'm not skipping on this one. Yes, that's a Darius, and he used it during the qualifiers. So there's no big of a question on reaching better heights here at the qualifiers to the group stages, and he managed to play a mid lane Darius. You can see the kill participation. You got that 60%, and damage per minute is really high with 1,348. Dishing those damage all around. So both of the players are really reliable in terms of the damage department, but there's still a disparity in terms of their wins. So it's mostly leaning towards the people who surrounding them, or the team dynamics itself.
We are going to find out exactly how team dynamics plays into the matches today, because checking out our Globe key player clash over here, we do have the clash of the team captains, Moy versus Mitsura. Otilus, how do you think this is going to go down?
Of used to having the supports or the junglers being the one to lead the team, right? So it's kind of surprising that we have both mid laners as the captain of both squads. So this is going to be very interesting, because they're not just only clashing on the mechanics, they're also clashing on the calls, on the strategies that they will employ. But right now, I'm seconding Osiris here. I want to see the Darius in the mid lane for Mitsura. Hopefully, Moy is prepared.
Well, hopefully we'll be in for a treat. Osiris, what about you? What do you think about this Globe key player clash?
Well, both of them are really something to watch out. Both mid laners know how to go online, manage to take those wins in terms of the team fights or the clashes. It's just that you can see the difference, but it's manageable. There's still Moy out there. They're still looking for their first win, and I would love to see Encore doing it against Amihan.
We are going to see exactly if they can indeed do it against Amihan as we head on over into the Rift. Before we do, Otilus, Osiris, let me know your predictions. Is this going to be an end to Amihan Esports' win streak, or will they prevail? What do you think, Otilus?
They're on a roll, 2-1, I think, still for Amihan. If Encore can, ride the momentum from yesterday, then possibly they can get a game off of Amihan, but Amihan has shown their versatility from the early game, and they can also play the late game in putting Demon on that Kaisa, right? So Kaisa, Tristana, by the way, is already a viable pick here in Visayas, one of the stronger marksmen in the late game. So I'm so excited to see, but I think this is still going to be an Amihan 1-1.
Thank you, Osiris.
Well, since Amihan is really on a roll, let's go for a roll. I wanted to see them on that Rammus, and since they are also banning strange champions, might as well go full meme if you want to go with a Rammus and Varus as well from the bottom or Dragon lane. So I'm really looking up, and you can put that Darius into the mid lane if you want to go full Amihan right there. So I still respect Encore. I mean, they really showed the cracks of Fennel Adversity from yesterday. So 2-1 is still in favor of Amihan, but I really want Amihan to have this experiment.
So Ramos, Varus, Darius. So you still have two more that's lacking, right? So
Among Us.
Alright. Anyway,
Well, you know what? I think Amihan can afford to play around, but I also think that Encore Esports, they have, worked something out since yesterday. We actually saw
Yeah.
them kind of like, break this own sort of barrier that they were struggling against. So they might be able to use that to continue on forward. I believe it'll be a 2-1 in favor of Amihan Esports. But of course, let's find out for ourselves. Let's jump into the rift. This is Encore Esports versus Amihan Esports casters. You guys are up.
The Storm versus the Fortress. Who will win? You have Amihan versus Encore Esports. You'll be your casters for the first series. I'm Yukon. Alongside me is Riku. So, more games they play, the higher the stakes are. So, what are your expectations for this game?
Yeah, I think it's completely, the last day already of the Visayas group stages. So I am expecting a lot of new picks, a lot of the pocket picks, because again, every single game will count, and the fact that for sure it's a do or die, it's a do or die day. So I'm looking forward to seeing Encore really step up, especially when it comes to the picks, just to surprise Amihan, because we're talking about Amihan here. They're currently undefeated, series-wise and game-wise too.
That is true. And again, speaking of the teams, take a good look at their faces, because this is the last time you will be seeing these men in jerseys and men in white. But yeah, I do agree. I would want to see more pocket picks, more surprises. Actually, the panel even mentioned that Darius mid lane. So if they bring it out, I would be very much happy to shoutcast that. But yeah, aside from the surprise pick, just to give the viewers a bit of a trivia, so far for the Visayas region, Jana actually has the highest win rate. She is sitting at a beautiful 60% win rate, and Corky is the one that's falling behind with 55%. And lastly, Kaisa with a 47% win rate. Not too high because she gets picked almost all the time. But speaking of picks, bans, wins, we are now at the pick and ban phase for game number 1.
Yeah, it's still the same thing for Amihan. The Timo and the Amumu ban of just leaving a lot of a lot of power picks out in the open. Meanwhile, look at Encore just banning Carl straight up. Meanwhile, that means Camille is open. That means Jelsen's Lee Sin is open as well. So remember, we were talking about pocket picks. This is the time to bring it up, and Encore, we'll have to see if that's going to be the case later.
I did see an Annie hover. I thought they were gonna see a new champion, but they opted for J4, and that's okay. And an Ari, okay. Hey, and a beautiful Charmer will be seen in game number 1. But Amihan answers that with a Tristana. They are the first team that was able to win a game with this ABC.
Yeah, and then, the typical partner is either a Lux or a Braum. This really enables you to be extra aggressive, and that is the choice that Amihan decides to go for. The Lux for Orthros. Remember, Fennel banned this champion up against Amihan yesterday, and now it's in the hands of Orthros. Meanwhile, for Encore, is this it? I mean, that could still be a Darius. Oh, it's the typical Braum and Kaisa. But right now, it's still very standard. But Moise Ari, though, is super duper. We're definitely going to be looking forward to that.
Yep, and looks like Amihan will pick a Diana. Oh yeah, Diana was open. She's probably gonna go over to the mid lane, and wow, Battle of Burst at the mid lane, and it's gonna be the standard 4v4 fights at the Dragon lane. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the tempo that Kaya and Jocelyn will be able to put in the table, because J4, Lee Sin, they are all about the early game kills, able to rotate the game earlier on. And yeah, we start the day with a very powerful draft here. I could not expect anything less from Encore and Amihan.
Yeah, I mean, this Kaisa and Braum, that means Encore is aiming again for the late game insurance in the form of Ken here. I mean, his performance yesterday was really, really good as well. So they're definitely banking on Ken. But on the other side of the spectrum, we've got Moy for the first time here on this Ari pick. And you combine that with an aggressive jungler, and you combine that with another early game burst magic type on the Gragas for Kaz there. So I'm guessing this 3-man could actually be very, very scary, especially when we talk about Rift Herald fights, or fights if the Encore decides to be a little bit aggressive at the top portion of the map.
And honestly, I really wish they should be aggressive, because as we said earlier, Amihan, they're all about the early game spike. them being able to snowball earlier on and just take the game during the late game. But if Encore Esports will be able to stop that, then looks like we will be seeing maybe this lineup being the first draft to actually put an L on Amihan.
Yeah, they're completely undefeated since day number 1 and day number 2. So the tides could change for game number 3. I mean, Amihan has 2 games today, first against Encore, and they'll be closing the night up against Fennel Adversity as well. So curious to see how this today will pan out. And so far, nothing new on the side of Amihan, but we're going to be seeing Carl again on his split, pushing and really good with the 1v1 champion. But again, we talked about the 3-man. Kaz, Kaya, and Moy are really set for a potential tower dive, and I really expect to see a lot of aggression over towards the top portion of the map.
I can already imagine the cataclysm and then the explosive cast that can just deal out that can dish out rather a lot of damage will definitely take Amihan Esports by surprise. I thought they were all gonna go over to the mid lane. I would have been happy with that because you highlighted them, but looks like standard is gonna be the word for our first game. Guys, do not forget to share the live stream. Invite your friends to watch this too because this is the last day for our Visayas region leg. So might as well show the teams the love that they deserve. And going back to Carl, I cannot think of a pun for Camille and Carl, so I'm gonna leave that to the panelists. Go guys, you're actually good with that. But yeah, he's become very powerful with Nakali. Fiora, he's just insane. So let's see. Camille has a Hextech ultimatum that can be a very good catch or a good initiate for his team.
Yeah, there's still, the outplay making potential when the tower dives happen, when Encore does that for sure. I mean, you got the hook shot, you've got the Hextech ultimatum. Oh, I actually thought of a pun, Carl Meal. Does that work?
I will take that. Okay, that's a check. We are now gonna call him Carly.
Oh dear.
Really, I'm so proud because of that pun. That's so cute.
Yeah. Yes, I'm very proud. But going back, again, towards Amihan and Encore bot lane at least. I mean, I feel like Demon and Ken have shined so much yesterday with their matches as well. So I am expecting a dive though at the top side, a gank.
Oh, looks like that is gonna be it. You have Kaya trying to get much bigger bubble. And the dragon will have the first blood is secured by Brom. Tristana was the one to fall down, but that is gonna be a 1-for-1 trade for the supports. I'd take that trade any day. Tristana down, and my support is down. That is A-okay. But okay, I take that back. Orthros being very, very mad. He was also able to take out Kaisa 2-for-1 in favor of Amihan.
Yeah, that's even without level 5, without the final spark. I assume that Orthros was able to get a light binding and as well as a ton of poke. So Ken, unfortunately, despite the use of flash, it will not be available and they have to be careful again of this aggressive duo. Demon, whatever level, even without ults, he still likes to be aggressive.
Very. And yeah, that is basically the word for Amihan. That's actually one of the reasons why they are the top dogs so far in our Visayas leg. But you have Cassius doing like barrels. Pretty standard, making sure that Carl will not get anywhere near him as he like by connecting as well as the final one as connecting on Kaisa. Kaisa does get him down. You have 3 people right at your face. Tristana being able to go with the free hit and another kill. Well, another set of kills to the side of Amihan. The Dragon Lane duo from Encore Esports, they do not have a very good start.
That's the reason why, Fennel yesterday had to ban out Orthros's Lux, but this is exactly why. Orthros's bindings are just so deadly. Once the binding kicks in, it is mostly a sure kill. And again, the fact that Ken doesn't have any summoner spells makes, Ken even more vulnerable, and looks like this duo from Amihan has been laying on the pain for sure. Curious to see what the dragon fight is gonna look like for sure at the 4-minute mark, especially Encore at least has 2 disengage tools with the cast and as well as your Brom ult, so we'll have to see.
that it really was being very aggressive, but was able to play around this orb of deception already being popped. The charm did connect, but looks like he is not gonna die today. Even though the Dragon Lane duo from Encore is also having a difficult start, that's okay. I know they can still do something about this. At least Moy on this arena is doing pretty well. Was able to make sure Material will be nowhere near his turret. Let's see if they will try to give this a go. And it's gonna be the Winter's Bite connecting, but no follow-ups. Johnson are trying to get Uh-oh. Oh, that is going to be a temper as well as tactical speed coming in from Carl, but on Esports has they do not want to overstay the welcome. They got on line. Oh, what? Steal that dragon here. How can they get down? Drop that first down and connecting on to Carl. He does say goodbye. He has eyes on can force flash out, but look at that. It is going to be actually a 4 rather for 2 in favor still of Amihan Esports.
Yeah, really good steal there by Kaya on this Jarvan, but unfortunately at the cost of many lives on their end. So a couple of gold into the favor of Amihan with a 3k gold lead right after that fight. And I gotta say, when it comes to skirmishes, I think Encore really does have that edge, but Amihan as well can play that game evenly. So unfortunately, they couldn't they couldn't retreat right after getting that drying. Because again, we're talking about Ken here on this Kaisa still waiting for that scaling.
Speaking of scaling, you have Kaisa and that Rom rotating over to the Baron lane just to make sure that they can get the gold and XP that they missed. Their crowd is moving up in 23 seconds. There was actually a very good catfishing from Kaya, but it just so happened that when Carl saw this, he's like, okay, I know where I'm gonna go. And that was where Amihan was just able to do out a lot of damage. That is going to be the final spark being popped by Orthros did not
Oh wow!
Amihan are getting also ultimate being popped just to make sure they can secure the skill is gonna be then the explosive cast being taken out, but instead the Gragas was the one that got bursted down. He did not expect Orthros to be there. However, a lot of space, a lot of open time for Encore Esports to be able to take this Rift Herald. 2 champions in exchange for Rift Herald. Do you think that's worth it?
I think that means that Amihan is just very confident, I suppose, and not really in a hurry to get the Rift Herald for themselves. Because usually that's what they want. They want to get a pick off first and then get the Rift Herald because they have the capability of doing so. This is a very strong pick-off comp. And unfortunately, I guess they wanted to get that first turret, first blood, and another dive.
Oh, no, that is going to be 4. Make that 5 champions just right at their face. Gaga still gets deleted in the map. I was just about to say Tristana already has the board, but then I looked at the game. You have 5 champions just trying to go with the turret dive, but at least on for Esports, they will be able to trade the turret that they lost at the Brown lane going over to the Dragon lane. You have Ari moving over there as well. Diana and Lux most likely going to try to defend this, but yeah, 7 minutes in, it's going to be a lot of action and still a lot of micros and rotations from these 2 teams.
Yeah, that's the thing. You mentioned the item of Borg already on the side of Demon, but unfortunately, because the action keeps happening, Amihan keeps forcing these fights. Ken's timings are forced to go back to base, even though he's not ready to complete an item just yet. But here we go. Borg already on the board for Ken. At least that will help him a little bit when it comes to the fights that Amihan will surely force for sure.
Oh, speaking of forcing fights, looks like Kaz is trying to go with a duel against this Carl. It's gonna pop right there. Oh, Killer is being used just to make sure that this Camille will be taken out. A lot of ultimate and resource is being popped, but I think it is gonna be worth it. Moy does become golden. Charm is not gonna connect. He is still gonna try to defend this turret that is gonna be flashed in onto Telson. What's gonna happen? Kaz does flash out. Kaya jumps in. As the mechanics is being popped, he does get stunned, but was still able to make it out of there alive. In retrospect, the Grisha Fisher being popped, and instead, Delson was the one that got taken down there. Mitsura, nope, the ultimate will not connect, and that is going to be a one for none in favor of Encore.
What is happening? Amihan looking for these fights, and now they don't have a jungler. Amihan are starting the dragon right now.
Yep, but of course, other members from Encore they will not let this go. Final Spark is not gonna connect, but he does not have the ultimate go. Exhaust being used, and SISPH does get done. Top Hourglass was able to regain a few minutes or few seconds for his team. Was able to hold away last the Orb of Deception rather being popped by this Ari. And here comes Diana jumping in, bursting down everyone. Ari does get rooted. GA being popped from, of course, this J4, but hook shot connecting onto the tactical speed. That is going to be the first ace for Amihan Esports. This team, they always get these aces. Goodness me.
And it was a 4v5 too. That was. You think that that could have been the opportunity for Encore to sort of take the game back from themselves, but unfortunately, Amihan is just so good at at these micro plays, at entering and re-entering the fights, waiting for cooldowns, retreating and going back again. And I think that is how Amihan won that fight. And it's looking like a 10k gold lean again. A very, very familiar scenario for Amihan, especially again when we look back at their matches. Usually they finish the game 13 to 15 minutes. But yesterday, Encore, remember? Never mind.
Rope shot and again as he gets out close to Hex ultimatum being popped and connecting onto the Gage of Fleischer, but the capping doesn't be used by the J4. Encore is what they want to go with her engage. Lee Sin does get bursted down and Ken is forced to back out, but at least they were able to get two people here. Comes the engage Mitsuru at the front line. She's actually kind of tanky, but the damage of this down is just too much. Unbreakable is not even enough to stop the damage coming out from Demon. Void Seeker, it will connect. Final Spark has been popped as well, but looks like no other engages for the side of Encore Esports.
What Amihan just never stops the aggression again, even though they will lose, even though they've lost the early game, like first few seconds of that fight, it doesn't matter. They want to take it back. They want to take that win. They want to kill. And Amihan definitely is out there for blood. In the meantime, though, Encore, I believe, unleashed the Rift Herald at the bottom portion of the map and I think opened up the bottom lane, but it did not do enough for them to get towards the tier 2 turret. I think that's a pretty sweet deal.
The Final Spark being used by this Orthros again. He always uses the ultimate just to make sure that he will be able to clear out waves or at least give vision from where the enemies are. Encore Esports, after getting that one mid lane turret, they fell back, or they can try and go at the Baron area. That's possible. No, it's gonna flash in, and that's it. Connect instinct going over to Joseph as the be a 3-man like binding. You have to stand at the side. Oh no! Hook shot connecting on to Kaisa. Kaisa gets taken out from the map. No more ADC for Encore, but Ishimi being taken. He is a target. He has target at his back. He does get person down by Lee Sin. He's gonna be the 1v1. Kaya versus Mitsuru, and Mitsuru was able to get that win. A double kill, in fact, dominating coming over for this Mitsuru, and that is gonna be ace number 2 for Amihan Esports. They can put a hold onto the base of Encore Esports. At the same time, they can get this Baron.
Do they want to finish? I mean, they can end.
Okay. Or what is Baron? What is objectives? Looks like game 1 being secured by Amihan Esports. Need I tell you, there's only 3 champions in that victory screen.
That was wow. That was an amazing ending for Amihan because that was a fight that they did not want to take at the time, but they were ready to take Encore on. And I guess we'll talk about that last fight a little bit more when we see the replay, but again, this was Amihan just sticking to their playstyle of non-stop aggression, and as well as being very confident in the laning phase. They were winning in individually in the lanes. I think the only one that kinda won was Moy versus Mitsura, just because Ari is just so hard to pin down if it's on a 1v1 situation, and Diana doesn't really have much hold. So if you dash in, you get the charm in. That is usually a little bit telegraphed. So I think that was the only sort of saving grace of a lane from that fight for Encore. But Amihan is just such an aggressive team, and they're very confident that they can take fights all the time.
And to think that there were fights that Encore Esports was the one that did the initiate, mostly Ishimi on this Braum. He does get the stuns in and he does pop the Glacial Feature. But very engaged from Amihan Esports. It's just too much. Also, in that last clash, the way Carl focused on Ken was worth it. The moment Ken died, Encore Esports was forced to go back because no ADCs and the killer instinct has already been popped. If only Ken did not jump in, I guess. If he did not enter that area, things could have been different for Encore Esports. But yeah, that is just Amihan being very aggressive. And if you want to see more of game number 1, we will be showing you the highlights. It is gonna be a lot, and honestly, I'm so surprised. I mean, we talked about this. Amihan Esports, they closed the game in 15 minutes or under 15 minutes. They did not give Ken any time at all to scale. Though there were times that Cass did pop the perfect explosive cast, re-engage, disengage, but it was just not enough for him to actually take out Carl, not enough for him to actually take out Mitsura or Jelson.
Yeah, it was, again, the duo lane was just having a lot of action. So I think Kaya had to sort of watch out for that lane from time to time and help out and maybe make sure there was a counter gank. Something that I expected though from Encore was, again, having to focus most likely on Carl, give a bunch of kills to Moy, or just deny any sort of onslaught coming from Carl. I think the biggest hindrance off of that strategy was, Moy didn't get to have priority over the lane, so there was no time for them to roam. And this was a very good steal coming from Kaya, but unfortunately the exchanges, everyone had to perish after this.
Indeed, and a lot of displacements from the light bindings for Orthros right here. There was a good Kaithan Rain from Ken, but after getting one kill, he was not able to move because the light binding connected. And yeah, that was just basically Amihan Esports' go signal to go ham. And this is familiar territory to them, honestly. We have been seeing them ever since day one, bagging all those kills, doing the surprise plays from the early game, and this was actually a beautiful initiate, vision given from Amihan Esports. They knew someone was there, and they said, you know what, our jungler is right there, we have the shields, we have the prismatic barrier from Orthros, might as well jump.
Yeah, Mitsura did an amazing entry towards that moonfall, and unfortunately, once you're caught up, you don't have that spirit rush. I don't think it was available at that time. Then you're a little bit vulnerable in that scenario. And again, I think we've seen this style before where Demon actually separates from the whole squad and he's just busy farming. If the 4-man squad, usually it's the Baron laner that goes solo. This time around, Amihan, what they do is they roam as a 4-man and distract at the opposite portion of the map. Therefore, Demon is free to just free farm and he's not bothered at all. And the fact that Encore doesn't really have an answer to any 1v1s makes that strategy sort of easier for, again, Demon to keep farming and farming.
It actually made me think that was that a bait? Was the fact that Demon alone in the Baron lane and he knew Gragas was gonna go up against him a bait? Because the moment he came near Tristana, everyone from Amihan Esports just came out and said hi, and then they went with a third dive. And yeah, the rotation's very powerful from Amihan Esports. Ultimates being used sparingly, except to Orthros. Again, Final Spark being popped at the perfect time. Give vision, clear out waves, and a lot of things. But Jelson, he did not, we got used to him being Lee Sin and taking out or making a lot of kills, a lot of plays in the early game. This is kinda his conservative Lee Sin, but still very noteworthy. He paved openings, he gave openings to his team, and it just was a sturdy frontliner, making sure that Demon will be safe. Orthros is able to protect and provide utility to his team, and from there, they just charged into the Nexus and got team number 1, literally. That was just what happened, even though in the last part, they were just at the Baron area.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with where Orthros is going to be positioned. Because I think for Amihan, what they usually want to do is maybe lane swap. And that means Jelson will be in close quarters with Orthros. That means they can do mid and support roaming. And they can be a little bit more aggressive. We've seen this combo before, actually, in League PC. The Lee Sin and the Lux. Very, very aggressive. But then lane swap didn't happen. Orthros
is a very strong Lux in as well with the Tristana, so might as well do that instead and sort of bully out this Ken who's just waiting to scale on this Kaisa.
Indeed, indeed. We mentioned a lot of players, a lot of plays, but it's time to reveal the MVP, the master of the match for game number 1. It is gonna be Mitsura. Okay, so we had the head-to-head Globe key player clash earlier on, but apparently in game number 1, Mitsura was the one that paved or opened the win for his team. I think, of course, you have the Rabadons, gotta need that, and you did mention that in the face check when they saw that they were members from Encore Esports. It was just a go signal, a green light for them. He does have that barrier still, despite the nerf on this summoner spell, and of course our very trusty Flash.
Yeah, Mitsura, gotta love the captain versus captain matchup. Just as Otaluz mentioned, usually, support or the jungle role, but this time Mitsura here in the mid lane really shined. Usually he's taking a step back on the Orianna, something a little bit more utility, but now he challenged the Ahri pick of Moy, and he's very confident with this Diana pick, just getting priority, not allowing Moy to do the roams as an Ahri.
True. And he did win the early game, but that's one of the things you should do if you want to stop Ari from snowballing, aside from dodging her charms. That's like that's top 1. That's tier. That's the one up there. And yeah, they were just unable to to get their win conditions rather. And these are the bans and picks in order from game number 1. The team of bans still gets me every time. It's like we just really want to open more champions. Sadly, it's impossible, but I kind of want to see a Teemo here though. Ramos, Yasumiao is actually very, very sad. No Ramos pick from day 1 up until day 3. Maybe, unless, just kidding. I don't think they're gonna pick it up.
Yeah, unless it's a pocket pick by somebody in for today, for any of the teams, any of the junglers. But yeah, this strat again coming from Amihan to just leave open the Camille, leave open the Gragas, make Encore choose for the first priority on that blue side pick, whether you want to get the Gragas, whether you want that Camille. And it's very understandable you do want the Gragas, just because again it adds a bit of mystery. You don't know if that Gragas will be at the Baron lane, jungle, or in the mid lane, maybe even the support. I think that's pretty cool. Especially we've seen Ishimi pick so many different supports before. We've seen the Galio from him, we've seen the Nami, the very first and only Nami so far in the tournament for the Icon series, at least for Philippines. So I'm curious to see what else Encore has up their sleeves, because this looks very sound. Encore yesterday has managed to take a game off of Fennel adversity. And it was this late game scaling comp that worked for them, and that's the reason why they fell into this default of this late game scaling comp. The problem is Amihan plays so fast, accelerates the game so fast, so it makes me wonder if Encore might change strats and play and fight fire with fire, early game versus early game.
Honestly, I believe that's what they should do. Fight fire with fire, because it's a chance that they can try to prolong the game, but at what cost? Because earlier in game number 1, we saw they were able to pressure Kaisa. There were times when, yes, J4 does jump in, but that's gonna be cancelled because Hexi Ultimatum coming in from Carl on this Camille will happen. And they do not have that much of an answer to the 1v1s from Amihan. They want to go with the full-on 5v5s, but they were not able to get the key targets. Yes, they get to take someone out. They get few kills from the side of Amihan, but it's usually the support, or it's just usually Mitsura. So it is worth it. Mitsura was very, very good, but it just did not meet their bar or the expectations, maybe. But yeah, for game number 2, very few tweak in the draft. Maybe they should put in a more utility support. That's a possibility. And if they can, try to get Lee Sin, please.
Yeah, I think enchanters have been shining so much in the Visayas region. We've seen a lot of, tanky supports in North to South Luzon. And I think in the Visayas region, I think Jana has shined a little bit more. So you're right. Maybe we get to see more enchanters at the bottom portion of the map. Maybe we get to see Nami once more. So yeah, I mean, the Encore draft from earlier, you can tell that maybe the Baron towards the mid lane. We're pretty early centric champions, but again, unfortunately, it may have been very hard to execute just because of priorities here and there in favor of the laning, the solo laners coming from Amihan. So maybe we get to see something different. You mentioned a little bit more on the utility side.
Yeah.
Maybe we get to see Moy back on any of the control mages. Maybe the Oriana will come to a return just to sort of cancel out any of the aggressive picks that Carl and Mitsura may potentially pick.
And yes, speaking of picks, looks like Amihan Esports, they still want to go with that Timo and Amumu ban, but Encore Esports is gonna ban that Diana and that Camilo. Gragas, Akali, and Fiora are open. Lee Sin is open too, but of course, looks like they still wanna prioritize that Gragas. We've been seeing a lot of Gragas picks, priority picks, ever since South Luzon.
Yeah, it has, again, a very, very good flex pick and really good disengage champion with a lot of burst early game, especially if you build full magic. But Amihan now leaning towards Jelson here on the Lee Sin. That means a potential, Fiora pick and Gragas for your first red rotation?
Fiora, that is gonna be checked. Most likely they're gonna lock in that Gragas too. Okay, looks like they're gonna prioritize Braum. Are they gonna lock that in? I mean, Braum is a good support, but you don't want to give Gragas to Amihan. Oh, I like this. I was just about to say that if you don't want to ban out Orthros' Lux, try to get it for yourselves. That is a nice pick, but again, it leaves Gragas open for Amihan. Lee Sin, Gragas, so much damage, so much mobility, so much disruption in your backlines.
Yeah, Amihan, again, this could be Mitsura's Gragas pick. We've seen him shine and become... It enables how aggressive they are. This is... Okay, picking up a Janna means that... I thought it was going to be a Leona, but okay. For Orthros, I think this is one of his best picks. But this Galio, this could be towards Ishimi. I've never seen Moy on the Lux before. So I'm guessing this could be a Moy Gragas pick, Galio pick.
No, hovering over that, really? Jin? If they lock that in, that's gonna be the first time you'll be seeing Jin in the Icon series. You get to see new things every day. Okay, just kidding. I was kind of excited, but they defaulted back to what works, which is a Kaisa, and they understand protect the queen, the top one from the ADC so far. They just need one more. Tristana is open. They need the Baron laners, or they cannot pick up this cannon. Good for CCs, has very slow wave clear though, and looks like they're gonna lock in that Garen for the silence. If ever Galio jumps in, anyone just is at their faces, you're gonna get silenced, and they finished off their draft with a Tristana.
I gotta say, this is, we've seen Carl in the Trinity, the Akali, the Fiora, and the Camille. We've never ever seen him on the Garen. So even though the Garen is a very linear champion, it's still so exciting to see him in something different. In the meantime, though, for Encore, they've decided to pick up this Dr. Mundo. So this is, again, spelling out scaling once more. Yeah. Let's see if, this Dr. Mundo pick will scale. Wait, hold up. That's a support? Wait, no, they're not yet done. I think that's a Dr. Mundo jungle. Like, support Mundo, Lux jungle. Okay. They're still switching up.
Why not?
I know, that's very exciting for sure, but doesn't change the fact that this draft is also very exciting. So I said we've never seen Moy on this Lux pick, but this is the first time we'll see this too, because Ishimi played the Galio pick before. Yeah. So they played this. It's a two birds in one stone kind of thing. You mentioned denying Orthos' best Lux pick, and as well as, again, an additional utility for this Kaisa pick. So again, Encore playing the slow and delaying in turtle game. So hopefully they get to reach 10 on that spike for this Kaisa.
This is going to be a take two for Kaisa, basically. But on top of that, you have a Fiora. So I'm not sure if they're going to go with the 1-4. They can. And because if Fiora is in charge of split push duty, that leaves Garen. You have the champion, a very tanky champion, forced to just not be with his team and just focus on your Fiora. I mean, no tanky frontliner, no silence. You just have to hold him or stop him from making sure your team will be able to get the damage. But I'm still looking at the jungle picks here. Mundo, Lee Sin, which champion are you more leaning on?
I think it will definitely depend on the style because Lee Sin is timeless. He's always meta in whatever League PC or Wild Rift. So he's just very strong, just can accelerate the game earlier on. He can snowball as well and has a lot of damage if that happens. The thing about Dr. Mundo, again, even though his damage has been nerfed, he's still pretty tanky. Most of the time, I see Dr. Mundo getting picked whenever there's like a double AP composition. But this time around, he's there to sort of be that number one tank. I believe me and Otto had this conversation back in South Luzon. You pick a Dr. Mundo if you want that one true tank in the jungle. So again, this spells that they're hoping that they'll reach the 15-minute mark and still survive. Again, the deadly timer when you're up against Amihan is the 10 to 13-minute mark. If they have a 10k gold lead by then, they're gonna be looking to end that game by that time.
And speaking of ending, looks like they really want to end this series with a bang, with a 2-0. But of course, the fans of Encore Esports, do not fret. This is game number 2. They have a very amazing draft. I actually loved it just as much as Riku does. But Amihan, all of them are in the mid, and everyone from Encore Esports is at the mid too. Looks like they're just gonna place the wards. I thought they were gonna go with a normal laning phase, but looks like both teams thought of the same thing at the same time.
They thought of what did I think about?
Sieging the mid lane, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, they're visiting the mid lane.
Usually if they do that, they're gonna try to catch someone off guard, but then they're like, nope, no one's here. Okay, then I'm so sorry. But yeah, going back to what works, you have that Lux with the early poke at the mid lane, and you have Pisan as well as Jana trying to avoid Kaisa as well as Gaio Ishini. So far, Mitsuya kind of low though. 1.5 bar of his life left, and the sustain and the damage that Moy has earlier on, he needs to be able to put the deaths into this Gragas if they don't want any more problematic explosive cast at the mid game. Void Seeker is gonna connect, but I don't think they're actually gonna do anything funny.
Yeah, just gonna be a little bit air quote chiller than the previous game because again, Tristana versus Lux, Tristana versus Braum. I think a Tristana Jana makes it.
Ooh, wait. Looks like that is gonna be a fight here at Dragon Lane. That is gonna be slow, it's gonna connect, but he did not in. Demon, are you gonna make it out of there alive? That is gonna be a yes. Jana was the champion that got that kill though. So Amihan Esports still staying true to their colors. They were able to get that first kill, but Jocelyn jumps in. Higher receiving a lot of damage. Here comes Arthros, here comes Demon. Howling Gale did connect, and they were able to save the life of their jungler. But wait, they wanna go with their engage rather. That's gonna be the Void Seeker. Yes, gonna connect. One auto attack is gonna be enough, but Demon jumps right at Kaisa's face, but he realized he does not have enough life yet. Moy does flash in. Life Binding is gonna connect, and that is gonna be one dead Tristana here at the Dragon Lane. Orthros is now forced to recall.
I know Orthros is such a killer on those bindings when he's on the Lux, but Moy is definitely after that reward.
Oh, wait, they still want to give it a go. You have Cass sliding in, still able to dish out a significant amount of damage onto Carl, but Carl is still alive, able to get away by just the skin of his teeth. And here comes Jelson. That was a bit of an overstay. Good sir, Kaz was able to flash out, but here comes the judgment. The shield coming in from Fiora is not going to be enough because Jelson literally walked under the turret just to secure that kill. Light Binding is going to connect as well as onto the Rift Scuttler, but that's going to be the explosive cast, and that is going to be the charge in coming in from Kaya, but he got rooted. That is going to be one dead Mundo. Howling Gale is gonna connect. Moy is not up there, but was able to disengage with the prismatic barrier.
This is just 3 minutes. This is just 3 minutes, and holy cow, this is just action all around. I mean, it's understandable. You've got Amihan again on this match, and Encore is definitely matching that, and they're really doing a good job having to sort of be.
Oh, wait, or 1v1, really? Moon's gonna be pop right there. That is gonna be the Tom connecting on the two champions. Kaisa does get the airborne, and Ishimi says goodbye at the mid lane. I thought Arthros really was gonna try to 1v1 Moy there. I won't judge. If they want to, he can. Supports can have kills too, but apparently it was just a bait. He was waiting for his other members to finish off that kill. 3 minutes in, almost 4 minutes. 5-3 on the board and a lot of advantage on the side of Amihan Esports. Just like judgment, be popped there as well. But no fight. No
Yeah.
1v1.
It was definitely Orthros just wanting to use the monsoon as an aggressive maneuver and trying to displace Moy, but he probably saw Ishimi coming from the sides and decided to just pull the trigger earlier than expected.
Ooh, Johnson was able to see Kaisa there. That's Kate Rain. Howling Gill gonna connect. Ishimi, oh no! Receiving a lot of damage. Demon does get taken out. Looks like that's gonna be the ultimate being popped by Kaya just so he can sustain himself. But Orthros, he does have the heals. Now he's gonna go with the re-engage light binding. Nope, not gonna connect. Mitsura kinda tanky. Ishimi jumps in. He does get taunted, but Mitsura rather was able to flash away. Killing Spree coming over to Mitsura though, but looking at the Baron lane, 1v1 yet again. Kaz still able to play that one out safely. Gonna get the honey fruit just so he will not need to go back. He's gonna figure out the waves maybe, but this is the Lee Sin that we're used to, you know? This kind of Jelson, this kind of jungler, just creating kills, making openings, trying to go with the pickoffs even though it's just under 8 minutes.
Yeah, but then the dragon has been started now by Amihan. We'll have to see if Encore will decide to pick it up.
Kaya in the front line, final spark is gonna connect. Guys, gonna be a rampage coming over to Gragas, but here comes the Moonson just to sustain his teammates. That's gonna be a root onto this Gragas. Booty was able to get an Ocean Drake, but here comes the silence from Carl. Just receiving a lot of damage. Moy still on the side, but that's gonna be a shot down. Kaisa able to take one member, and that is gonna be that's gonna be a win for the side of Amihan. They got the dragon. It was a bit of a messy team fight, but at least they were able to pull through. But wait, is it gonna connect? No. Okay, I thought that taunt was gonna connect, but Jelson, apparently still alive, managed to get back to the base.
Yes, it was definitely an Amihan win. The fact that, again, it's only Mitsura falling from that fight. So it is not a full exchange. Encore at least getting that 1k gold lead, and the potential fight again could be Amihan. It's so rare to see Demon be super aggressive and actually get punished. So he has to be careful with his positioning in this next fight. Definitely for Encore, they have to watch out for the resets as well. Could be very dangerous to be very low. Anyway, fight.
Ooh, Emil, he does get rooted, but gets kicked right from Lee Sin connecting onto that explosive cast. He was forced to pop Hero's entrance to make it out of there alive, but here comes Carl with a cleanup. And Amihan Esports, they were pretty much happy to get that kill. Light by the connect, and here comes Kaz. He is being boxed in, gets bursted down, well, gets kicked right in the face by Jelson. Here comes Mitsura. He does not have the ultimate. Kai, of course, used the flash. Carl, of course, on the turret. They don't care. They're dancing around as we the moon over the sustain. Moy trying to sustain himself, but it is not going to be enough. Despite the turret hits, despite the damage, Amihan Esports still able to bag that scrimmage.
What a fight! Again, it all started because of that kick. Jelson kicked Ishimi before.
Oh, wait. Demon. He did pop that flash, but here comes Ishimi. Here comes Ken as he the dash in. And Ishimi able to take out the ADC from Amihan Esports. It was a bit of an overextend or overstay for Tristana right there.
Yeah, that's a really nice punish again coming from the side of Encore. At this point of the match, this is what we talked about in game number 1. Amihan, Demon, likes to go solo, getting farming all alone and hoping the rest of the squad can create an air quote hotspot where Encore can just follow through and try to respond. But that didn't happen. Encore went for that punish, and a fight could potentially ensue soon.
Most likely, they know that they're strong if they're grouped up. That is gonna be Mitsura targeting Moy, but Moy was able to get away. Here comes Jelson and was able to get that kill, and rather Gragas got taken out by the self. Howling Gate is gonna connect. Jelson gonna go with the engage, and here it comes. Amihan Esports in the show and assert dominance. Kung as the cast being boxed in. You have Carl is receiving a lot of damage from the Keith and Ray, but Amihan Esports, they decided We're down one champion. Let's let this go and maybe rotate over to the Dragon Lane and get the turret, get the buffs, get some jungle resources in. Looks like that is what they're gonna do.
Yeah, it is possible. The fact that Amihan doesn't have to worry too much about a turret punish somewhere off of the map. They do have priority in they do have the lanes in their favor, the waves in their favor rather. So Encore did a good job on that fight once more. The difference is that Encore is at least having to exchange kills for themselves
Mhm.
and have been creating, pressure somewhere else as well. Demon now at least actually IE still not completed. Usually you see Demon having that completed early. So now we get to see another fight.
Ifini taunted, able to get two, but oh no, they knew they have to focus on this guy. So here comes the move shoot. Amihan Esports is really being aggressive right now. Dr. Mundo does get taken down, but has been isolated by Amihan Esports. That's the DMS fight. That's the double kill coming over to Greg as Lux does say goodbye. That is going to be Kaz being chased. He was forced to use flash, but here comes Arthros with the Zephyr. Flash in Zephyr just to finish off that kill.
I gotta say, his monsoon timing was just amazing, pushing the rest of Encore back to the wall. So they were kind of in a very awkward position there. And the fact that, again, Orthros had to deal with Kaz on that Fiora, he had to hide and hide his vital points to make sure that he didn't die. And again, it's just it's so hard to not watch this guy perform in any champion, from that Janna to the Lux. He's just really incredible to watch.
Indeed, definitely a sight to see, but Encore Esports, they have their eyes on this Baron Moy, or just popping that shield. But information given to Amihan Esports, they knew Encore Esports is somewhere near that Baron lane. You have Fiora, split plus duty, 1-4, like what we talked about before we entered game number 2. Baron is still alive. Jolson is going to deward that area. Kaya as well as Ishimi. Most of the good fights from Encore Esports started whenever Ishimi is able to taunt someone, and whenever Kaya is just able to soak in that damage.
Yeah, definitely they're going to rely on that the binding and as well as Ishimi's taunt for sure to sort of start the fight, as Amihan will have to rely on, again, the body slam that Mitsura has been doing so far and has been very, very effective.
Kaya already spotting Orthros as well as Matura there. He did flash and looks like, okay, that's going to be a pop right there. Just so he can push out that Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa gets taken. That is the rockets up connecting. Look at that. Gragas gets personally. Here comes the hero's entrance, but Karl, he's rooted, but he does not care. They still want to go with the Dancer and die. That's a triple kill basic curve. And the Ishimi wants to go back. Quadra, are we gonna see a penta kill? That is gonna be the Sonic Wave connecting. Ishimi is still forced to run away, but Amihan Esports, they rather are still chasing him. Ishimi gonna go with the dash, but why prolong the inevitable? Here comes Carl, popping that judgment. Let's connect. It's so close. That is gonna be the taunt. Ishimi is still alive. I'm not sure why I'm so hyped, and instead he got executed.
I think, Amihan was Ishimi was able to buy some time at least. Oh, dear! That was actually close! I mean, Jelson wasn't the one that smited it down. It was Demon with the auto attack. So that was a real sweaty Baron take. So we'll have to see right now a 1v1. No 1v1. So Amihan, again, with this gold lead. Very close to their usual gold lead with the 10k gold lead. We talked about it 10 minutes to 13 minutes. Usually when it's a 10k gold lead already, Amihan will be extra aggressive, taking the aggressiveness to a second level, to a third level, and aiming to finish the game before the 15-minute mark.
That is not gonna connect. Amihan Esports, they want to go with the objective game this point of time, 13 minutes in. Prismatic barrier right there. You have Demon did try to take that turn. That's gonna be those who are coming in from Mitsura. Did try to go. Joel Johnson did try to jump in, but just as quickly was able to jump out. But that's gonna be a lot of folks and a lot of damage being taken by Encore Esports. That's it. Turret down. whole place on Encore Esports base and another outer turret being taken by Amihan Esports. Now Encore, they're forced to take Mike. That is gonna be an unstoppable Tristana. Going to be one mistake from Kaisa, literally costed her life, and that is gonna be Encore Esports forced to play this one calmly. They need to wait for the ADC. They need more tankiness for Kaya as well as Ishimi. One good hero's entrance could possibly change the tide.
Mitsura's body slam. The flash body slam is just so evil. Anyway, now we're down now.
Okay, another turret down, and Amihan Esports, they have their eye on this next Encore Esports. They need to defend that. Maybe the Moonsu being popped, but instead, Amihan Esports still asserting dominance. Still ranked 1 in the Visayas leg so far, was able to win the series with a 2-0.
Yeah, still undefeated, just as you mentioned. It's looking like similar to what we've seen in South Luzon, Omega's run, undefeated series-wise. But this time for Amihan, this could be not only series, but undefeated game-wise as well. So Amihan, again, sticking to their guns, sticking to their strengths, being ultra-aggressive. And again, this is with Carl, not on his usual Byron Lane, Trinity, not on the Fiora.
Yeah.
Akali, not on the Camille. He was on that Garen. He was looking to just cancel out Kaz on this Fiora pick.
Yep, and Arthros. Okay, so that was a Janna, right? And he was using the forecast Janna skin.
Mm.
Okay, weather forecast. The storm Amihan is still very powerful. Hey, I did a thing. I had to do it. It was right there. But yeah, Amihan still very strong, and apparently the storm was enough to take down the fortress that Encore Esports tried to put up. Kaz on this Fiora, very good early game, but time and time again would get pressured by Carl. That's why they were forced to go with the 4-1 setup, and 4v5, it just did not work for them. You have Jelson jumping in and out. You have Mitsura, flash in, body slam, flash in, explosive cast, and they were able to get key targets, aka Moy and Ken. Ishimi, yeah, very tanky. Yeah, he was able to connect the taunts, but during the late game, it did not matter because Amihan Esports' damage is just too much.
Yeah, they were far ahead once more with the, again, almost 10k gold lead at the scariest time when you're up against Amihan. 10 to 13 minutes. That's the red alert, if you will, when it comes to the timer. And therefore, Ken wasn't able to reach his spike. Dr. Mundo wasn't able to get as tanky as you want him to be here for Kaya. So with all of that, Amihan still stuck with their formula, and this is just showing how scary it is in the first 10 minutes of the game. So pretty excited to see their match later on as well, when Fennel has to face, again, the Titans of Visayas here, which is Amihan.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that fight, honestly, because they are the top dogs for this Icon series. And what a way to start day 3, am I right? We've been seeing a lot of good picks. And honestly, Encore Esports, they played game number 2 very, very well. But it just so happened that on the 15-minute mark, the gold lead, Amihan Esports still being very strong. And speaking of plays, of clashes, here are the highlights for game number 2.
It was a very, very explosive match for game number 2. Especially this time, the dynamics has changed. Carl here on the Garen is just going to be on combo canceller duty up against Kaz. And then I think the shining player for this time around when it comes to initiating is Mitsura. But here, this is the overextension you mentioned earlier. And unfortunately, Kaz wanted to outplay Carl on this Garen under that tower for sure. Especially he had barrier and flash on. But unfortunately, Jelson was able to get that punish.
Yep. And those small punishes really just helped them be able to get the game. And I can't just emphasize this enough. The third dives from Amihan, very, very confident. And the Lux pick honestly worked. Moy was very, very good. It just so happened that whenever he is gonna try to go with the pickoffs, there's no frontliner. Like right now, that is gonna be the Howlagil connecting, and he just cannot finish off the kill onto Mitsura. We have been seeing the good final sparks coming out from Moy time and time again, and it was almost always too close for comfort for Amihan Esports.
Yeah, I think there's not a lot of synergy when we talk about the Mundo and the Lux. Usually, if you wanna sort of maximize the Lux pick in the mid lane, then you're most likely wanting to get something that's very early, aggressive. I think the Jarvan, I think the Vi as well would work well with the Lux. But that's the thing though, Encore drafted this with, not the early game in mind. They were hoping that they could reach again that 15-minute mark, and then you get so much utility, so much peel for Ken, and then you've got a tanky front line, which is Kaya on the Dr. Mundo. But unfortunately, they did not get to reach that part of the game. And Amihan just, if you're up against them, they could completely speed up the game for sure. Your 10 minutes becomes 5 minutes, and that's probably how it went.
It's basically speedrun. If Amihan is playing, if we're gonna use it, if we're gonna use game terminologies here. And yeah, this is just them just playing very, very good. It made me think, how can anyone stop the power or stop Amihan from just snowballing into the series? I thought of different plans. Teams did try it out. We've seen Amihan go up against Fennel, but still, this team, all about the wind, all about that gale, and they just was able to retain their spot at the top rather.
Yeah, it's Amihan so far. The only slowest game we've ever seen them was when they were up against Fennel. And Encore, for sure, they wanted to use their strength because they were also the only ones that got to defeat Fennel adversity. I mean, so far, Fennel is top 2, and Encore was using their strength and what worked against Fennel in this match against Amihan. But Amihan just covered all lanes as well, denied Kaz on that Fiora pick. So we didn't get to see a scary Fiora on Kaz's side, just because, again, that Garen pick is such a good gatekeeper to sort of lock down Fioras or Camille picks or Akali picks. He's just really good at that. And seeing Carl on that champion is actually very, very refreshing. So it just means that Amihan can actually, assemble different pieces on the chessboard and adjust here and there depending on what the team wants.
It actually made me think, is there any type of Baron Lane champion that Carl cannot use? Because Garen is very tanky, and like what you said, the Holy Trinity, he still made it work. So he just knows how to play a lot of champions. Very versatile player, and I'm very happy to be able to see all of these plays. And we are gonna show you the MVP, Master of the Match for game number 2. It is gonna be Orthros on this Janna. Again, no heal, no barrier, just gonna go with the flash and ignite.
Yeah, Ignite is the play here. I mean, very important, especially you're up against Dr. Mundo on the opposite side of the spectrum. So Orthros, even though he was on the Enchanter, it doesn't change the fact, it doesn't change his play style at all. He wanted to go in the mid lane, use the Monsoon as a displacement tool, as an aggressive tool. And you've seen how he's able to sort of maneuver around Kaz's aggressive focus, because usually Kaz's ult was very much focused on Orthros. He was the most squishiest, he was the most vulnerable, but he's always able to survive that aggression. And really props to this guy. He is in game number 1 yesterday against Fennel. Remember, they focus banned him. They focus banned the Janna and the Lux in game number 1. So this guy ain't no joke.
No joke. It made me think, if the focus ban on Orthros is not gonna work, then who should they focus ban, right? Carl has a lot of champions, and ADC is pretty good too. You have Tristana, you have that Kaisa, so they're unstoppable at this point, honestly. And I'm looking forward to seeing more games from them. But overall, like what I said, Encore Esports game 2, they had a better footing. They had a better early game. But it was just those very, very crucial kills coming in from Amihan Esports that just made them realize, nope, we're still gonna get game number 2. Your draft is good, but we have a Jana who has perfect timing with those monsoons, and they just were able to charge. Carl usually was in charge of cleanup, if I'm not mistaken. Usually he's there after a certain skirmish or a certain clash, and the communication from Amihan Esports is very much on point too, and that has been series number 1. I know you guys are very hyped, but do not fret, we still have 3 more series, but we have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Riku. We're gonna hop into a very short break, and when we come back, we're gonna see the panelists. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panel to come back.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
continues for Amihan Esports as they take their 5th clean series. They take the series 2-0 versus Encore Esports and add 75,000 Globe Cup points more to their winnings. You know what? I think that Jana could be the lucky charm for Amihan just because of the whole weather forecast all that kind of it. But lucky charms aside, let's break this down. Heading over into our series highlights over here. Otalus, what are your thoughts on this series?
Yeah, Mihan went for their comfort picks. It's a tradition that they will free up some picks by not banning those champions that they would like to choose. And that again is Orthros on the locks, Leeson on Jelson. This time, Diana on Mitsura. That's just, the three-headed behemoth that is very hard to stop. Meanwhile, Encore went for a more balanced composition, right? They went for Ari, which is actually, I think, a very interesting pick. I love the Ari. Ari's potential is very good when it comes to picks. But yeah, we're talking about Amihan here. Ken and Ishimi got the first plot in the dual lane, at the bot lane, right? But here comes Orthros. Orthros, just being Orthros, managed to get 2 kills in return. And then a minute later, Amihan said to their jungler, Jelson, you know what? No Psalms bot. Right? And Jelson went to gank the bot lane, giving them 4 kills already. A minute later, there is this dragon fight that starts with Kaya from Encore being able to steal. Yes, it's very good, but at what cost, right? Ken tried to salvage the fight. But again, another binding, and I actually would like to point this out to the viewers out there, that if you have the ability to replay, go ahead and see that dragon fight because you will see a very good play coming from Orthros Locks. Locks was able to hit a light binding mid-flight from the killer's instinct of Ken. So that I think is one of the most awesome plays that I've seen in the Icon series. Not just in Visayas, but the whole entirety of the tournament. Just proves to say that, you know what, I think he has this Emperor's Eyes. He sees the play before it even happens. It's just unfair. Now, Encore tried to trade objectives, right? But Amihan always has an answer every time. If Encore goes for a tower, Amihan will get a tower plus a kill in return. So, yeah, it's just 2 Oppo Reno 5 aces to solidify their win and end the game in 12 minutes.
There we have it, Otalus, of course, being such a fan of Orthros over here. Orthrolus in the house. But, it is true because his Lux was definitely amazing. And we do know, of course, how he explained yesterday how his IGN kind of symbolizes 2 sides of the same coin, how a support can be both aggressive, but again, very, very supportive or caring if you want to get rid of the redundancy over there. And you know what? Orthros really does that so well. And going over into game 2, I do have to point out over there, it was that Ishimi on the Galio, and he had this really, really, this nice
no penta for you.
The great escape.
But you know what? He did kill a lot of time on the side of on the side of Amihan Esports. They did spend a lot of time over here just dedicating themselves to Ishimi. But Osiris, what do you think about game number 2?
Well, game number 2 is really good for Encore. I must say, it feels like the gap is getting closer, but that's the time where Amihan is going to show that, nope, you're still far or miles away with those play that they did every team fight. What I love about this is they took away the Lux. So that's one thing that you wanted to make sure if you're not going to ban it. Since Moy on that Lux, he's playing exceptional on the early game, but it kind of falls off or outscale, unlike the Ari who got the charm, who got the assassination potential into the backlines. And it's Amihan who's in the face team comp. So this Lux is a bit of lackluster from Encore during mid to late game. And then what I love about the caster's point is that fighting fire to fire. You can see the second game that they were able to snag some of the team fights or some of the clash with them being more aggressive this time. And that's what's good about the draft. You have the Galio, then you denied the Lux, but you got the Janna already. So it means that they are eyeing once again for a fast-paced rotation. Yes, Carl might not be on a flashy type of a Baron laner, but there's a reason why. You wanted to be the mid shield, and they are putting Demon on the Tristana, so they wanted to protect him as soon as they can. So you got the Kaisa Tristana late game battle, but then again, because of the fast pace coming in from the Jana and from the different compositions from Amihan, there was no time for the Kaisa to be the shredder. It was all about, again, Amihan's team fight prowess, and Encore still did a great job. It's just that fell short.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing Encore Esports improve over here over the course of the weekend. But of course, Amihan Esports, they are just proving that they are on another level entirely over here at the Visayas group stages. You know, they could be pretty much the perfect storm here in the Visayas group stages going into the playoffs of the summer season. They remain to be undefeated and undisputed as well, as Osiris pointed out. And once again, to remind everybody, Omega Esports, that was the title of South Luzon. They were the undefeated South, but they did suffer a few game losses. Amihan Esports, on the other hand, have not lost a game just yet. And we are going to see if they can actually carry that over in going into their last series of the day. But before that, let's check out our standings so far over here with Amihan Esports with another win yet again. Look at that. Very clean. 5-0. Fennel Adversity in second. Encore Esports in third, and Apoy Esports in fourth. Now, we're going to see Apoy Esports in just a bit, so we're going to see if they can get that elusive win. But checking out our Globe Cup point standings as they are at the moment, Amihan Esports over here with 375,000 Globe Cup points. Fennel Adversity with 225,000 Globe Cup points. Encore Esports with 75,000 Globe Cup points. And Apoy Esports, again, they are coming right up. So we are going to see if they can finally get that elusive win. They can finally get 75,000 Globe Cup points to their name by the end of the day. This is the last day of the Visayas group stages. So this is the last day for all of these teams to get those points in and to secure those top two spots for the summer season playoffs. Now, heading into our second series of the day, we do have Apoy Esports versus Fennel Adversity. Now, it's been quite tough for Apoy Esports this weekend, and I wonder what else they could possibly do to step up, especially since they're up against Fennel Adversity right now. Checking out the Apoy Esports lineup. What do you think, Osiris? What do you think this lineup can possibly do against Fennel Adversity?
Well, we've seen a lot of growth from Encore, and Apoy is still there. They are the one of the qualified teams to be respected at Visayas. So Kaisho, Les, Chansu, Closer, and Spite, they got the potential. It's just that they are one step behind compared to the other teams. Kaisho showing a lot of potential at the Baron lane is a utility with the Galio. That's the only Galio Baron laner that we've seen that kind of affects the game. So you wanted to be more on the Galio centric. That might help them, just like how Ichimi onto the Encore did that changes. So for less, there are questionable decision making or engages. So I wanted for him to be more wise in terms of taking their fights. As for the other members of Apoy, there's still room for improvement, but I really love how they play aggressively. It's just that there are overcommitments.
And much like a wildfire in their name, they can be very, very aggressive, and they are very good when they do play to that. But it can get out of hand also at times, and that can be often their downfall. Now, checking out our solo player highlight over here, it is going to be Spite and Audlus. I know you have some information on Spite over here.
Oh yeah, we go way back, right? He is one of those players that has chess backgrounds, right? So I am from chess, right? Auto battlers, and Spite, from what I know, he's also a challenger player in teamfight tactics. So if his captain, him being the captain of Apoy Esports makes so much sense because he can actually go and think outside the box. And I think if they want to win against Fennel Adversity this time around, they have to maximize those synergies, and they have to get those 3 stars up and running as soon as possible, because it's going to be a very tough task. But I really salute this guy. This guy really knows how to play the intellect game, the macro game, and I think he's one of the reasons why they were able to reach this stage in the Visayas group.
Oh yeah, I think that there again there is still a reason why Apoy Esports is here, was selected for this group stage, and I feel like they just have to find their way in. It is trickier for the teams, especially since this is just one weekend. Our previous teams have had 2 weekends to be able to digest and to be able to evolve, but for the Visayas and Mindanao group stages, they only have one very packed, very action-packed weekend. So it is trickier. It is more challenging for the teams over here, and for Apoy Esports, time is really running out for them because they will be up against Fennel Adversity next. And Fennel Adversity, we have seen that they were pegged as the favorites very early on. Checking out their lineup once again, these were the guys that, somewhere down the line were even able to go toe to toe with some of the top teams in the Philippines. Osiris, what are your thoughts on this team?
Well, Fennel Adversity, yes, they are the favorites. As what we've seen from the previous performance, they are really looking good. But yesterday, there's a bit of a crack that has been shown by Encore, and actually, Amihan is still standing at top. Yet, Fennel Adversity is still a team to be reckoned with. You don't want to get cocky whenever Fennel Adversity is there, because everyone they got their own individual mechanics. They got their own individual role that they are filling out pretty well. Everyone is online, especially right now that Lose Yourself is still playing with them. So I wanted to see this guy more on the tanky frontliners, more on the engage, and Doming, of course. I want to look for this guy again and again with his own plays.
Yeah, and you brought up Lose Yourself on those stacky supports. I believe we saw his Alistar yesterday. And going into our solo player highlight, which does happen to be Lose Yourself. Also, the IGN, I believe that stood out most to the three of us for entirely non-Wild Rift related reasons. But Odlus, let me know your completely Wild Rift related thoughts on this guy.
Wait, let me start off. Hey, Twitter, no one is going to cancel Eminem. No, not a chance, all right? Okay, so anyway, Lose Yourself. Here is the captain of Fennel Adversity. Now, Fennel Adversity, going way back, they have surprised a lot of people. They're not really the powerhouse names or the stronghold names that you will hear in the LoL community. Proves to show that, this game is still very much open for anyone that would want to dominate. And so far, they have dominated the Visayas scene, except for that one game against Encore Esports. And Lose Yourself on that account. I'm liking his engages. I'm liking his flanking positions. And Osiris is right. Go for that tanky. Do not get canceled. Do not get yourself stopped. Just lose yourself into the moment, because this is their one chance to prove to us that they are the strongest team in the Visayas.
Those references will not stop at all as long as this guy is playing. They're gonna keep coming. And I also do want to point out that 83% kill percentage and his champions as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's kind of reminiscent of Hamiz's playstyle as well. Just
Yes.
ever present, always around whenever people need him. So reliable and there as well with almost every single team fight. You might not feel exactly the damage that comes in, of course, being a support player, but he is there when it matters to provide those crowd controls, those stunts and everything. And we are about to start the match right now, and I just wanna lend my support as well to Apoy Esports. I know it can be very difficult going into the group stage as big as this, and suffering loss after loss after loss. And it really has been an uphill climb for Apoy Esports here, and I really hope that they do get a win from this. But going into our Globe Key player clash between Spite and Lose Yourself, right now it seems to be there seems to be very, very different stats coming over here, especially with that KDA. Spite over here with a more intellectual playstyle. Lose Yourself possibly a little more aggressive. Osiris, let me know your thoughts on how these will possibly clash.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to you, Mika, that Lose Yourself is mostly the ones who's being aggressive. He's looking for the team fights. He's looking for those openings. So he's the one who's pulling the trigger. And it feels like his Spite. Yes, they suffer too much of a loss right now, but I believe they still can. It's just that they got an 8 Mile to work on with their gameplay and their strategy. So Apoy, I still want them to go or move forward with those, but Lose Yourself is definitely one of the supports here at Visayas region that you want to be cautious with.
Stopping, ladies and gentlemen, the references will not stop. Not when we see that IGN over there. But let me know your predictions, gentlemen, going into this match. Which way do you think it's going to go? Otlus, let's start with you.
I still think that Fennel University has what it takes to get a clean run off of this 2-0. Yes, they did drop a game against Encore Esports, but that is them, not really sticking to their game plan of finishing the game as early as they can. They went for, the longer engages, and they went overconfident with their ability to finish the game regardless of the situation. And that did come and bite them. So again, still 2-0 for the real Steam Shadies and Fennel University.
What about you, Osiris?
Well, as Apoy still needs to work on so many things, and time isn't really waiting for them. Fennel Adversity will be the ones who's be their opponent again. I think this will be a quick 2-0, as we've known Fennel Adversity with their early game prowess, taking the game and early advantage, snowballing into the end. So I think it's just a Fennel Adversity all throughout.
One, but right now it just seems like Fennel Adversity, especially coming from that game loss against Encore Esports yesterday, I feel like they're gonna want to prove themselves with that 2-0 once again. So I feel like they're kind of out for blood right now, and I just have a feeling that Apoy Esports, if they don't step up for this match, it is going to be quite a struggle for them. I still think it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Fennel Adversity, but again, I would love to see a 2-1, or maybe even, the series going all the way to the other side of Apoy Esports. We never know until we'll actually jump into the rift. So this is Apoy Esports versus Fennel Adversity. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you so much to our panelists. So guys, this is gonna be the second series. We have Apoy versus Fennel. We will be your casters. I'm Yuko, and alongside me is Infinity. So a bit of an overview. This is actually a rematch. Am I right, Infinity?
Yeah, it's a rematch between these two teams. They match it up from day number 1, and they're now up once again to match against each other on who is gonna win, who is gonna be the better team. And of course, day 1, day 2, they already have the information. These are the champions that they pick up. These are the comfort picks. So I'm expecting some absolutely insane bans right now coming into this specific series.
Actually, I don't think the bans will be that insane. Instead, the picks will be the insane ones. And the panelists also highlighted Lose Yourself. Just, Auto Lose mentioning Eminem and him saying that you should just lose yourself into the game. Just go with the flow. But of course, things are going to be very difficult because he is going to be up against Spite, which is also a very mechanically gifted player. And Apoy Esports, they have yet to put a score on the board. But let's see if is this their chance? Is this their moment to actually bag that 75,000 Globe Cup points?
Definitely, I think I do see that happening, right? The draft is gonna be very intense. This is where they pick up those individual strong champion, pick up the Corki for Danny, even the Yana for Shansu. These are potentially gonna be happening on this specific series against Fennel University for the side of Apoy Esports, and same goes for both ways.
Right, first ban from the side of Apoy Esports is going to be a Camille. Lee Sin going to be banned as well. They could ban out Diana, Fiora. They did ban out Fiora.
Yeah, the Fiora target onto the Baron laners for the side of Apoy Esports, and Fennel University banned out the Yana and the Lee Sin. Now, Graga's still going to be open now with Apoy Esports locking in it. We have Corki for the side of Fennel University.
This is the first Corki we'll be seeing for the day. So let's see, is it gonna win? But at Fennel University, they do pair that up with a lock, so much poke, so much early game damage, and can just stop you in your tracks. Literally, once the light bindings is gonna connect Braum and Vi being locked in by Apoy Esports again.
Yeah, Braum, Vi, individual strong champions. I think Apoy Esports is holding back a bit for now. You know what? You already picked up an ADC. we are gonna pick those individual strong champions. Braum, to be more specific, very strong with a Gragas. This could go with a 5v5 team fight. And now with Vi as well, I think this could be a target onto Corki because some mobile champions, it's a counter to it. Right, you have the Assault and Battery, you have the Vault Breaker, but with now said and done, Fennel gonna pick up Ziggs and Jarvan 4 to match it up.
You can already see the Mega Inferno Bomb and the Cataclysm combo coming in right here. And you also have that setup perfect for the Gatling gun for Corki, just so he can shred the armor with his Hextech munition. However, for the last two picks of Apoy Esports, Kaisa was open, so they did pick that up. And they have an Ari at the mid lane now. So usual Kaisa Braum at the Dragon Lane combo, it is going to be a Gragas Baron laner.
Now, Ari, you talked about it versus the Ziggs. I think this is actually hard to look at because Ziggs is just too hard to beat down when it comes to the long range type of composition here for the side of Fennel University. And when you're looking at overall into the draft for the side of Fennel, they have a lot of frontliners. You have the Jarvan 4, you have the Olaf, actually a counter onto those CCs coming in for the side of Apoy Esports in the form of Ari with a Charm, a Vault Breaker for Vi, Braum with a Glacial Fissure, Gragas with Explosive Cast, and I think Olaf will be one of the frontliners for Fennel University. And follow to that is gonna be the Jarvan 4, locking into those Gragas, those Ari, Kaisa, and they're mobile champions, yes. But if Fennel University takes a good point with putting down the Cataclysm on this specific champions wherein they don't have the flash available, I think this is going to be the free kill for Fennel University.
If they get their timings right, it is gonna pay off really, really well for them. That is basically gonna be the story of this series, and I really like that Olaf pick. And yeah, Fennel University, they really have the draft of Apoy in their minds. No more CC, she's gonna pop that Ragnarok and just take anyone down. You know, gonna throw out that Axis. You also have the bombs coming in from Ziggs, which can come out from literally everywhere. And you have the light bindings, you have CCs, you have that final spark that can just take out anyone once the charm will not connect. Looks like that is going to be the opening for Fennel University. However, if the CC chain or the layering of the crowd control from Apoy Esports is going to work, there is a chance that the ADC support duo, maybe even the mid laner, will not be able to move, or at least will not be able to jump out of it.
Yeah, jump out of it. I think that's gonna be important right now for the side of
Welcome
Apoy
to
Esports.
Wild Rift.
But now, we saw how a Corki, we saw how a Lux play out for Fennel University. I think the dual lane for Fennel University right now is going to be very strong, especially when it comes to the early game, because Lux
Minions
is a
have
strong
spawned.
champion when you're going in for the wave clear, and Braum not that much. And yes, Braum individually is strong as a support when it comes to level 1 because of the concussive blows at level 1 to go for those CCs, but the wave clear, it's not gonna happen. And closer with a Cajun Rain not upgraded yet, it's gonna take some time. The power spike, when it comes to the early game, is in favor of Fennel University.
And actually, speaking of that Dragon Lane duo, they were able to put the life of Closer down to the last bar. Now he's just forced to wait for the honey fruit just so he can get all of those. He's just one light binding away and one or two auto attacks away from dying, from lose yourself right here. This is what we've been talking about. The early game poke from that Lux, from lose yourself, being the very aggressive support here.
Yeah, it's just too strong to handle, especially with Closer being alone, with Braum going in for the roam, helping the Vi for the leash. It's not gonna go that great. With Kaisho, power 1v1.
That the stuns is gonna connect, but Power still managed to make it out of there alive. That is gonna be the bombs coming out from this Corki from Danny. Nope, Void Seeker's not gonna connect, but you have Vi just lurking at the sides. They can try to go with the Ganko, but Flash are still available. Closer, although that's the very last bar of his health, but that's gonna be the stun connect. That's gonna be the first blood. He's cured by that Kaisa, and there's still one more blood, but Danny was able to make it out of there. Now Les received a lot of damage from Olaf, from Domeng rather, but Domeng decides to not overstay his welcome, and Danny just gonna focus on farming. Looks like this Domeng is just gonna get this Rift Scutter.
Fennel University didn't have any information. Thus, Les rather would just hover onto that one with no contest whatsoever, and Fennel University was just surprised how Apoy Esports played that out. And I think right now you have a lot of wards, why not use it? And I think after that engagement, they're gonna be forced to put some wards into the riverside to just go away for some engages for the side of Apoy Esports. However, Les still going for an aggressive type of play.
Yep. And well, they really want to keep that momentum up. Those that's gonna be Danny popping in that ball. He did not know that Vi was there at the point of the flash in connecting. I mean, the light binding connecting onto that Grom, and Ziggs was able to secure that kill. Even though the support did die, but looks like that's gonna be a double kill coming over to this Lux. That was a 2-for-1 in favor of Fennel Adversity. But looking at the Baron lane, you have Power. That's gonna be the jump. That's gonna be the Cataclysm. Just on the attack spear there, he's not gonna pop that flag and drag, but the spear is just enough for Dragas to meet his fate.
Now, Fennel Adversity, I like how they responded. You know what? Let's put Ziggs into the bottom lane. Let's put Lux into the bottom lane. As fast as Danny just jumped in, you know what? The support were coming through. And I like that about Fennel Adversity. The response for their teammates is spot on. And now onto the top lane as well. We saw how Fennel Adversity played it out against the Gragas. They just pinned down this specific champion into the top lane. Kaisha wasn't really able to do anything. He was stuck into the Cataclysm. And Olaf just went in for the response as well. So Fennel Adversity right now in the first 3 minutes of the game is just hyperactive when it comes to this teammate.
And well, their lineup is all about that scaling and just being very aggressive in the early game. Well, Fennel Adversity is an aggressive team to start with, and they also want to get that a lot of gold and a lot of lead in their pockets just so they can turtle out the game and point that Apoy Esports will not be able to do anything about it. But the kills coming in are the kills that they were able to get onto closer that can mean something else. But Ari was able to get her first item. It's gonna be a lot more burst than earlier, but the dragon is now up. Ocean Drake gonna be the first Drake of our series 2 game number 1. Respective teams already trying to get as much vision as they can. Light binding is not gonna connect. Lose Yourself still holding its ground. Final Spark is available, but yeah, Fennel, they already are at the dragon pit. That's been the bounty bomb being popped by the Ziggs, as well as the explosive minefield. Is this gonna be non-contested? That's gonna be a try for Isabella Team secured that Ocean Dragon Cataclysm right there. Flag and drag. So much damage. That's gonna be Ari. That's gonna be Shansu trying to get one pick off, but to no avail. That is gonna be a 1-for-none +1 dragon in favor of Fennel.
Yeah, I think Apoy Esports going to that match was a bit of scary because if you're looking at the items right now, for the side of Apoy Esports, Kaisa is still not having the Arcane Ring upgraded into level 2. So the damage aspect of that matchup for the side of Apoy Esports were lacking down behind. Against Fennel Adversity, with Corky already with her Trinity Force, level 5, Jarvan 4 with a Black Cleaver, Ziggs with the Burning Geese already, so pretty much the damage aspect of Fennel Adversity was already off the limits in that specific engagement against Apoy Esports. So I think that is what won them the matchup, and I do respect though how Apoy Esports, you know what, our jungle got killed already. Les was killed by Fennel Adversity. Let's fall back for now. It's a 4v5. We are at a disadvantage.
And speaking of disadvantages, Apoy Esports need to turn this disadvantage around, and what better way to do that than try to get this Rift Herald. Yes, of course, has to be life binding, but lose herself, that is going to be overextend, but will Domain be able to protect his teammate? That is going to be a no because he just focused on getting that neutral jungle creep. Lose Yourself did die there, so that's going to be one champion down for Fennel. Looks like Apoy, they rotate over to the Baron lane. Danny is alone. That is going to be a very good wave there. Very good barrel being exploded by Gragas, and Rift Herald is now up. Apoy Esports, they really need to get this just so they can get the tower. Problem is, there is a minion wave. That's the flag and drag being popped by Tower. That's to be the Glacial Fisher connecting onto Domain, but that's to be the Kha'Zix to be popped by J4. And Fortune flash out. Cash on the front line. Kalace is being popped by Coulson right here. That's to be one. Then Gragas Cash was able to take J4 down. That's to be the GA being popped from by. She gets boxed in. The moment she actually got up, she gets kicked right down on the ground. That's Shansu. He gets trying to connect, but the damage coming out from Domain is just too much. He was forced to flash out, and Shansu still gets to live another day, but this is going to be a free Rift Herald for Fennel.
With a 6 in favor of Fennel adversity, they're taking down turrets like it was nothing. Like they were slicing butter out of Apoy Esports. But now the Rift Herald being secured by Fennel adversity, and Apoy Esports, I think, wants to go and contest it whatsoever.
Yeah, the body slam did not connect though, so Kaisho was forced to go back. Power. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, but I believe he can take it. He does have the heals there as well, just dancing around. He flag and drag yet again. He did get charmed. Oh no, Orb is definitely gonna connect as well. That's gonna be the passive. The concussive blows connecting onto J4, and he gets taken out as well. But here comes Sparky with the Gatling gun, plus that Valkyrie. That's gonna be a stun coming over to Danny, but the unstoppable rather, and the Ragnar being popped by that Olaf. Lose yourself at the front line. He got stunned. He gets taken down.
Loses yourself, overextended. Apoy Esports got the turret, got the kill already, and now they're slowly but surely creeping back into the gold deficit that they already have, and that will be the 6k gold that they are missing at the moment. And it's actually quite big right now, because if you're looking at the standing, Fennel Varsity top turrets, two turrets rather, in advantage against Apoy Esports, and the Ocean Drake comes in their favor as well. The Rift Herald was secured by them a while ago as well, and they haven't used it as well. And on top of all that, it wasn't the jungle who got the Rift Herald, it was Corky. So 300 gold instantly for the pockets of Danny alone. That enabled him to buy the Trinity Force, now going for the BF Sword, goes for the Gauntlet, to go for the Critical Strike, and that will be building up onto an Infinity Edge. The damage is exponential coming into Fennel Adversity as they go into the Cloud Dragon, and the Apoy Esports is sandwiching them down.
Perfect times, i.e. But oh, the Hex was actually cancelled. The assault battery, that's the mechanics will be popped. You have Rob, like Bandit did connect. Farnesburg is gonna connect as well. You have all over the front line. Ragnarok being healed, but that's being taken out by that Kaiser. But the bombs damage is just too much for them to bear. Shaw making sure that Shansu cannot go anywhere near Steve. That's taking a double kill being secured by Lose Yourself, and goodness me, the bouncing bombs also connecting onto the wall. But that is gonna be a 3-for-1 in favor of Fennel. They actually want to make it 4. Looks like they're gonna rotate. Valkyrie being popped, Gatling gun exploding right in front of his face. That's gonna be Les being chased down. Unbreakable being popped. He was able to save his teammate. Like Binding, he did connect, and that is just small micros making things work for Fennel Adversity. At this point, Danny on this Corky hurts a lot. Lose Yourself. Very beautiful Lux game. Smooth. He is not afraid of being at the front line. He can get key targets. He can make sure no one can go near the back lines.
Definitely. I mean, the damage, just the playstyle of adversity, and when it comes to sandwiching for the side of Apoy Esports, I think that could be great, but Shantu was too far ahead, and they initiated, so it was a 4v5. That Cataclysm just went in directly onto Apoy Esports, so they were battling at a number disadvantage. So at that point, Fennel Adversity already got the lead, and on top of all the gold lead that they have, the item is in their advantage as well. So I think that was an unfortunate type of setup coming from Apoy Esports that they should not be doing, especially if they're falling down behind. Now that exponentially increased 10k gold deficit for them as well.
They really need to bite the bullet at this point. And Adversity hard getting that Baron non-contested power the back line. Shansu forced to use her only just so she can make it out there alive. Actually, she barely makes it out there alive. That's indeed a gold belongs to the Hourglass being popped by Fennel Adversity. Today's being popped out to the front line. They do not care. Charming not gonna connect with the macros. She gonna sidestep. The bomb is just gonna secure that no one is gonna make it out there alive. Gragas gets taken down as well. That is gonna be a 4-0 in favor of Fennel, with Shansu just one auto attack away from dying. You have Mini Wave charging at the mid lane. I actually talked to the pro player, and he would always say, if ever you're gonna go and get a Baron or a Dragon take, make sure there's no wave at the in the mid lane, because it is not worth it to get one objective in exchange for turrets, because turrets, they don't go back.
Definitely, I do agree with that statement. I mean, the minion waves, the wave control comes into the storyline, right? If you get the Baron Dasher, if the minion waves is in your favor, pretty much you can utilize the Baron Dasher into the maximum limit, wherein you're punishing the inhibitor turrets, and if the inhibitor turret goes down, it doesn't respawn back up. So, the natural lane pressure is available for Fennel Adversity at this point because they got in the inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and 2 inhibitor turrets, the only one remaining, Baron buff, still up for Fennel Adversity. They could use the remaining time that they have to punish the bot lane, to punish the top lane. Regardless, they could take another inhibitor turret that can put Apoy Esports in a bit of a stretch. They need to stretch the manpower. They need to speed it up. Because if you're looking at the map, Fennel Adversity is going for the 3-2, while 2 goes to the mid lane or top lane, then the rest of the team is going for the dragon lane and punishing Apoy Esports.
You know what? Fennel can really punish them. They have the catch. They have a very good disengage tool. You have that explosive cast being popped, so that's really one very important ultimate down from the side of Apoy Esports. You have the heal. Will it be going to sleep? But that's going to be a 3! Champion Cataclysm spent all of them actually was able to make it out there alive, but the shields, the shields from Lose Yourself is actually a lot, but as we go back, being able to put a lot of damage onto the Baron Lane inhibitor turret, you are going to be 3 or 4 hits away from being taken out. And I'm looking at the itemization for Lux right now, and that is going to be more minion waves. Minion equilibrium is now in the favor of Fennel Adversity, which makes them able to get, or at least go have a face check on this Drake pit. They can actually try to get this. Okay, let's meet the Salt Batter being popped for Danny, but he does turn golden. Especially Argus can use the damage though from the bomb from this Ziggs. Kaiser receiving a lot of damage. Danny just being very safe in the back line. Valkyrie being popped, kill instant being used as well. But here comes Olaf in Ragnarok mode. Coming over to Ziggs. A double kill, able to take out Ari. Rampage for this Shaw. Rome gets taken out as well, and that is going to be a 4-0 plus 1 dragon in favor of Fennel.
And that is scary about Dominic. Ragnarok, all CC is gonna be crumbled down by Apoy Esports. They have a lot of CC, they're depending on it, and it's gone.
So in the Cataclysm, you have power just there near the respawn area, and the Fennel Adversity ends this with game number 1 in a very fashionable manner. So Infinity, what actually happened there?
What actually happened there, it's basically how Fennel Adversity played out their strengths when it comes to the early game. We talked about how Corky, Lux had the advantage when it comes to the first minute of the game because Braum doesn't really have wave clear. Kaisa's power spike is having the BF sword, execution calling, and a long sword that enables the Acadian Rain upgraded at level 4, level 5, right? And that didn't happen. Fennel Adversity capitalized on it, and Apoy Esports, yes, they got the first 2 kills, but Fennel brought it back with 3 kills as well into the bottom lane with a fast team coordination at that, right? Then after that, you know what? They went in for the first dragon. They were fighting it up. Fennel Adversity initiated that setup. Apoy Esports wanted to go for the sandwich, wanted to go for the contest. But as we stated a while ago, Closer didn't have that power spike as of yet. He had the gold for it, but he didn't have the time to go to the base, buy some items, and go to the Ocean Drake back at it again. And that just enabled Fennel Adversity to take the Ocean Drake, take a kill. And after that, they went straight into turrets, got the objectives, and pretty much that was just, the rest was history.
It was history indeed. Also, if you guys saw the graphs and the gold earlier, Lose Yourself had the lowest gold in his team. But he had, compared to the ADC for the side of Apoy, he had way more gold. Kaisa was sitting at 115k, if I'm not mistaken, and Lose Yourself was sitting at the 117. So that just goes to show how much gold EXP and advantage they were able to capitalize in game number 1. And speaking of game number 1, we will be now showing you the highlights. There is a lot. We have Apoy Esports highlights as well as Fennel Adversity, but I think it all started, the ball game started when Fennel Adversity was able to get that triple kill at the Dragon Lane. They were able to capitalize on that, as well as the fact that you mentioned this, Corky was the one that got the Rift Herald. More gold for his pockets, and it just enabled him to be able to go online and get that IE in the 8 or 9 minute mark.
Yeah. Although, what I said a while ago, Apoy Esports got the first blood, got the 2 kills, but Fennel Adversity just brought it back again with 4 kills. So that was double in the initial setup. 4-minute mark, they were at a 2k goal lead. And at that point, Danny already had her Trinity Force, already level 5. Power Spike was there. When you're looking at Apoy Esports, Kaisa, the F-Sword Execution is calling alone. They're lacking those 10 attack damage for that Akakian Rain to be upgraded at level 2. So I think that was missing there. And I think the setup from that Braum was good. But once again, the follow-up, the damage is missing. The Fennel University just went in. Ragnarok for Doming just straight got the kill, went back out. They're safe. And they just came for the Ocean Drake. They didn't really come for the 5 kills. So they just went back, respected the enemy team for now. Let's play the patience game. And this is what Fennel University is known for, to play on to control aggression for their team.
Control definitely was in the hands of an adversity in game number 1. Also, I realized that when Spite is dead or Spite is forced to go back from a team fight, there's no one from Apoy Esports to be their front line. Yes, you have Gragas. Yes, you have Kaisho. But the thing is, he gets taken out by the mere bombs of Shaw. So if Spike is down, there's no Unbreakable, there's no Glacial Fissure, it's going to be a huge problem for Apoy Esports. That was actually a very good initiate, but like what you said, there is no follow-up, and instead Power was the one that was able to get the Catechism in. You have the bombs coming in from Ziggs as well. Wherever Power just lands his ultimate, Fennel University also got GAs. So whenever they have, if they do one mistake, they have one mistake, they can just go back, in another life number 2, and then go with the re-engage.
And you talked about Shaw. I think Shaw had a huge role to play when it comes to the mid-game, late-game fights. Because as you've seen, first 7 minutes of game, they already have taken 3 turrets against Apoy Esports, and that was like 1 in each and every lane. Wherein Ziggs keeps on roaming. They get this advantage, they get that gold. And I think that is one of the advantage of having a Ziggs in your favor. It's just the pressure in lanes, it's just getting those turrets up and running. And later on, if you look at the late game type of fights, like Shaw, if he wasn't there, Fennel University wouldn't be able to take 1 turret, 2 inhibitor turret, 3 inhibitor turret, because I think those satchel charge was just perfect. And I think Fennel University just played a part when it comes to, you know what, let's just put the turret HP into 25% so that Shaw can just one-hit those turrets.
Yes, and I believe this was the time wherein the assaulting battery got cancelled, not because of the explosive minefield, but because of the bomb, the bounce bomb that Ziggs threw, and it just stopped the initiate potential from Apoy Esports. There was also a moment, I gotta commend Les, by the way. Assaulting battery by very good champion for him, but it just so happened whenever he is gonna pop the ultimate, it gets cancelled. Or like that one time he did target Danny, but Danny just popped the hourglass, so that was one good ultimate wasted.
And here's the thing, I think I stated in the draft we're in, less is a good counter onto Danny because of the mobility of Danny that just disables the amount of burst damage potential, especially if the enemy champion doesn't really have like an auto lock or point and click type of skill. And I think Les has it, but the problem is you have a lot of frontliners for the side of Fennel University to tank out the damage, get all the aggro for his team. You have Power, just dives in, flag and drag, knocks up his enemy team. And Doming as well with the Ragnarok, anti-CC champion. So I think that is a huge part to be played by Fennel University, and they played it through and through, and they just won game number 1.
Yep, winning game number 1 indeed. And these are the last moments of game number 1. There was also play by Power, and he flagged and dragged at the back line. He knew Shansu was gonna pop that Spirit Rush, and he was not able to escape, and he managed to get 3-4 champions with the Catechism like this one. He actually got 3, although most of them were able to run away. They actually were able to put a lot of damage on the turret, which just allowed them to put a hole on the base of Apoy Esports. And from there, they were left to struggle. They were left to look, where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do? Who should we target? Because you have so much damage, and if ever you are gonna try to CC someone, you have Doming literally just charging right at your face.
Yeah, and we saw how, Fennel University just placed down 300 HP onto the top inhibitor turret or to the Baron lane inhibitor turret and the Dragon lane inhibitor turret. One satchel charge deleted the inhibitor turret. So I think that was just great. And now you see how Fennel University go in for those quick responses and just the amount of micro play that they do with the utilization of the Stasis enchant, right? Shaw just waiting for stasis. We have the Olaf just went in all of a sudden. Surprise, surprise. We have the support coming right through. And they just punish Apoy Esports with those type of team coordination present for Fennel University.
With all these things said and done, we are now going to reveal to you guys who is going to be the MVP of game number 1. And it is going to be, it is going to be Shaw on this Ziggs, the mid laner. You have that flash and that barrier that can just save you in times if you're being boxed in or if you're in a critical kill participation. 80%. The damage per minute is almost at a 2k. Well, you felt it in the bombs. It hurt so much. And he was just sitting comfortably at the back lines. He was being shielded by all of his teammates.
And I think Shaw is just so map aware on what's happening in the bot lane, what's happening into the top lane, into certain objectives. And I think that is where Mega Infernal Blunt played out in the mid game, late game. And when the early game came through, he just went into the bottom lane. As we've stated, I think it's important to take note wherein they got the triple kill against Apoy Esports, right? That was just amazing to see because they were falling down behind 2k gold disadvantage already, but with just that 3 kill, they came back right through it. And I think that was Shaw making good things work for Fennel University.
It's those small plays that really helps the team get that W. So to the fans of Fennel, congratulations, your team was able to get game number 1. However, for the fans of Apoy Esports, do not worry. This is a best of 3. There is going to be a handful of resets and we are still going to have game number 2. But with that in mind, Infinity, what should Apoy Esports do?
What should Apoy Esports do? I think their graph was amazing. But it was countered by Olaf. And I think that just crumbled down the amount of CC of Apoy Esports. So I think in game number 2, if they choose to do the same draft, that could work. But they need to look at their power spike. Is Kaisa already having the Arcane Rain upgraded, the Supercharger upgraded? Is Ari already capable of doing the micro level type of play wherein you go for the charm, go for the massive amounts of damage, just dash in, dash out? With the utilization of the ultimate of the Ari, can Vi have access onto the back lines when it comes to certain team fights? Is their tanks, is their fighters already have their time upgraded or not upgraded, but they're distracted rather for the side of Fennel University, wherein they could open up the back lines, get the kill onto maybe Ziggs, maybe Lux, maybe Corky. Because if you look at it, these 3 are squishy champions, and Fennel University has 3 strong front liners that in the form of Gragas, Braum, and Vi. They have a lot of access, they have a lot of CC. If they can utilize it onto the back end, they can absolutely smash Fennel University. So I think there could be no changes when it comes to the draft. It depends on Apoy Esports, but there should be changes when it comes to execution in game.
I do have to agree with that. And to top that off, I believe they should add in one more AoE CC champion because they don't have anything aside from the Glacial Fissure and that Explosive Cast. Explosive Cast is all about the disengage. We need an AoE CC that can go with the engage because Charm, as well as Assault and Battery, and even the Arcane Rain or Killer Instinct usually just focuses on one or 2 champions at most. And in retrospect, Fennel University, they have a lot of that AoE CCs. Cataclysm from that J4, as well as the Mega Inferno Bomb that has so much damage if you're in the middle of it. And Fennel University, they were able to make it work. It's really all about being able to get the early game time and time again. From North Luzon up until Visayas, the early game is still the main reason whether you or your team will be able to bag the series.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is something that is repeated throughout every single Icon series, every single tournament, is that the early game would be the name of the game, right? Who gets the early lead? Who gets the early goal? Who gets the early items? Because everything revolves, well, not everything, but most of the time, it revolves around the items to go for the power spikes, right? One core item, some champions have the power spike at that, but most of the champions, when it comes to late game type of composition, you need the 2 to 3 core items, right? And if you get it in the first 8 minutes, in the first 10 minutes of the game, you're pretty much just landsliding against the enemy team. So the early game, I think, would be something that we need to look out for in game number 2 of Fennel University and Apoy Esports, because I think there are a lot of things that could potentially be done, except if Apoy Esports played it out patiently once again, similar to how Fennel University does it in the past, wherein they wait for the right opportunity to go aggressive plays. Not go aggressive early, not go aggressive late, but in the right moment.
Early aggression is definitely gonna be it, as well as the smart plays or smart risk, as we casters rather would call it. And another thing I kind of want to highlight on is the fact that maybe Apoy can try to pick up locks. If they don't want to ban it, that's fine. We barely see any locks bans anyway, but it would be nice to have that advantage or that poke in the early game, just so they can make sure that the ADC will not be able to go anywhere near them, as well as the light binding can stop any jungler, literally any jungler, from actually sieging or just jumping right at their faces. You can imagine Lee Sin jumping in, it's gonna get cancelled. Light binding. You have Vi, nope. So you have that light binding. It provides safety net for your ADC as well as yourself, and the prismatic barrier. We saw how much shields Lose Yourself was able to provide for the team, and it is just all about a sustained and lasting every skirmish and fight that you encounter.
Yeah, and I think to add on to that one, I think the Lux built more of the support type of items, right? He built Ardent, he built Harmonic Echo, and that just increased the amount of barrier and the amount of sustainability that you actually get from Prismatic Barrier coming in from Lose Yourself. So I think that just supports your statement, Yuko, wherein, you know what, it's just a good thing for Fennel University having the sustainability and having, you know what, a utility type of champion to support, especially with an Olaf, that if you go for the Ragnarok, he's just going beast mode into the front lines of the enemy team. And you need those sustainabilities to really just go and go all in against a team fight against Apoy Esports. So yeah, I do agree, Yuko.
Right. Thank you for agreeing with that, Infinity. But yeah, for Apoy Esports, and I'm still looking for. I don't think they should pick up cheese picks this point into the game, but maybe they can just pick with what works for them or what they're comfortable with, and then try to just be less. I know I really want them to be aggressive, but if they feel like Fennel University is just beating around the bush, they might as well play it safely, because there were times wherein they did try to initiate pickups, which is good. They do have single targeted skill sets, but it just became awkward in the latter parts of that skirmish. So maybe less of those and more of just trying to get the items in first. And yes, securing objectives. They barely were able to secure any dragons, any objectives in game number 1.
And I think that's just hard because Fennel University, as we saw, they played out team coordinated type of strategies wherein they're blocking the enemy team. They're zoning out when it comes to Apoy Esports wanting to really contest those objectives. And the first objective, they were pretty much safe. They only lost the jungle and they were live, right? And Fennel University got the Ocean Drake. But when it comes to the second matchup, where Apoy Esports tried to sandwich, I think that's something that is a different type of story, because Fennel University just crashed down and they were missing one. They went for the 4v5 type of situation. Shunso was not able to go for that team fight. They were missing a member. And as we all know, missing a member in the Rift, especially in a 5v5 type of team fight, or 4v5 rather, because you lost a member already, it's just too hard to beat it down, even if you have hypothetically the massive advantage already.
And that is something that our teams do not want to be in. Them being in awkward situations that they're left to think, am I gonna jump in or are we gonna disengage? It all boils down to that split-second decisions. And guys, we know you're excited to jump into game number 2, but we're still waiting for the players to load into the lobby. So hold on to your seats a tad bit more. Again, this is the last day for our Visayas leg summer season Thank you so much to Globe and Mineski for making this possible. And yeah, we talked. Let me compare about the ADCs this time. We talked about sports, so this time let's talk about the ADCs. Corky versus Kaisa. Kaisa has a relatively low win rate, not because she's being played poorly, but because there were just times wherein the team struggled in their composition. That, if I'm not mistaken, Kaisa is sitting at a 42% win rate right now, compared to Corky that's sitting at a 55% win rate. So, thoughts about this ADC matchup?
I think the numbers is a bit skewed because if you look at it, Kaisa is not being picked up too much often, right? In the Visayas region, to be more specific, I do see the potential of Kaisa, but the 44 or 45%, I'm not really that sure with the 55% of Corky, I think states how Corky is much more favorable in this region, and I think that's just present on how Corky works. Trinity Force level 5 power spike already, and the damage output, as you stated, with the Hexic ammunitions is just too big when it comes to shredding armor. So I think that takes into play when it comes to the 5v5.
Speaking of 5v5s, one important champion that can dish out so much damage in 5v5s is banned. You have Ziggs and Diana banned from the side of an adversity. You have, no ban laners. You have Camille and Fiora being banned from the side of Apoy Esports. That leaves Lee Sin open though for Fennel, and they did pick that up.
But Kaisa gonna be picked up by Fennel University. The Lux, I think, is gonna be the next step here because you know what? Lux and Kaisa is a strong duo, but a substitute to that is Janna as well, giving the same exact thing, but having the disengage available for them, especially against Gragas and Braum.
Yep. And we said earlier that Apoy Esports, they need one more good AOECC skill. They picked up Oriana. I actually love this pick. You also have the Wukong with the Cyclone. Let's see if they will be able to make this work. But Aurelion Sol being picked up by Fennel Adversity right here. Hello, you're all about the rotates and all about the stuns. And they finish it off with a Singed pick.
And I think Singe is something that they can fill in their role for Fennel University, because if you look at their draft, Lee Sin, Janna, Aurelion Sol, Kaisa, I was thinking every single one of this is actually quite squishy. And if you have Singe, whatever build that may be, even if he goes for the AP with the Rylai and Leandris, he has a lot of HP because of his base stats available. So I think regardless, Singe is a good fill-in role for the side of Fennel University. Also having the adhesive against Apoy Esports disables the body slam, disables Wukong mobility, disables Corky as well with Valkyrie. So I think more or less, Singe is kind of a relative good pick for the side of Fennel University.
They did this in game 1. They are gonna do it again. They've actually picked up Singe just so they can counter a handful of champions or skills from Apoy Esports. And they actually listened. Apoy Esports listened. I said they could try and get either Lux or Corky, to which they did pick up Corky. A relatively good pick. You have the Braum 2 for the shields, but looks like this Corky is still gonna have a difficult time. But looking at the mid lane matchup right now, Oriana will be the one to be able to pressure Aurelion Sol in the early game, just because she can be very mobile and she can just face Aurelion Sol head on. You have Wukong and Lee Sin now for the jungler matchup. Pretty standard fights or lanings in my opinion, but the fact that Wukong has a skill or an ultimate that can take a lot of champions, that's where he should shine, or on where he could focus on.
You talked about Aurelion Sol. I want to talk about the same thing. I think Aurelion Sol as an individual champion is great when it comes to the map awareness and map control. And I think this is synonymous to the name of Shaw, as we saw from game number 1. Ziggs roam into the bottom side of the map in first 1 minute and 30 seconds of game that actually gave them the triple kill for the side of Fennel University. So having the Aurelion Sol matches with the same type of game style that Shaw has played into the past, wherein he goes bot lane, he goes top lane, especially if an Aurelion Sol comes to level 3, the power spike is already there.
Ooh, speaking of power spikes and all that and being able to control the game, we are now in game number 2. Who will get the power spike? Who will be able to get the control? Looks like Spite is there at the mid lane. Yes, a Winter's Bite is gonna connect. Also have the orb from Shansu being thrown right at his face. But you just have Shaw utilizing and being able to use his passive to its maximum potential. But looking now at the Baron lane, you have Power being able to clear out the waves to evade the barrels coming in from that Gragas. Looking at the Dragon lane, though, pretty standard happenings. You have Jana just rotating over to the enemy side to get as much vision as they can. She can actually pop in her Howling Gale there and try to surprise either Closer or Spite, but looks like Closer just gonna Gatling gun his way and just get the minions. You have Danny, yes, that did connect, but looks like they don't want to have any more skirmishes or fights earlier on. Here, the Baron lane, though, it's gonna be a different story because they are committing with the full 1v1s.
But it's not gonna be successful. They're just hovering back again under the turret. They wanna make it slow. They wanna play it patiently. And we talked about this, how Felversity has that patient type of game style. And the Apoy Esports, you know what, they're playing the same thing. Because if you look at their draft, it's not that great when it comes to their game, especially against Lee Sin.
Here comes Les, but the Howling Guild does say hello. That's to be the first will be secured by that Kaisa to make that too. Because Les rather was also able to take someone down. That was a 2 for none in favor of Fennel Adversity. It all started when Lose Yourself was able to place that Howling Gale knock up on the 2-3 champions, and they had no choice. The moment their feet touched the ground, it was basically a quick high from Danny and Domeng.
And speaking of high, they just said hi for the top lane with Kaisho and the Power just looking at each other, not getting the kills though. And now Power went in for the reset. What the Burning Beast? I think this would be the power that they're looking for, because the damage output is going to exponentially increase, especially the DOT damage of
Yes.
Fennel Adversity, right? I think that's going to be the key here. If Singe were able to really capitalize on the damage over time that his skill kit has, I think this will be devastating for the side of Apoy Esports. And I think similarly, Apoy Esports could now rotate onto maybe the burst item composition, right? Especially with what draft they have. They have less onto the Wukong, Shansu with Oriana, Spite with Braum, Closer with the Corki, and Kaishu with the Gragas. If they go for the burst potential, DOT is not gonna work.
Match shield already been popped by Shansu right here, but you have Les who was able to survive that little love taps high hello against Love versus Les need the slows connecting onto Oriensol as well as Jana. And again, Baron laners being very aggressive. You have that poison coming out from Singe that is gonna connect. That is gonna be the passive Winter's Bite, or the concussive blows rather, connecting onto Lose Yourself. But still, Danny's still gonna hold her ground here at the Dragon lane, clearing out the waves. But you have Lose Yourself at the front line. Got the gun being popped by Closer. That is gonna be a stun, and that is gonna be a very beautiful measure coming in from Fennel Adversity. Power does flash in, and it's gonna be the explosive cast. A bit of an overextend for Power. He was just too aggressive there. Shaw is now forced to go back. Shansu does get stunned, and Gragas is just left to say goodbye.
Yeah, I think they overextended. Power should not have dived in under the turret. Yes, he has the potential to get the kill onto Les, but if you look at it, he doesn't have the ignite anymore. He used up the flash a while ago, and the damage over time doesn't really connect in long range type of setup. You need to walk through it, and Les was already falling back. So I think that was a mistake from Power, overextending under the turret to try and take down Apoy Esports. But with that said, we have the Infernal Drake now available into the map, and everyone is looking forward into it, because this gives you 6% damage bonus, and this should not be let handled free against the enemy team.
Of enemy team, you have Kaisho. Let's go with the body slam. Let's be the kick connecting onto Kaisho. Let's be one of White Esports member down. Let's be the most of your power by Lose Yourself. You have 4 champions right at your face being popped from this jungler, but okay, that's gonna be a goodbye for the Legion Porky, but that's gonna be a double gun coming over to this Kaisa. Wukong says goodbye as gonna be despite connecting, and they're just forced to go back. Gatling gun being popped by that Porky. The Void Seeker did not connect. They dove on the turret. Jana says goodbye, but you know what? That's to be a rampage for Danny, and it was so worth it.
They keep on diving the turret when it is not gonna be much important. And now Shaw is stuck behind and pinned down.
Oh, that's the unstoppable Danny now, and that's the explosive cast being casted, but Oriensol that did not meet the good part of that bargain for Esports. They were able to get 1 kill, but lost a lot of members earlier on. Dragon is still up for Esports, already trying to put damage on this Dragon, but you have Domeng being very ready. He doesn't have the kick though, as he's a cast pop barrel rather. The last TV pop and Fennel Dragon being taken by their team. They want to go all in. Fennel versus the Howling Gate is going to connect, but here comes Danny. Will they go with engage? Void Seeker, nope, not going to connect. Not going to cancel that CT. Looks like they will just opt to get this Dragon Lane turret.
They're being overconfident, Fennel Adversity. They're diving under the turrets and not looking at what objectives is going to be available in the map. They dived in with Infernal Drake now going to be available, and that just enabled Apoy Esports to take it home for them. Though it's a 2-4-2. But that timers were available for Fennel Adversity, where in Apoy Esports were already going in for the Infernal Dragon. The 1 kill though for Fennel Adversity, they got the kill onto the bottom lane, punish on closer, and I think that is slowly pushing back that lead up against Apoy Esports, with them going in for the Rift Herald.
Danny is sitting on the 6-0 right now in the 6-minute mark, 1 kill per minute. Kaisa is having the time of her life. Rift Herald has been secured by their red team, but here comes Engage from Fennel Adversity. STD Domeng in the front line. Moon to after back. STD grounded for less, but the pass coming in from Shaw is just too much. They don't want to give it a go. Zephyr is going to connect. STD the J-Pop. Here comes Corky with a Gatling gun. Kaisho forced to jump out, and that is going to be disengaged coming in from Adversity. Here comes Danny for the cleanup. Actually, the Void Spear not connecting. He does not have the ultimate rather, so he's forced to flash out. Gauntlet coming over for this Kaisa. Dana gets taken down as well as the kick connecting onto that Shansu, but Oriana able to take out less. Well, Domeng.
Yeah, I think Fennel Adversity did a great job trying to catch up against Apoy Esports, but they countered attack by closer diving behind his teammates for tower.
No, here comes the sky, here comes the stars. It did connect less, receive a lot of damage right there. He gets taken down by Shaw. I thought he was actually gonna survive that one, but Fennel Adversity, they are being really aggressive right now. Shansu as well as closer, forced to recall, forced to go with the reset by just the skin of their teeth, and Spycrow takes it over to the mid lane. Will you be able to defend this third? Only one way to find out. Fennel Adversity, they have very, very good wave here. Yes, you have Kaisho. Yes, you have Spike right here, but just one Iketan Rain was enough for Fennel to clear out the waves. They saw their enemies, their champions at the mid lane. Looks like they are just gonna jump over to the brown lane and get this turret.
I think getting the turret is the right move here for Fennel Adversity. I mean, the dragon is still not going to be available. There is no objective left to get those turrets. But Apoy Esports, I like what they're doing. They're going in for the counter attack against Fennel Adversity, taking a turret into the dragon lane as well, evenly matching it up. But Kaisho
popping that body slam just so he can get away. Looks like for Esports, they want to keep on going, but you have 2 lanes being controlled by Fennel Adversity. Power receiving a lot of damage. He's forced to jump back. Looks like that is going to be an alley-oop onto Kaisha. No kills for you, good sir. Look at the base on the side of Fennel Adversity. Who will be able to get there first? Is this a base race? Goodness me, 9 minutes in. But here comes Shaw. There is no more minion wave on the side of Apoy Esports. Blue team turret has been taken down. Looks like they were the ones that was able to put a hold onto their base, but that's the micros coming in from power, able to knock out 40. 1v3. He does say goodbye. Kai's able to take out that Gagas, but looks like Sinch was taken out just as quickly. That was a 2-for-2 in favor of no one. I honestly thought it was going to be a base race, but Apoy Esports, they did a good job clearing out the minion wave. It basically stopped Fennel Adversity from advancing in their base.
It's even in terms of kills, but not even when it comes to the turret. It's natural lane pressure for Apoy Esports in the dragon lane. They secured the inhibitor turret, and now Fennel Adversity, they were tasted with their own medicine here from Apoy Esports going in for the counter attack, getting those inhibitor turret, and that was just a clever defense from Apoy Esports, going in for the two-man roam and having Shantu going in for the late response. He got 2 kills in the process, and yes, Fennel versus got the same thing, but that inhibitor turret is gonna be special here for Apoy Esports.
Apoy Esports woke up and chose violence today in the Rift. They were able to get that Cloud Dragon. It's gonna be really useful for the split push as well as the movement. Blue himself being caught out. He was forced splash out. Valkyrie being popped there as well. Howling is gonna connect. But you have, wow, okay, looks like for Esports, they were forced to go back. There's gonna be a flash in. Look at Kaisa, so much damage. Gragas gets taken out there as well. But less JD pop. There's a lot of stuns connecting onto for Esports. A triple kill being secured by that Kaisa Rampage. In fact, look at that. So Sonic Lead down gonna connect. And that was a quad kill all going over to Danny on this Kaisa 4-0 and a Baron rather to beat.
Danny was able to go for the free hit into the backside with no contest whatsoever. He was just going into the back end. He was just dealing damage, and I think that was the key. The damage output was exponential, and I think dominating with the Dragon's Rage was also pretty good. It made it so that 5-man knockup connected against Apoy Esports that enabled Danny to have his passive up to every single member up against Apoy Esports with a clear instinct that just enabled to dominate 4 kills against Apoy Esports. And now they're sitting on an 8k gold lead up against Apoy Esports with a huge gold deficit. But still do take note, Apoy Esports had the advantage even when it comes to the inhibitor turret into the bottom side, and they've got an Infernal Drake and Cloud Dragon in the process, so scaling is so much better for Apoy.
And here's the thing, they just need to make sure they will force fights in moments or times when Danny is nowhere near C. Good, did you see that damage? That's been grounded, of course, in the of Apoy Esports, and now they're just forced to go back. You have the heals, you have the sustains, and you also have the sky, the stars, the galaxy coming in from Shaw was able to connect on 2, 3, 4 champions. Point is going to connect. That's the Howling Gale connecting as well. They are left to wonder what could they do to defend this. No more minion wave, but there's a fresh wave coming in. That's the barrel coming out from Gragas. Sean to the front line. You have Pulse as well. He does get stunned. Oh no! Voice supply being compensated. They supposed to being used by Gragas. Moves over this engage. You have it cancelled by Les. He does turn golden. But look up for Esports. They are just very linear. Domek at the front line. Chance pops the gold medal as well. And Fennel Adversity decided to disengage.
Yeah, they disengage us for now. You know what? They're happy with an inhibitor turret. And I think that's pretty massive. Especially if you consider that Fennel Adversity has all turrets available for them in the mid lane. So that is map control to the max for Fennel Adversity right now. Getting all turrets in the mid lane against Apoy Esports. And I think at that point, they're slowly gonna push in Apoy Esports. It's gonna be much more harder. And I think the difference maker here is how Apoy Esports is gonna go for the defense.
Oh no, they were able to isolate Shansu. Immediately one champion down from Apoy Esports. The death timer is relatively high. 30 seconds without any shockwave. Apoy Esports, they just need to clear this one out. But the auto attacks as well as Iketan Rain hurts a lot to the heal. And the stun's gonna be onto 3 people. Kaisha forced to use Splash just so he will be able to escape that one. Closer, just being there at the Dragon Baron lane side. You have Kaisa there as well. A lot of summoner spells being used, but looks like Adversity, they want to go with Engage. Dominating, coming over to this Danny. D4 dominating, and D for Danny indeed. Spike is just forced to go back, forced to jump back. But here comes Oriana. Be careful of that shockwave. You have less there as well. Command attack being popped, and that is just going to be the circular motions from Apoy Esports. Shaw almost got caught out there. Lose yourself as well as Danny. Gonna go with the hard reset, but Tower left alone. Apoy Esports, they can try and take this pick off, but looks like they will not opt to. Dragon is up. Baron is gonna be up in 5 seconds.
And I think this will be the next objective that these two teams are looking forward into, because you have the base open for Apoy Esports in the mid lane, and Fennel Adversity does the same thing, but in the Dragon lane. If Apoy Esports gets that Baron Nashor, they could make it even in the mid lane and just cancel out the natural lane pressure available for Fennel Adversity. And now I think that will be it, with Apoy Esports having the knowledge that Fennel Adversity has taken a match on Dragon. This is gonna be the game.
Ooh, tower. That was too close for her. But you know what? He doesn't care. He actually wants to go there. That is back. What the back line? Danny's being focused. This is good. This is the winning condition for Apoy Esports, but instead, Danny was the one that got taking the kill. Power gets busted down. That's to be the pass coming in from Shaw. Was able to kill a lot of champions. Triple, Quadra, and has to be a legendary coming over to Kaisa with Domeng being able to take out this Oriana. That's to be a team ace from our official mobile partner, Oppo Reno 5, and looks like Fennel Adversity, they are looking to end this. Death timers are relatively high. Domeng and Shaw, the only one left on the base, and Fennel Adversity and series number 2 with a very strong, convincing, and dominating 2-0.
Danny is the living dead. He went into the backside with a killer instinct. He was supposed to be dead, but that stasis and that GA just helped him alive, and he got that kills that was very important and valuable for Fennel Adversity to finish that game number 2 and take the 2-0 in favor of them against Apoy Esports with a phenomenal play coming in from the ADC.
Look at the graphs consistently color blue, but I think there's going to be times where in the red team would have advantage for EXP. No. Oh, okay. But yeah, Apoy Esports, in the latter parts of the game, they tried to commit to Danny. Honestly, that's good. 3-4 champions making sure the ADC will be taken down. That is very smart. But what happened there was Danny just popped the goal. Well, Danny became golden at the perfect time, and it just gave time for Fennel Adversity to locate their teammates. Again, the moment they were in that clumped area, Brom did not have Glacial Fissure. There was no way for them to go with the re-engage, with the engage or disengage. A lot of ultimates has already been taken out, and the moment Danny just realized, okay, it's my time to shine, was able to get triple, quadra kill, and you also have Lee Sin being able to get the 5th kill. I was about to say it was a kill secured, but apparently Kaisa got taken out, so it's all good.
It's just amazing, right? I think the ADC of Fennel Adversity was just so good. He was just going in for the killer instinct time and time again, and he gets a lot of kills. Against Apoy Esports was just so great to see. The team coordination, the control aggression, the type of patience that Fennel Adversity has was so great as well. Now, I want to commend as well for the side of Apoy Esports though. They were matching it up against Fennel Adversity. They took the 2 dragons available in the map. They took the Infernal Drake, they took the Ocean Drake, and at that point, they got a lead when it comes to the scaling potential. And they got the inhibitor turret initially against Fennel Adversity, which opened up the lane pressure in the dragon lane. So I think that was also a phenomenal move coming from Apoy Esports. I honestly thought it was going straight to game number 3 because the goal difference is not that much. Apoy Esports is slowly creeping back into getting that lead against Fennel Adversity. But with the latter parts of that engagements, with the latter parts of that matches, with those 5v5 team fights, Fennel Adversity, commendable reaction, commendable team coordination.
Apparently, they were able to put the fire out for series number 2. And guys, that was just a very, very strong and amazing performance from Fennel Adversity. The fans, do not forget to comment what are your thoughts about that game number 1 and game number 2. And let me take a step back and let's talk about that base race again earlier on. That was very ballsy for Apoy Esports, but I love it because they were able to make it work. They were able to pull it off. It just so happened that after that, they actually had no space or no time to go back to the dragon lane and just pushing further towards the nexus of Fennel Adversity. I understand though, because Fennel, they knew that their fights and their strengths are all about the full-on 5v5s. And speaking of full-on 5v5s, here are the highlights for game number 2.
And now it's presented to you by, of course, Oppo Reno 5 play of the game. And game 2 was just so exponentially great. Fennel Adversity initially got the 2-kill lead against Apoy Esports. It was understandable, but these were happening. The overextension from Fennel Adversity, this is where it started. The 2-minute mark were in power, just dive in under the turret, tried to kill a flash, but wasn't able to. And another thing is, later on into the bottom side of the map, they were also diving in. Aurelion Sol was stuck. Lose herself was stuck as well. And we can see that later happening in the team fights. But now, Apoy Esports, this is where they were showing up big when it comes to the 5v5. But Fennel University went in for the quick response. As we keep on talking about how Fennel University played it out, they just sandwiched Apoy Esports, and this is where the dive happened. They were diving, Lose Yourself died, then you also have Power, 1 HP remaining, and then Shaw came through into the backside, tried to punish against the enemy team, but you still have Kaisho coming down, you have Les coming down, and at that point, it just stated death for Shaw.
It was a huge blank in front of their faces with the color red. It was written death. Also, there was a time wherein Orion Sol, Shaw, on this Orion Sol was able to come up in the hourglass, and the passive just kept on going. And that passive actually hurt a lot of members from Apoy Esports. I think we're gonna see that highlight later on. But it's all about those small plays, those small things Apoy Esports would forget, and it just translated to them not being able to go with the win. They were very, very close to winning. I have to commend the Moonsoons from Lose Yourself. Earlier, I loved his light bindings, and now I just really love his Moonsoons. Very strong, very timely, and it's actually he actually used it as if it was a luxury. As long as it's up, he is gonna pop that, go with the sustain, go with the shields, and then he can just go with the re-engage. Yes, he dies sometimes, but it's okay because it just gives chance and gives space for his teammates.
Definitely. I think those disengages, the support role is going to be very important. And I think we talked about this in the past region, right? Where in supports has a huge role to play. They are going to be the playmakers for their teammates. The ADC, to be specific, they need to go for the engage. They need to sustain their teammates. Basically play around them. If you go for the engage, if you go for the CC, that is where your ADC can go and respond to that playmaking, right? Can go for the response onto those type of stuff that you actually initiate for your ADC. And I think that was just exponential coming in from Lose Yourself, and even Spite as well for Apoy Esports rather. Apoy Esports in taking those initiatives to go for the sustainability, to go for those responses, and to go for those initial setups for the ADC to scale out.
Indeed. All in all, it was just Fennel adversity playing in their element, but I loved how Apoy Esports was able to play, or at least live through game number 2. And it all started when Danny's wave snowball, and Apoy Esports really cannot just do anything about this very, very strong ADC picks, and they were able to get 2 dragons. You highlighted this earlier. Early objectives, they got it. It just so happened that they left Kais to go with the free farm. Power was also able to roam literally wherever he wants. Domeng, he just kicks everyone in the face except his teammates. But he just kicks anyone from Apoy Esports right at their faces. And it came to a point that they just don't know how they can sustain this kind of damage. And you also have the galaxy, the stars, the throbbing sun coming out of nowhere. There are a lot of moments wherein they need to be very wary. Which skill will come from where? You have that celestial expansion, you have all the stars, and you have the howling gale, you have a lot of things. You have the Ikeathan rain at some point, and that pickoff from Domeng actually opened the win for Fennel, because Apoy Esports, they were forced to stall it out. They wanted to fight, and there were very small times they could have, but they couldn't.
Yeah, and you talked about the celestial expansion of Shaw, and I think aside from doing stun against Apoy Esports, it's procs out the passive of Danny from that Kaisa. Right, and that just enables the killer instinct to be procced out as well. So the synergy when it comes to the skill kit of Fennel Adversity in terms of this draft was also pretty good.
Indeed. And honestly, we have a lot of highlights for game number 2. All of those fights. And this was what I'm talking about. By the time Spite was there, there was no glacial feature, no skill to actually cancel anything out. And this was the time wherein Shaw turned golden and the passive just dished out so much damage. For Esports, they forgot about that, and Les actually picked up the try for a tad bit too late, and that was just a very good ace for Fennel Adversity. They were just able to push the drafts to the limits, go with the micros. The deaths were really worth it, and I really just cannot wait to see who is the MVP for game number 2.
Danny?
It is okay. It is gonna be Danny, right? KDA 10.00. Kill participation 83%, and the damage, highest damage per minute so far, 2,217. Infinity, look at that.
Pretty massive, and I think it just spawned up when it comes to like the amount of power spike that Danny had when it comes to the mid-game making. I think he talked about this, wherein Danny got 2 quadra kills consecutively in those team fights. Right, and that last specific matchup was just so great when it comes to the micro play. He went in for the stasis, he waited for his teammates to then go for it. He bought some time for Fennel Adversity, and after buying those time, he just got killed. But he has the GA available, and after GA was popped, he was just going all in, got those damage up, and sweeps out the enemy team, and even got them the team ace in that last team fight.
It was all those small stories which we form and just spelled out the victory for Fennel Adversity. Hey, that rhymes. Victory for Fennel Adversity. I was so proud of that one. But yeah, guys, that has been series number 2. We have been your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Infinity. We're gonna hop into a very short break, and when we come back, you are gonna see the panel as well as the start for series number 3. So sit back, relax, and wait for us to come back.
Welcome to Wild Rift. Welcome to Wild Rift.
Adversity once again overcoming all adversity, no holds barred, and upping the ADC game as well as they take the second series of the day against Apoy Esports. They take the game easy 2-0 and 75,000 Globe Cup points more to add to their winnings. Now, I do think Apoy Esports, this was one of their best and possibly most entertaining games, especially
Yes.
with that base race attempt in game number
Mhm.
2. Very daring, very risky. But let's talk first about game number 1, checking out the series highlights down over here. And on the loose, let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, game number 1, strong start by Apoy. They came out with a plan. They wanted to gank with less on the Dragon Lane. However, yeah, they got read like a book by Lose Yourself. Again, Lose Yourself, just hungry for kills in game number 1. I think this series highlights was when everything was already going in the favor of Fennel University, winning the Dragon fights and also cleaning things up. But yeah, mainly what happened in game number 1 was just Fennel University abusing a small ward that was put in the blue buff, right? Oftentimes when we are in our rank games, our junglers will clear out the red buff onto the blue buff, just securing 2 buffs for you. Experience-wise and gold-wise, that just totally makes so much sense, right? But Les did decide that, hey, I want to snowball my Dragon Laners, and so he did double gank the Dragon Lane. However, again, it's Lose Yourself, having a plan and bringing Shaw in, and that just secured the advantage that they have in the in the early phases of the game. Huge shout out to Lose Yourself, by the way. He played out of his mind. He ended the game with 8 kills as a support. He cleaned the closet out of Apoy with his kill shots, right? You heard it right. It's kill shots, right? So I just love that Fennel picks fights when there are objectives to fight for. Again, controlled aggression. If you see them win a fight, they will most likely convert it into objectives, and that they did during game number 1, 1-0. Clean game from Fennel University.
they know that, Apoy Esports, they are likely to, dive in first. They are likely to take that aggression to the next level, and they just decided to hold back and just unleash their own aggression where it actually mattered. So it feels like in this series, Apoy Esports was really dancing to the tune that Fennel Adversity was playing for them. But going into game number two, I think it was very, very close in game number two. And I think it was really, one of the turning points was that Baron clash when I believe Danny just wiped out Apoy Esports in one go. And, Danny, I have to say, was incredibly fearless as Kaisa, just really diving into the back lines and flashing back out. It was quite amazing to watch. Osiris, what are your thoughts?
Well, at game two, it was the same actually as how Otulus described as the warding game or the vision game of Fennel Adversity. You can see the first few minutes of the game that they dropped a ward around the river, the red, and the scuttlers. So they want to make sure that the first pawn of the scuttler onto the dragon lane will be managed or will be taken by them. At that point, it was that Singe who's roaming around the river, while Aurelian Soul, he was ready to take the fight. So when they saw that it was Apoy Esports wanted to fight the scuttler, they took the advantage at that point. But right now, what I love about Apoy Esports is they are also trying to break the barrier. Same as the performance of Encore, fighting fire with fire. They are head to head, and this is one of the closest games that they have that I really didn't expect, because I respect Fennel Adversity a lot in terms of their late game, in terms of their decision making. But this time, Apoy Esports is showing a bit of those progress that we are expecting, and this is one of the best team fight prowess, the lineup that they play.
That's right. But you shout out to the D brothers, or the double D, coming from Fennel University, Danny and Doming. Doming just opened up, the comeback from Fennel University by that huge 5-man Dragon's Rage, and Danny for the cleanup. So I think we have the D brothers also here in Wild Rift, not just in Valorant. So let's go. Let's do it. Double D.
Indeed. And you know what, Osiris, you did have something else to add to this series before we head on over to the next one.
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out, of course, to Jekoy Laho. Shout out to you, my man, and happy birthday. So yeah,
Wow.
going back to the Rift, about the base race, it was really Apoy's an edge at that part, but the roaming potential of Shaw. And Shaw is really playing out of his mind this game. Everyone really stepped up. It wasn't just really Apoy being behind. It was just Fennel Adversity also showing when their back is against the wall. So you got the pressure kicking in, and they're getting the split decision plays. And like this one, Shaw on that Zanya so close before hitting down that Wukong. And you can see still Doming doing his own style, flashy, and answering the wake-up call by Reno 5 and Oppo A94, just to make sure that they're going to take the last win.
Just that moment a while ago, it really just shows that Fennel Adversity, their controlled aggression, almost patience as it is, really did
Yes.
pay off as Apoy Esports. They were just waiting for them to play into their own strategy, and it really does show that Fennel Adversity has grown a lot within this Visayas group stages, because we actually saw that kind of aggression from them in day one, and now they are a lot more patient, they are a lot more controlled. So it's actually quite impressive to see with that amount of growth in just 2 days, and 3 days. So, but of course, we do have on the other side Apoy Esports. They have still yet to get that win over here. But Fennel Adversity, it looks like they were really in top form today. And, Apoy Esports, we are going to see them heading into the third series as well. So this is going to be quite a struggle as to how they can recover from that, because the momentum isn't on their side, and they have to be able to overcome whatever they might be feeling right now. They have to reset. They have to take it back to as if it's the first, series of the day, so that they can start fresh going into their third series. But Fennel Adversity in top form, and this could be their message. This could be their warm-up match for Amihan. Esports later today for our grand finale. But of course, before that, let's check out our standings right now after that second series of the day. Of course, we have Amihan Esports still in first. We have Fennel Adversity in second, Encore Esports in third, and Apoy Esports in fourth. Now, of course, we would love to see Apoy Esports get at least one win over here before the Visayas group stages conclude. And we have yet to see if Amihan Esports can actually, wrap up this run with a clean 6-0. Hopefully, maybe. This would be very, very interesting and historic as well for the C Icon series, as we have yet to have a team that can actually, flaunt no losses at all. Now, heading into our Globe Cup point standings right now, just seeing, of course, how much these teams have garnered over the weekend. We have Amihan Esports with 375,000 Globe Cup points. Fennel Adversity now at 300,000 Globe Cup points. Encore Esports with 75,000 Globe Cup points, and Apoy Esports yet to get on the board. Now, one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso, so you can just imagine how happy these teams are over the course of 3 days. They already have 300,000 Globe Cup points. So it's quite a weekend for these guys. And it also goes to show how important each series is, because the winner of each series still takes home 75,000 Globe Cup points, whether or not they advance into the summer season playoffs. Now, of course, heading into our third series of the day, we have Encore Esports and Apoy Esports. Now, as we mentioned, Apoy Esports really needs to reset coming into this last series. This is also the last chance for them to hopefully get that very, very elusive win. Encore Esports, on the other hand, I do feel like they have also been one of those teams that have evolved. We have seen them finally take a game from Fennel Adversity yesterday, and it looks like they finally started to unlock what could be their identity over here in the Visayas group stages. Checking out the Encore Esports lineup, of course. Audalus, what are your thoughts? Do you think that these guys, finally have something that works, and could they bring that into this series?
Yeah, they have shown flashes yesterday, and even their match against the Amihan earlier wasn't that match one-sided, especially in game number 2. So I can see them, getting or riding that momentum. But let's immortalize this player so that our viewers will remember them, because this is the last chance that we can probably introduce them. This is their last game, in fact. So Kaz in the Baron lane, Kaya in the jungle, Moy in the mid lane, Ken in the Dragon lane, and Ishimi in the support. Now, Kaz, we interviewed this guy. He favors the Kazakh, so he's very highly mechanical. So I'm expecting him to bring out the highly mechanical Baron laners heading into this matchup against the Apoy.
Speaking of Kaz, our solo player highlight, he did say that he does favor the Kazakhs. Unfortunately, that is unavailable for the Visayas group stages, but maybe in the future, maybe in the fall season, we could see him on his favorite champion. But Osiris, what do you think about his current ones?
Wow, I mean, you have the Darius, you have the Fiora, and Camille, which makes me, I'm really surprised that he's gotten that Darius. So I think that's one thing that you want to play if you're Encore and going up against Apoy, because Apoy is a bit on the team fight prowess type of lineups, and Darius really strive on that part. So, because yes, there's a huge transition from PC to the Wild Rift, and also a jungler going in as a Baron laner. So he's learning a lot, and we can see that there's still the adjustments, but the improvement, there is something that this guy is going. There are times that he's going aggressive. There are times that he's opting for a passive game. So he knows when to go ham or when to try to be more safe. And I think that's one good thing about Kaz. He may not be looking flashy with the KDA, but he was really looking good with his own play style at the Baron lane.
He can he can bring out his plays rather where it counts. It might not exactly show in like the KDA or something, but of course it comes out like when Encore Esports gets a win for themselves. Now, going over on the other side, we do have Apoy Esports, of course, and they are recovering from that earlier series. And I just want to know, what could they possibly bring into this series that they might have learned from the previous series? Audalus, what are your thoughts?
I want them to remember the feeling of winning the game mid-game, right? Because had it been not a hadn't been not for Doming's very good Dragon's Rage, I think that game number 2 could have been won by Apoy Esports. So rather than going back into the drawing board and forgetting about what happened, remember what are the good things that happened. Remember the game plan that you will come in. I know that this set of guys really favors Galio, so maybe it's time for Spite to get his hands on his favorite champion. Go for that Galio because he was very good on that Brom. Now Kaisha, on the other hand, is his favorite champion is Katarina. So I'm really in high hopes that he can show us very high mechanics in this particular game and not just to go for that tank and absorb damage for a point.
I feel like they really need to own the roles and own, the comfort picks that are there. With a game like Wild Rift, it's okay to think outside of the box, especially now that the scene is very, very young. And I feel like these guys, they don't need to force themselves into roles that maybe might not work. Maybe their comfort picks might be the solution over here for them. But checking out our solo player highlight, Kaisha over here in the Baron lane as well. And Osiris, what do you think? Are we going to see that Galio on the Baron lane again?
Most probably, as he got that 76% kill participation that really affects the team fight. But it's just that also I wanted to support Autolus on this, that he loves Kata. So it means that this guy can play on the Assassin, and you can see the most used champions. There's no Akali yet. So you can go with that high mechanical Assassin that you wanted as a Katarina, but on the Baron lane. But this time also, we are still waiting for Renekton to unleash the beast of those high mechanical Baron laners. So right now, if they're going to play on their team comps, team fight prowess side, I think that's still a Galio if you want it to be a static. And Kaz, if he's going to that kind of killer type of approach on the Darius, so it would be good that Kaisho might stay on the Galio first.
Yeah, but I think it would be interesting to see if they can fight fire with fire, and if Kaisho is indeed comfortable with the more assassin type Baron laners, then maybe he could bring it out. I mean, it is their last game over here in the Visayas group stages, and what they have been doing doesn't seem to be working as well. So maybe they just have to bring out that card. It's possible. But checking out our Globe Key player clash, let's get into that little Baron laner duo a little bit further as we have Kaz and Kaisha over here. Otlus, what do you think?
You will see that Kaisha really plays for his teams. Meanwhile, Kaz can go as the split laner. Now, the split laner's role is to really just split the map. So his skill participation is less than 50%. That's okay. That's fine because he can still impact the map through his presence, right? Through his gravity. But really, what I'm looking forward to see in this last matchup is for them to just go ham. We mentioned about the Assassins. Diana can also be played in the Baron lane as well as the Akali. So hopefully, we can see that fire versus fire storyline in this particular matchup, because this is the last chance for both these teams to show off to the Visayas group that they are here and they really deserve to be here.
Exactly what I thought as well. Cyrus, what about you?
Wanted to see them really explode right now, because this will be the last time, and so far the only one that seems to be so much powered on the Baron lane is Carl. So I wanted to see Kaz and Taisho. And it feels like most of the Baron laner starts with K. So
yeah, I know.
That too.
That's show.
Yeah, and I really love showing their carry potential to be unleashed, just like how north and south. So mostly they are playing on the utility onto the setup, just like the usual JLC. But I wanted them to be more on their comfort zone, to be the ones who's putting the team on their backs.
To go for it. They have nothing more to lose, and it is their last series over here in the Visayas group stages. So I think that if they have any aces up their sleeves, they're hiding any secrets, they have to let that go now, and it's the best time, and it's the only time to do so at this point. So guys, which way do you think it's going to go? Is it going to go in favor of Encore Esports or Apoy Esports? What do you think, Otlus?
I think Osiris will go for Encore Esports. I'll definitely go for Apoy, just for that, rivalry sort of thing. But mainly the reason why I'm choosing Apoy this time around is because I really love their gameplay during game number 2. They were very decisive, even opting
Yes.
for that base race. Not oftentimes, it's not every time that you will see that, right? So I love the Corky pick. I love the Brom pick. It's working well for them in the Dragon lane. So we'll see if they can ride on that momentum that, supposed to win on that game number 2. I think that they can take that series.
It could be that the fire is raging right now and it could be ready to explode. What about you, Osiris?
Well, I supported Apoy last time, so this time there's still a bit of a gap I've been seeing, but this is closer. This is a tough decision to make, as both of them already got the improvements and the barriers has been cracked already. So I want to go with Encore this time, but I'm sure that there's a one win for Apoy if they're going to keep that aggression the same as how they face Fennel adversity. That's Fennel, and the gap is really close. The base race was there. So I think Apoy is still one of the teams to be watched out for.
To be a 2-1, but in favor of Encore Esports. I feel like Encore Esports, we talk about breaking the barrier. They have already broken the barrier, and Apoy Esports, the fire is still growing, but the barrier has not been broken yet. They could possibly come game 1, game 2, but I still think it's gonna go in favor of Encore Esports. Also, Bacolod Pride, yay!
Yeah.
I just have to insert that in there. I just have to insert that in there. But of course, we are finally going to see if Apoy Esports can harness the raging fire within them, or if Encore Esports will get their last Encore over here in the Visayas group stages. Of course, this is Encore Esports versus Apoy Esports. Casters, take us into the rift.
And thank you very much, Panelist Desk. And we're now down into the second to the last series of the day. It's gonna be Encore Esports versus Apoy Esports. We're in yesterday. We saw how dominating Encore Esports is, waiting in for the 2-0 against Apoy Esports. And now another opportunity has been given to Apoy Esports to bring it back and take the win against Encore Esports.
Yeah, one thing to note about these two teams that are currently the top third and fourth in the current standings is that these two teams have come close to beating, the top two Titans, the top two dogs in the current Visayas group stages. So it's one of those things where for sure they found their strengths and they found what works and what hasn't, especially now we're at day number 3. Looking at the boys match today up against Fennel, they looked really solid, especially around game number 2, where maybe building a mid-game composition and not, the protect the Kaisa composition could serve them well up against Encore.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned onto the Kaisa, because that Kaisa was the beast of a showmaker. And I think there is a lot of potential for Apoy Esports to do the same thing. As you mentioned, the mid-game, late-game type of potential. I think this is where they could grow out, where they could scale out. You know what? We talked about the champions. We talked about Kaisa with the ADC. We're now diving into the draft picks here for game number 1 of Encore Esports versus Apoy Esports.
Okay, priority over. That's probably a hover, Ramos. I won't celebrate just yet. But looking at Apoy Esports' first 2 picks is looking to be like the game number 2 draft against Fennel adversity earlier. So maybe we get to see Shansu on the Oriana again. Maybe we get to see Corky for closer. Again, something that enables them during the mid game, because they almost took that game to game number 3. Meanwhile, Kaz once more on this really scary Fiora pick.
Yeah, we saw how the Fiora works out. It's a 4-1 setup, but it's just the amount of team coordination that Encore Esports does have when it comes to the 5v5 team fight. With a Galio enabled for Encore Esports as well, they could now go in for those aggressive type of setup. Early game, mid game, I think this is where they could grow up. But Apoy Esports, you know what, we're gonna match it up. We have the Ziggs, we have the Ezreal, we have the Braum as well. Now the mid lane is gonna be the target of Encore Esports, locking into Oriana.
Yeah, gotta love this pick right now, as again, we're gonna be seeing Ishimi back on this Galio support, as Moy will take on that utility, that control mage in the mid lane, and Kaya will be that, really aggressive Camille pick in the jungle role. So I'm excited to see Apoy now Malphite for Kaisho. That means we get to see a wombo combo on this Cyclone, on Les here for this Wukong. So I'm excited to see all of these layering, especially they do have a lot of poke on the board.
I was a bit of surprise there with having the Malphite, because typically this is something that we don't see often. But I do get the point. You stated the Wombo combo. They have a lot of it. They have the Braum with the Glacial Fissure. They have the Wukong with the Cyclone. If you add the Malphite onto it, you have the Unstoppable Force as well to go for the 5-man knockup, for the 5-man setup of Encore Esports. So I think when it comes to the execution right now, the Encore Esports would not hover on top of each other, because Apoy Esports has a lot prepared when it comes to those close type of team fight.
Yeah, one thing to note that could be a little bit worrisome for Kaz here, or rather for Kaisho here on the Malphite, is that Fiora definitely crushes that matchup at the early stages of the game. So I assume Kaz will keep on with the aggression on towards that lane, and we'll have to see if again Apoy is playing for that mid game, playing for the dragon fights, playing for the Rift Herald fights, and see once the ults come together in perfect execution. And of course, they'll have to wait for again closer on this Ezreal for him to get that 2-item power spike, get the Triforce, get that second item on the board for yourself, and you have a beautiful composition if you add in the Ziggs as well, because Ezreal doesn't really necessarily spell taking down towers. So Ziggs definitely solves that issue.
Yeah, I think their draft is a bit more balanced when it comes to every category in terms of taking down turrets, as you stated, the poking from Ziggs as well, and the Ezreal, and the Wombo combo, the AoE CC potential. But what they're lacking is onto the single targeted CC. So I'm excited to see how it's gonna turn out, especially when you have the Corki against you. You need that lockdown to happen. You need a sort of single targeted CC with a point and click against the enemy team. With that out of the question, I think Corki has the potential to just mobile around, goes for the free hit, and that is considering that if Apoy Esports let this happen.
Welcome to Wild
Very excited to
Rift.
see this execution, a mid-game comp versus a mid-game comp. But the difference is that Encore has that 4-1 potential on the board to use in the later stages of the game. So Apoy has to be a little bit careful, has to watch the side lanes, especially when Kaz initiates something.
4-man roam from Apoy Esports, trying to look for a play, but Kaya went in for the recall for now, not getting that successful engage, and Apoy Esports is going back as well.
Yeah, gonna have to swap the trinket a little bit just to get the ward down, I suppose. Hold on, as we can see Ishimi, or rather Encore, just trying to guard in the jungle in case anything funny happens.
Defend the jungle, as you have Camille that is like slightly slower when it comes to jungle camp clears, and I think this is the weakness of a Camille when it comes to the early game, if she is placed in the jungle. And I think that is the reason why, you know what, let Ishimi go for the zoning out the enemy team, considering that the enemy team has closer with the Ezreal as well. Fight with the Braum, very strong when it comes to the first minute and 2 minutes of the game. So I think that was just a clever move here from Ishimi, just letting Camille have that secure the red buff to let that damage go snowball.
Yeah, the fact that the opposite side had Spite on the Braum, so understandable that Encore does want to be a little bit more careful and alert. The thing is, I'm so excited to see the first dragon of the game. I do understand that not a lot of ganks will happen. It's so hard to gank any of the single lanes from both of these sides. There's the Satchel from 1v1.
Oh,
Never mind. A little bit close though. I feel like we could get first blood at the top side, especially we see Kaya roaming about.
yeah. So right now, Kai is going in for the jungle invade. Very interestingly enough, step here for Encore Esports. But I think they really want to punish Wukong when it comes to their game. Not let him get the G8 early, and let that Camille get the Trinity Force early as well. Because if you look at it, Camille's power spike depends onto the Trinity Force, because he is a spammer of a skill set that he has, right? So, and that is much more expensive, like 3.5k. And now though, Camille just diving in, showing up into the top lane, Kaisha goes back.
Nicely done, Flash, coming from Kaisho. Cannot afford to get stunned there with that sweep of Kaya. So that's a really nice burn. And I think that will be very, very needed because Kaisho just reached level 5. Usually you see the Malphite Flash and then Unstoppable Force just to get a little bit more reach of that engage, a little bit of a surprise factor. But that Summoner spell will not be available anytime soon. And especially that for the next dragon, for the first dragon rather.
Now it's gonna be forced back away, and it's just how Kaya pressures it out, just surprise. And I think that's the word here, right? You talked about surprise, and I think Kaya did that in the top lane, in the Baron lane, forcing out the flash. And as you stated, I think it's gonna be scary when it comes to the Ocean Drake, wherein Encore Esports has the spell advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. As it is still, I misread the time a little bit there. I thought it was already 1 minute away before the next dragon, for the first dragon to spawn. But anyway, Ishimi.
It's a 2v1. It's gonna be lock up. Closer. It's too low of a health. You're close to being dead, but Kaya just jumps in with a hook shot. You're dead. And two-shot barrage will not be forced out. The damage will not connect against Encore Esports. They take the first blood.
I ate my words. I said it's kind of hard to gang both of these lanes, any of the lanes, just because there's a lot of mobility on the board. You got the Arcane Shift for closer, Summoner spells on top of that, with the Braum, with Spite there as well. But the thing is, Spite wasn't around, closer wasn't aware of that brush.
Oh, Unstoppable Force onto Kaz. Kaz, you're too low with HP to fight against Kaisho. And Kaisho running around, going for the post, actually blocks on. The rock just hits him out and just gets cancelled. Apoy Esports will now get to waste Unstoppable Force from Kaisho.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you do have the Fiora. Kaz can just repause the Unstoppable Force, but can't do that timing if you don't see it coming.
Oh, 1v1. Grand challenge from Kaz, trying to get a kill onto Kaisho. Like, true damage is connecting, but he's low as well. He cannot risk dying in the hands of Kaisho right now. Here onto the bottom side of the map though, we have the 4v4. Potential team fight may occur as Apoy Esports is looking to go for the contest. Les is just hovering onto the backside. Now Glacial Fisher to go for the knockup. It's the package, it's the Valkyrie going for the knockup as well, but Encore Esports gets the smite on the Ocean Drake. And that will be one kill on this fight. Encore Esports will take the lead. The zoning capabilities of Ishimi with the ultimate that places them down, and that will be the Kaz though going in, receiving a lot of damage from the post, blocking in damage, and that will be just it. Encore Esports is happy with the Ocean Drake and one kill as well. It's 5-1 take 1.
Yeah, 2k gold lead after that fight in the dragon. And of course, Encore, you mentioned Kaya was able to secure that despite everyone from Apoy was basically there just putting all their spells on towards Kaya. Exhaust. Kaisa is not in this game. It's a Corki versus Ezreal. But Encore they were very calm and they were able to secure the objective, and they know that they don't need to do anything extra. They didn't need to fight. All they needed to do was back away because their mission was already accomplished.
The Tonto will now connect onto the top. We have Kent going for the Godsend gun. Toxic ammunition is just too much with a shred of the armor against Apoy Esports, and Malphite half HP, forced to back away. You have Encore Esports having the dominance onto the Rift Herald Split, and Apoy Esports will not let this too easy as they went in for the 5-man roam, going in for the contest, Mega in for a bomb, receiving a lot of damage for the side of Encore Esports. 2k HP remaining. One more hit will be sufficient for Apoy Esports to take Rift Herald. Kaya will be stunned. He will fall down, but the 3-man shockwave coming from Encore Esports will put Apoy Esports down. It's gonna be closer down to the ground. It's gonna be the double kill, but the fight will not be over. Satchel Charge tries to go back to safety, but the launch puts him down. The G, it will not be popped by Les, and Les will be revived, but Kaz still going through Cyclones to safety, and that will be it. 3-4-2 in favor of Encore Esports.
Beautiful shockwave by Moy there. I mean, props to Apoy for still having a really nice formation to secure the objective. All their pokes were done. Just the flurry of shots just to scare away Encore was just very effective for them to get the Rift Herald. The problem is they didn't have a form of disengage. I feel like, Spite already used his ult preemptively just to secure that Rift Herald. Therefore, it was a little bit difficult for Apoy to sort of get that Rift Herald and then get out.
And this is where the 4-1 setup is having the advantage. Kaz just roaming around the Baron lane uncontested, and they are forcing the 4-1 setup as well for Apoy Esports to go for the defense. So pretty much, I think Encore Esports is stating what happens in game. But Kaisho will be taunted by Ishimi. It's gonna be Hexic automated with a shockwave as well. Takes a kill onto Kaisho, and Kaisho will be deleted. Encore Esports will take one more kill.
And that is 17 seconds without your main engager. Kaisho is definitely needed for this comp to work because less alone with a Cyclone will definitely not be enough.
But speaking of enough, I think Encore Esports has enough manpower to dominate bottom side of the map. Apoy Esports is just too safe, hovering under the turret. Ishimi going for the taunt, connects on to one. Les is forced to back away. Mega Infernal Bomb just to zone out the enemy team, and that will be no kill further for Encore Esports.
And 2 lanes open already in favor of Encore. Apoy still has that one turret at top side, as Kaisho will find Kaz.
Kaz 1v1 against Kaisho. It's gonna be Stones running all around, rolling, but Kaz will still be safe. No damage will be sufficient to bring him down. Still, no kills will be done into the Baron lane.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Malphite. You know, he's gonna get rock solid. He's gonna get tankier and tankier as he invests more items on the board for the tankiness, especially when you're up against Kaz. So he can just slow the lane down for sure and try to protect this one because, again, Kaz will be hitting a brick wall for sure if he tries to stay there as the game progresses. But now the second dragon is spawned. We'll have to see now who starts it first.
It looks like Encore Esports will be starting the Cloud Dragon. And Apoy Esports is hovering just around, but Malphite is not there though, so they are forced to not go aggressive as Encore Esports will take the Cloud Dragon uncontested. Encore Esports is going in, flashing in with a 2-man taunt, and that will be the exit automated onto left. Left will fall down. It's going to be Mega Infernal Bomb, zoning out the enemy team. He goes golden. Ishimi with the ultimate. Hero's efforts, knocking out the enemy team. He goes down as well. Ishimi will be erased from the face of the earth. But it's a 3v3, and Hextech Ultimatum will not be available to lock in much further, and that will be the 2-for-1 in favor of Encore Esports.
Remember, that was a 4v5 situation. Ishimi's flash taunt was just beautiful to watch. They basically resetted the fight. Apoy was not ready for that. Kaisho joined a little bit late. Unfortunately, the unstoppable force wasn't able to hit a lot, but Encore in the meantime relegated or put Kaz still at the top portion of the map. He's able to take that tier 1 turret down already.
And that opened up the map control for the side of Encore Esports. They received all the tier 1 turrets already, and that just opens up the jungle as well for Apoy Esports. It doesn't really care for Encore Esports to now dive in because they have the information advantage, and Apoy Esports will be forced to go into tier 2 turret if ever a fight may occur. And look at that, they spawned up the Rift Herald into the mid lane, gets melted down in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't able to maximize that Rift Herald in the mid lane. There were 2 members of Encore just guarding their turrets. Look at their first tier turrets, almost untouched, except for the top portion of the map. So it's a struggle.
Automatum onto Shansu. Shansu will try to satchel charge away, but not gonna be fast enough. Mega Infernal Bomb just to deal much damage, but will not be enough to get the counterplay, and will no trade-offs happen for Apoy Esports. Encore Esports is pressing onto the top lane. They're trying to get the lead. They're trying to get much more gold from what they already have. They're coming into mid, trying to zone out left. Ishimi will go into the bot as we have 2 fights occurring into the map. Left defending the base, defending the turret, and we have Ishimi going into the quick response. It's a 3-man roam coming up. Esports Cycle will now be forced to back away, and that will be a 2-man shockwave, but no follow-up, no kills. Once again will be done just trying to trade damage.
The difficult thing about Apoy's turtle now, or just trying to survive all of these towers, is that their only way of wave clearing is just Shansu here on this Zig. So it is a struggle when Encore just tries to split the map or split the lanes and just try to pressure all 3 towers at the same time, and that's the reason why Encore is happy with just whittling down a couple of things.
Kaz, Sprint Challenge will now be up for Kaz. He casted it, but Kaisho just hovering onto the wall is not getting procced out, but forcing out the unstoppable force. Kaisho will not be available in the team fight. Into the top lane is gonna be GA popped here by left. It's a hook shot connecting. He goes golden to buy some more time. He flashes away. He's still gonna be safe. Ken trying to go in for missile barrage, but AoE damage will not be enough. Kaisho just flashes in, trying to survive much further. Glacial Fisher connects on the tree with the tree-man knockup. It's a 1-for-1 in favor of none, as it will be the trade on the support onto the Baron, but that was quick enough, and Shantu will get deleted as well.
Another amazing fight by Encore. They were patient, and the fact that that 1v1 at the bottom part,
Left, low HP, he still survives invisibility time frame.
Red team lost the turret.
again, Encore taking a page off of Amihan's book right there, just not stopping with the aggression, but going back to how impactful Kaz did on that 1v1 against Kaisho. He basically baited out the unstoppable force used defensively, but because of that team fight at the top portion of the map, now that's not available. So another important piece of this comp has been taken out, and unfortunately that's the reason why Encore is aggressive.
1v3, are you that confident? He goes back. He's not too confident to go in. That will be Apoy Esports successfully going in for the zone out of Camille.
Right now, we see that Closer just opted for the gauntlet now, and hold that
Will
thought.
be deleted. It's now going to be the 5v4 into the mid lane. It's going to be the stun connecting onto Les. It's going to be the hook shot going in for the stun, but Les will fall down. It's Kaisho into the backside, getting on the aggro. He falls down as well. With a flash coming in from the mid lane. Moy gets the kill onto Ezreal. That will be the teammate of Victor Mobile partner, Oppo Reno 5, making it through and through. And Encore Esports is looking for Inhibitor, is looking for the base. They're trying to finish the game number 1, 800 HP, and that will be the end as Encore Esports takes one lead against Apoy Esports.
40-minute game, unstoppable aggression from Encore. Every single fight that they wanted to take, they wanted to win. They were hungry for kills for sure, and they basically accelerated the game. And wow, what a confident Encore for this one up against Apoy.
Confident as well. I mean, Kaio's just jumping into the backside. 1v3 like no other. He was that confident for the side of Encore Esports. So I really just want to commend though how Moy played that out. Those shockwaves were perfect, phenomenal. Every good objective that you can think of, I think Moy deserves it, because that was just so good of a shockwave that just enabled Encore Esports to win team fights after team fights after team fights.
Yeah, I think, Moy, I don't think he ever missed a shockwave. I think every shockwave that he did in that game was just super duper impactful. And props to Ishimi too, when the taunts that he did for the squad were just very, very effective as well, just to start the fight for the team. And yeah, Encore was able to accelerate the game. They were able to get most of the objectives, not the Rift Herald, but even though they lost a Rift Herald, they were able to at least, have a consolation prize by getting gold, by getting kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talked about Ishimi. I want to talk about the same thing, because if you saw a while ago, he just flashed in 2-man taunt, got the secure kill for the side of Encore Esports. And that is how confident Encore Esports is. You know what? They are risk tolerant, even using the flash to go under the turret, even if they are not that sure to get a secured kill, because that is turret damage incoming. And that is pretty huge if you consider, even if you're that high level, even if you have that much item lead and goal lead against the enemy team. So I just like it. I just love to see those confidence.
Yeah, it just shows how much trust he has for the squad to do a follow-up for such an aggressive play like that. And again, they were able to just basically split them all up, because again, Apoy's composition is so strong. Once they're a complete 5, they were aiming for the 5v5s. Meanwhile, for the side of Encore, they can afford for 1-3-1, so 4-1 type of formation as well. So I like the flexibility in their comp.
Yeah, and having the 4-1 setup just forces out the enemy team to 4-1 setup as well. And Apoy Esports does not being able to maximize the amount of wombo combo that they can do. But more of that as we look at Game 1 highlights, of course, present to you by Oppo Reno 5. Play of the game.
I think this is the first dragon fight we had, and again, it was Encore who were able to secure, despite again how chaotic this was, despite how Kaya receiving so many hits, the exhaust, everything, the way he positioned himself, and then go back into the fight just to secure that dragon was definitely really nice to watch for Encore.
Definitely, and look at that, the TPs were forced out. But Encore Esports were already safe. And I like how Kaz was playing this through as well. He was just going for the repos, that timing onto the post to actually cancel out those incoming damage, to cancel out those CCs, were actually good as well to save out Encore Esports from time and time again. And like some team fights where Apoy Esports is really going in aggressive.
Yeah, I think this is one of those instances where they were confident, they knew how to play with their composition, they wanted to just keep poking, they used the Ezreal and as well as Shansu and Closer just for the poke. I think the problem was they didn't have any form of disengage at that point. It was already, used. Most of the resources were used just to secure that Rift Herald, and unfortunately that's what Encore did. They punished that and then, okay, take the Rift Herald, it's fine, we have your lives.
Now, Encore Esports just got the lead, 7-2. And if you look at the gold lead, it is already 4K as well. So right now, they have the item lead, they have the gold lead. And that is what I'm saying, right? Ishimi just flashes in under the turret, gets the 2-man stun, gets the secured kill. And just the amount of reactive play that Ishimi does for his teammates, even though if he dies, even though he is sacrificed, it is just big. Encore Esports gets the kill onto some of the key valuable champions against Apoy Esports. It was less and Kaisho dying. And without them, you only have Spite left to go for the setups. But even then, Glacial Fissure takes a long time to go for the cooldown.
Yeah, exactly. I think that what Ishimi did and the rest of that 4-man did for Encore was just really effective. I mean, they definitely could handle themselves as a 4v5 situation. They were confident, they had a lot of communication and trust with each other, and that's definitely what we saw. This is the outcome.
Definitely, and the outcome is Encore Esports dominating 10 minutes of the game and taking the win for that game number 1. And at some point in time, they were like a 10k goal lead. If you look at the items, Trinity Forge, GL ready for Camille, Fiora already with her Trinity Forge building up to a Vampiric Scepter and Executioner's Calling as well. The damage was there, and Oriana with Seraph's Embrace and Leandris was just able to go consistent damage against the enemy team, and even if time goes by, the damage increases because of the Leandris available for him as well. So I'll just like how to see it. And that Seraph Embrace just allows him to just spams out the ball delivery system.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of amazing shockwaves coming from the side of Moy. I mean, even though it doesn't warrant a kill, it's enough for Apoy to just, back away and respect that. Their HP is just slowly dwindling here and there. And I think this is the fight that we were talking about where Kaz was able to bait out the Unstoppable Force at that 1v1 in the bottom side of the map. So when Kaisha arrives, that one missing piece to the puzzle, to the composition of Apoy, Unstoppable Force, Cyclone in, and then all the AoE pouring in did not get to work out. And I really like that approach from Encore. They were confident. Again, it's because of Kaz's Fiora here. They really know what the outcome of that matchup is going to be. So that's the reason why they kept separating Kaisho. They kept separating the whole squad because Apoy really relied heavily on this 5v5 and Encore did not give it to them.
Yeah, if Kaisho is separated, who else is going to initiate fight? Les and Spite. But if you look at Encore Esports, even then, you have taunt from Ishimi. So if Les comes in, Ishimi goes for the stun, it will not work. And Spite, into the backside, goes for the Glacial Fissure. That disables the amount of defensive capabilities that he can do for Shansu and Closer. He cannot defend them because he is casting his ultimate. So I think Kaisho being separated from the team just crumbles the draft of the Apoy Esports, right? So, master of the match for that game number 1, it's gonna be Moy on the Oriana.
Totally deserving of master of the match. Moy again with killer shockwaves. I don't think we've seen him miss a single shockwave. And again, even though let's just say no one dies from the shockwave, it's still enough to scare away Apoy to back away, as again he was able to reach this time. He was able to reach this point when it comes to his itemization. You mentioned the Seraph's Embrace for that safety, and as well as Rabadons and Leandries for that extra oomph of a damage. And again, lots of respect to Moy. I mean, he could be a Twisted Fate, he could be a Diana, and he's still pretty strong as well on this Oriana.
I mean, those shockwaves have auto aim. I don't know how Moy does it, but it just connects. And it just not connects onto 1 alone. It connects onto 2, it connects onto 3, and sometimes it connects onto 4 as well. So I think just Moy, beast of a setter for his team. And it's not just, Camille, because that is typically what happens, right? Camille goes in for the single targeted CC against the enemy team. Ishimi with Galio goes in for the hero's entrance. It's not the case. I think every single one of them goes for a very great setup for their team to outscale the enemy matchup.
Yeah, it's Encore again drafting into something very versatile. They can, I think their mid game to late was incredibly strong. We can tell that at the later stages of the game, we get to see a lot of impactful Oriana shockwaves. And then don't forget Kaz on the Fiora was able to split push as well. So I don't know. I'm excited to see what the draft is going to be for Apoy, because again, for Apoy, that mid-game composition, they drafted the Oriana, they drafted the Wukong earlier, the Braum, Corki for themselves, and it almost worked for them, especially when you're up against Fennel. I think that is already a great feat.
And I think this is also the problem with a diver type of composition. Well, not diver composition. It's a wombo combo type composition. Is if you have diver champions against the enemy team, that is a direct counter onto wombo combo. Especially with a Fiora, with a Camille that is actually quite mobile to really separate in from the team. And even then, if you go for the setup, they can go in a blink of an eye. They go for the support. They go for the quick response. And I think this is just a draft difference here for these two teams. So in game number 2, I think there might be big changes into the draft. Maybe bring in Braum, but maybe change out Wukong and Malphite, or maybe change one. It really depends on Apoy Esports, but regardless, I like their 3 champions. Ezreal, Ziggs, and Braum was already good.
Yeah, a lot of heavy poke. Again, you talked about how this counters this. There's like a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing going on. And that's the thing, though. You have an Ezreal and you have a Ziggs. That means you're a very poke-centric type of composition with a combined engage comp. And I think we saw how really great a poke comp can be back in the Rift Herald fight from earlier. But the thing is, Encore, look at their engage as well. You've got the Galio, you've got the Camille. These are things that can easily layer each other. I think these 2 champions are far easier to execute than perhaps a Malphite Unstoppable Force on top of the Cyclone, because you have that additional factor of that shockwave as well. So I actually really like the Apoy. I really like the Apoy composition. I just thought they would go back to the usual Oriana. So the ball delivery system is there as well for the Katarina. Because usually when you pick up a Wukong, you either expect like a Yasuo, a Katarina, an Oriana. So maybe something like that in the mid lane can help make the Wukong reach its full potential.
Yeah, definitely. Having this versatile type of setup, having a focused type of setup would definitely help a lot for the side of Apoy Esports. It's just too hard because you have a constant pressure onto the side lanes for one setup that just force you to go for the 4-1 setup as well, which doesn't really work out because you're a 5-team composition. That doesn't really work well when you're split up against the enemy team. So I think that was just some of the key points here to take in for this draft difference of Encore Esports and also Apoy Esports for the specific game number 1.
Yeah, if ever there is still something, if they're going for this composition again, well, stick to the Ziggs and Ezreal. I think maybe maybe pick up a Lux. I think that would be incredibly strong, would help you land those bouncing bombs much easier, as well as the mystic shots as well. That's the reason why we get to see a couple of Ezreal Lux combos, and as well as the Ziggs and Lux as well. This is very prominent back in the North Luzon and a little bit at the South Luzon group stages. So I see it though, why you need the Braum, you need disengage, because everything in Apoy's composition spells engage with no way out. So I really understand why Braum was there in that composition.
Definitely. And now with the swap inside selection, I think this would be a hugely different thing. I mean, the bans would be changing. Encore Esports would now be prioritizing the bans onto maybe the Camille and Diana, or they could stick with the Gragas Diana. Regardless, I think the flexible picks are going to be the target still of Encore Esports, to not let Apoy Esports take the first pick, flexible pick. And now Apoy Esports will now be targeting onto maybe the duo. Corki, I mean, is unconventional, but targeting on Encore Esports, I think they've played it in the past. Very, very strong individual champion. They could ban out the Galio, they could ban out the Fiora. Regardless, I think this would be some of the cases that could work out for the side of Apoy Esports coming into game number 2. And with that said, they could now pick up the Camille, go straight into Ezreal Ziggs. If it is left open, that will be very strong.
Yeah, we'll have to find out soon enough, but looks like it's gonna be the same bans for now. Rather, it's a different one, as Camille is now banned instead of the Lee Sin. Apoy, though, we'll first pick that, but so far, I am curious how Encore's gonna approach this one now. Vi, a little bit similar to what a Lee Sin does early. Okay, sorry, I had to stare like double junglers hover, but that's still not locked in. I like this Fiora pick for Kaz again, though.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious. You know what? Lee Sin, first pick for the side of Apoy Esports. We're gonna match it up with a single target CC champion as well. We're gonna pick up Vi for our jungle. But now with Fiora being picked up by Encore Esports, or Yana being left open by Apoy Esports, now locked into it. You talked about how Oriana has a lot of potential in the draft, and Apoy Esports has heard you through and through. With Galio following up as well, this has a lot of potential. Lee Sin Galio combo, Hero's entrance when Lee Sin jumps in, massive play potential for Apoy Esports.
Exactly. Really, really liking the sound of that combo. First 3 champions so far have really good synergy with each other as well. Really good scaling so far. And now Apoy, curious to see what their AD carry is going to be, because that will be very, very important during the fights later on. And Apoy sticking to Kaisha on this Malphite. So a bigger wombo combo. And if they do lock this Kaisa or Corki in, then Viola, this is a really, really nice wombo combo centric comp with a lot of AoE on the board. I like it.
Yeah, Kaisa Janna, we saw it in the past, and Encore Esports is gonna pick it up. It's like they switch draft, right? Oriana, Gaio, locked in by Apoy Esports, and now Encore Esports is locking into Ziggs, right? So they
Yes.
pretty much switched up in terms of champions, in terms of picks, and I'm excited to see. Is this gonna be the same type of storyline on what happened in game 1, with now Apoy Esports changing history, taking it to game number 2? Or is it gonna be the same thing with Encore Esports taking game 2 and still showing up with a dominating fight against their enemy team? So I'm actually very excited. Is Encore Esports gonna do the same thing or not?
I'm very curious too, because I mean, when we're talking about, you say, are they going to be doing the same thing? It looks like it, because Kaz is back on this Fiora. This means we're looking at possibly their 4-man. Not very sure, because at the end of the day, you know, Vi can get very, very squishy at the later stages of the game. Therefore, you don't exactly have a front line for your Kaisa. So they're basically hoping that the early game works out for them, like what happened in game number 1, and then, you know, fall back into this pick-centric comp and see if they can snowball from there. For Apoy this time around, I feel like they have really good mid to late game. Mid-game, actually. I think their mid-game can be very, very strong. Early to mid, for sure. I'm looking towards the Dragon fights and as well as the Rift Herald fights. But, of course, most of their damage at this point will definitely come from this Corki. We're looking at the Triforce Power Spike, and then your second item, Power Spike, as well. If also less this lesson can snowball with his ganks as well, I think that would be helpful in transitioning to, again, the scary mid game that Apoy Esports has.
No, I think the mid game is something that we need to look out for the side of Apoy Esports as well, and for the side of Encore Esports, I think they're looking at the same thing as well. As I do believe, because if you're looking at it, Kaisa is like not that strong into the early game. Yes, he has a lot of wave clear potential, but the power spike lies on getting the BF sword, Executioner's Calling, and Longsword or Vampiric Scepter. It is switchable, and that is something that you look forward into. And similar to a Corki, Trinity Force. So 3k for these two champions to get locked into their power spike. And you also have Ziggs, and looking at Apoy Esports, Oriana. These two have similar power spikes as well. Lee Sin, Vi, early game potential. Fiora, Malphite. I think this is a bit different because Fiora is just constantly pressuring in. Malphite is strong at level 5. I think that will be the power spike. And yeah, I do believe the difference only here in terms of the facing of the game, it's going to be Janna and Galio and Malphite and Fiora.
Yeah, definitely the biggest difference for sure, because Janna wants to disengage, Galio definitely wants to engage. So curious too, because it might be a repeat of what we saw. I think the only thing that we saw that could be similar in game number 2 from game number 1 is again the Kaisho Kaz matchup at the top side, where Kaz can just repost level 5, the unstoppable force, and find that timing. And excited to see how Apoy sort of matches this really strong mid game, because we saw how Galio can be very, very effective in engages and can just burst people down with that shockwave as well. So I think it could be, I can see it going to game number 3 now.
Yeah, definitely. I do think the same thing. But now, we talked about the early game, we talked about the mid game. Now I'm curious on what will happen in the late game setup. Riku, I want to hear your thoughts about the late game fates, on what you think would happen.
The thing about the late game for Encore is that yes, we see the Kaisa, but they only have one mode of engage, and it's only a single target engage. So a little bit worried on that department. Not a lot. They do have peel for sure in the form of that Janna. So that's something though. I think this is actually pretty good news for Apoy, since they have a lot of champions that can jump onto Ken here on this Kaisa. So especially in the later stages of the game, not a lot of meaty frontline for him. So curious to see how this works out.
Yeah, and on top of that, I'm also curious on how Ken, to be more specific, will play out into the mid game late game fights. Because if you look at CCs, they don't have that much. So the passive of Ken will not be procced even before he comes in. Right? So I think the only dependent variable here is going to be Kaya with a CC alone to try and give Ken the capability to go for the killer instinct even from far away.
Yeah, their pick potential can be strong for Encore. So I imagine they want to capitalize again on having the early game lead to have a lot of leg room if ever they do want to snowball, just like what they did in game number 1. But we're looking at a interesting, I wouldn't say a lane swap, but we can see Ishimi already hovering over in the mid lane.
They're going for the 2v2. Shantu, low HP. But Encore Esports, just, you know what, we're playing safely. Let's fight the roam. We have Ishimi going in for the setup, but now it's gonna be the Sonic Wave. It's Hexos connecting onto Ishimi as he will be walking away back to safety.
I think I know what they're doing for against Shansu here on this Oriana. I think the term is marinating. I think they're trying to
They're cooking?
they're cooking. They're trying to cook Shansu, making sure his HP is low, trying to see if they can burn summoner spells. And when Kaya is level 5, it might be an easy kill in the mid lane. But maybe that plan is thrown out of the kitchen already, as we can see that Ishimi is already in the bottom side of the map, and they just wanted to make sure that their junglers are farming with no interruptions.
Yeah, the oven is turned on. It's gonna be heat just around the corner because level 3s are coming around. A level 5 in a couple of minutes will now show up with Spike and Closer going in for the 2v2 against Ken and Ishimi. Something that we haven't seen in the past, because typically what Spike does is he goes to support the other lane, he goes to support the jungle to scale out early, and I think that is what happened a while ago, especially on Ishimi as well. on how he tried to go for the early support onto Camille, especially considering that it is a Camille jungle. So I think there is actually a very curious thing and we see a duo type of setup right now consistently in the Dragon lane.
Yeah, I think they are respecting each other's junglers. We can see how there's a couple of dive potential that can be done. I mean, Galio actually spells dive as well. Vi spells dive too. So I think that is the reason why, these supports are in their respective lanes with their AD carries. But look at this though. We've spoken too soon. Ishimi moving towards top.
3-man roam from Encore Esports. Kaz now diving through. We have the flash now being forced into flash for flash. Grand challenge for Kaisho. But Kaisho back away with flash burn.
Yeah, they're really timing this all the time. When Kaya's done with his red jungle, if you can gank, burn a flash so that that flash will not be available in the next objective, like the Infernal Drake. Again, flash unstoppable force is just such huge value in engaging and catching people off guard against Encore. So really, really nice call by Kaya and the rest of the squad with that roam on top.
Well, Kendo overextending a bit into the bottom side of the map. You're only one while the enemy team is two. And that will just force him to go under the tier 1 turret, as it is just so risky to just stay put.
Yeah, definitely a little bit risky as Ken, his summer spells are still pretty much complete. Ishimi doing a lot of roams for the squad for sure, and it has been effective. So far, Ken hasn't lost his life. I don't think he's losing too much on the gold department as well. Just a little bit. 200 gold behind away from closer. So I think that's not too bad.
What a play coming from Ishimi though, canceling out the recall coming in from the ADC of Apoy Esports. But Moy, 1 HP, that will be the first blood coming right through for Apoy Esports. And now it's gonna be the 4v4 as we have Apoy Esports top full force going in for the one-man knockup. We have Grand Entrance, Hero Entrance coming in for the Galio with the one-man knockup by 1 HP as well. Ken trying to go back away. It's gonna be the 2-4-1 in favor of Encore Esports, in favor of None as well. But Ziggs now going in for the quick response into the mid side of the map, and Apoy Esports will be forced back away with Infernal Drake still going to be available in the map for anyone to take.
Yeah, that was a really nice first blood coming from Apoy. That teamwork again just to eliminate Moy. I think the tables have turned. He was the one getting marinated in the mid lane. And with that said, Kai showed no problem, no flash. He was still able to live all through that. But round number 2 could be coming up soon.
Yeah, round number 2 indeed. We have the wards now being placed out by Apoy Esports as they want to go for the information game against Encore Esports, and they're fighting it through. But Encore is now going in for the Infernal Break. Apoy Esports needs to go for the contest. 1k HP is going to be Apoy Esports stealing the Infernal Dragon. Mega Infernal Bomb, dealing a lot of damage. It's going to be this one-man shockwave against Kaz. Kaz will be melted down. The Sonic Wave connects onto one. Dragon's Rage actually puts him down, and that will be the 3-for-1 in favor of Apoy Esports as they take Encore Esports down.
Beautiful steal by Les. Very patient play. Whoa, again.
Oh, they're diving under the turret. They're confident enough to try and get the kill, to try and get the punish. And now they're trying to get that first blood against Encore Esports into the mid side. But 1/3 plate will now be only achieved by them.
And you know what? The oven's cooking. They're cooking up a game number 3. Apoy with a very, very confident start so far. They've gotten the dragon. They're able to win fights. They're making aggressive calls. And Encore, they've faced Apoy basically in 3 games so far in the entirety of this group stage. And so far, Encore has been sort of playing their own music. And usually Apoy is forced to dance with that tune. This time around, though, Encore seems to not be prepared for Apoy's, sudden aggressive calls here, and it's working out pretty well, especially with his composition.
Rift Herald being secured by Apoy Esports. Encore Esports will not go for the contest, and there is a potential for Apoy Esports to now summon into the mid lane as they have information that Encore Esports is hovering into the bottom side and top side of the map. Kaisho responding into the top side. He wants to punish Encore Esports, but it's too late to punish him now as Encore Esports takes 1/3 in the Baron lane. Now, next step though, mid lane. It's for Apoy Esports Satchel Charge to knock back the enemy team. We have the Howling Gale as well. And that will be Rift Herald gone for the minute to come as we have Ishimi fall to back away. Apoy Esports goes for the 4-man row in the top side of the map. Mega Inferno Bomb clears out the wave. It's gonna be the Siege Minion, only one remaining, and that will be the fight. Going in for the knockback is the Zero's entrance. Going in for the Dream-Man knockup. Encore Esports will now get the disadvantage. Repulse to just stay much longer. It's gonna be flashed away. But Kaijo fight. It's gonna be the counter attack from Encore Esports as they take down 3. Apoy Esports run closer and left. You are almost close to death. But Encore Esports will now have another member down as Apoy Esports went in for the counter punch against Encore Esports.
And it was looking really good for Apoy on that engage under the tower. Encore, they protected Ken on that fight. They were able to reset. They were able to poke, and Apoy was incredibly low. At this point, shockwaves are used for engage. They're okay.
No.
Yes.
Not anytime soon.
Looks like Ken is okay, but that's the thing though. Right now, that was a beautiful shockwave, but at this point, Shansu will not have a lot of damage to contribute. It's going to be in the later stages of the game for sure. Probably around the 13 to 15 minute mark. But at the moment for Apoy, they will heavily rely their damage on, again, this is early unstoppable force. This early, for sure, closer on this Quirky, as they're looking to initiate a death brush. But yeah, it looks like a very tough fight from earlier, so I'm curious to see what happens next on this next dragon.
Yeah, same thoughts here. 20 seconds remaining. The Ocean Drake will now be alive. I think Encore Esports can't let this happen, and giving Apoy Esports objectives all around the game. So I think next match is on to the objectives, wherein there will be a 5v5, and that I think could be expected, especially with Encore Esports now even matching it up in terms of gold lead up against Apoy Esports.
They gotta win this 4v5 though.
Encore Esports slowly going in. They're going for the contest, but now gonna be Valkyrie just zoning out the enemy team. Kyle went in for the ball breaker on the closer, but that will be Apoy Esports going for the response. Is Hero's entrance.
Wow.
Going to knock the unstoppable force going into the backside. Encore Esports will be deleted by Apoy Esports, and they're coming right up. They're going to the backside. Moy will be the only one remaining, as they will be banished from the face of the earth. Apoy Esports will burn them down.
That's what I'm talking about. What a wild flash unstoppable force by Kaisho there. It was so well done. The black line did not see it coming from the sides. And with that, Apoy managed to get the second dragon of the game from the steal from that team fight as well. And now another tower for themselves.
Yeah, they're getting objectives. They understand the death timers of Encore Esports takes 30 seconds, takes 20 seconds. We can still get the turn. When they take it, the map control is in their favor up against Encore Esports. With Baron Asher gonna be alive until now, it's gonna be Apoy Esports taking the lead with a 4K gold lead against Encore Esports.
This is Apoy looking like they're raging with fire right now. As again, I really like their calls in the fights. I really like the way that they're able to use this lead to make more aggressive calls, and they are definitely rewarded with it. In the meantime, though, we get to see Shansu now and that Leandres, so we're expecting the Rabadons in being the next item, and for sure the shockwaves are gonna hurt like hell.
3-man roam from Encore Esports into the top side of the map, but Kaisho is still gonna be safe. As we have the response coming right up, it's now being cooked up in the oven. As you have Spite, taunt, no, Kaz went in for repost, and the CC will be countered, and Apoy Esports will not take any kill onto the top side of the map, as the Baron Nash is still going to be alive, and no information for anyone in the Baron's pit.
As long as they keep this up, as long as they keep roaming as a squad and forcing fights, this stops Kaz from split pushing, because for sure, Encore will lose this 4v5. So that's the reason why Kaz is pressured to not do anything at the moment and stick with the team.
It's a 3-2 type of setup for Encore Esports. 3-man into the mid side, gets a turret, and now it's evenly matched up when it comes to the map control, as Encore Esports takes it back. Apoy Esports will be forced to back away, go for the mid lane, to go for the defense. Encore Esports going for the reset, buy some items, go some shopping.
Yeah, a little bit of shopping for sure on the side of both sides, actually, with that reset. But Apoy with the vision game on the top portion of the map. So that part is definitely covered. In the meantime, Kaz will resume his split pushing duties. He does have a little bit of time because the wave is already building towards that second tier tower. So we gotta be careful here with just this death brush.
That brush is gonna be scary indeed. Apoy Esports is going in for the 4-man. It might be Encore Esports letting themselves into this death brush. Unless you have information, there's 2-man from Encore Esports. But you know what? They sense it. They have their game sense on, their eyes wide open. And Apoy Esports will once again not be successful going in for the death brush, and Encore Esports will not let them in for that brush.
That's true. A Galio on the opposite side means you could be possibly setting up a death brush. Add a Malphite into the equation, and Encore has their is correct for listening to their spider senses, I suppose. And right now, Apoy decided to just reset and buy some items a little bit more. I feel like, Moy still working towards his Rabadon. Perhaps we'll have to check that out in later few minutes of the game.
So now pretty much there's stalemate for Apoy Esports and Encore Esports. I think they really don't want to make a risk, because if you look at it, one Baron Nashor can make all the difference in the world. Apoy Esports, if they get it, they can bring down individual turrets for Encore Esports. It does the same thing. Its gold lead is not that big for any of these two teams, so they're evenly matched up. It's back to 0. It's back to 0 seconds and 0 gold. So it's pretty much Apoy Esports now going in for Baron Nashor. They are risk tolerant. They are confident they can get it. Encore Esports has the vision onto it. It's gonna be the Mega Infernal Bomb. It helps out to Baron Nashor. It's gonna be 1k in speed. Let's connect on to Encore Esports. They steal the Baron Nashor. They're coming right up. Ken goes for the killer instinct. Kills off one. It's a G now being popped onto the Lee Sin. Ken will go down though, and that will be Encore Esports going in for the 3-man kill as Closer shuffle down. Shantu goes down. Kai shuffles down. Fight less. The only one remaining. Lee Sin going in for the recall for now, as they need to defend the base. They need to defend the mid lane. It's gonna be the base race right now for Encore Esports. They're trying to get an inhibitor turret, because Spike went in for taunt onto the minion. It's not gonna be enough. It's gonna be Encore Esports pushing into the mid side. It's pushing into the mid lane. Mega Infernal Bomb puts Spike in 1 HP, and Lee Sin will be melted as Encore Esports takes the game number 2-0.
The prophecy that you have foretold has come true. You mentioned one mistake, it could be the Baron, and 10 seconds later, Apoy calls for the Baron. The idea was there. Unfortunately, after that, things didn't go in their favor. The shockwave unfortunately missed. That could have been the game, the ult that could have changed the game. So unfortunately, it was a full commit on the Baron. We thought that they would push back their call of the Baron once they've managed to see a lot of the members of Encore sort of correlate in that area. But the problem was that area wasn't fully visioned. So they didn't have any information where the other people, where Encore is going to be coming from. Therefore, they weren't prepared. Therefore, that Baron call was 100% committed. And unfortunately, that steal was just so good coming from Kaya.
Yeah, it's just a massive play from them. It's just a surprise attack. You know what? Putting that bush mindset from Apoy Esports, they were trying to do it, make it into Encore Esports, then into the Baron's pit. They surprised attack. That Mega Infernal Bomb initiated that team fight. The rest was history. They went down into the Baron's pit. They put down Apoy Esports. They put down Closer, Less. And that Kaya with that Smite Wars onto Less as well. It was 40 HP when that Smite fell down onto the Baron Nashor. And they secured it, and that won them the game.
I know, it was just such an amazing fight to watch. It was Apoy who could have initiated or try to finish the game, but I guess they were also very afraid to lose the lead that they got during the game state, and they felt like the time was ticking already for them because of, again, the Kaisa was going to get that late game spike.
Definitely. Now I'm so excited to see what's up for the next series. But before that, we're now gonna see the game 2 highlights presented to you by Oppo Reno 5 play of the game. Now, talking about the early matchup on game number 2. It was Apoy Esports taking it down against Encore Esports, making it an even matchup. Their gold is pretty much similar. 200 goal difference for Apoy Esports, but it's just the constant pressure from these two teams, with Apoy Esports taking the early lead. And I think that is in the form of the Lee Sin. I think the Lee Sin is phenomenal when it comes to the early game. It falls off into mid-game late game fights. So now Apoy Esports understands that, and they are capitalizing on it. And I think time and time again, Kaisho as well does a great job onto going in for those single target CCs with the unstoppable force. And they got the lead. They got the lead by them. But Encore Esports, they're really just going in hard against Apoy Esports. And the Heroes entrance goes for 3-man knockup, repose, just the outplay, just the mechanical play. And if you go back in terms of a team fight, Encore Esports will get the advantage in just producing much more damage than you, because you're taking time to walk away while Encore Esports is taking time to deal damage. So I think that is what happened on that specific case, wherein Encore Esports is slowly going in. They're trying to get it back, and they got it. So now it's 33.3k. They're pretty much even once again. They're just resetting.
Yeah, they're definitely just Encore was very patient with their plays. They know that they can't really handle the onslaught of Apoy at the first 10 minutes of the game. And the fact that Encore can just be patient by, baiting out key ults, especially the fact that, again, if the three things, if you miss two things actually, if you miss the unstoppable force, if you miss the shockwave, that's usually the time where Encore can get a little bit more confident with their calls.
Definitely. And Encore Esports, you know what? They are doubled down against Apoy Esports, right? 12-6. Imagine how Apoy Esports done it. And they got the Infernal Drake and Ocean Drake. But one mistake alone changed the draft, changed the storyline of this game number 2, where an Encore Esports got the Baron Nashor. It just changed everything. And on top of all that, Spite and Les was the only one remaining, so they cannot do that much against Encore Esports because they lack in damage. I mean, yes, Les has damage in Lee Sin. Spite is there as well in taunting the enemy team in terms of going for CC, but reminders, Spite is a support role here. Not that much damage when it comes to that latter part of the team fight. So I think that was just so big of a game style play from Encore Esports. And with that said and done, let's actually look at the master of the match on who is going to be the MVP. It's going to be Moy. Wow, on that Ziggs playing as the mid laner of Encore Esports.
Yeah, Moy had a lot of bounce. I think it was a little bit invisible, I suppose, because the bouncing bombs are a little bit hard to catch. But he did a good job in terms of positioning, helping the squad take down towers, and basically just, again, stuck with the whole Encore squad. And yeah, he is definitely the master of the match, held his own in the mid lane. I mean, he was the first blood by Apoy because of Kaisho and as well as Les. But again, he still managed to hold his ground on this Ziggs.
Definitely. You know what? A Ziggs is a player when you're just going to the backside, just dealing damage and just being protected by air. And what I mean by air is just you can just chillax, relax into the backside, go for the bomb, just set up trap minefield into the ground, and you're pretty much safe. And the Mega Infernal Bomb just constantly just pressuring against the enemy team. And I think Ziggs was just massive in that aspect of the game, just dealing that much damage. And on top of all that, I think when it comes to the early game, I think Encore Esports got the tower lead, if I'm not mistaken, against Apoy Esports in the first 8 minutes of the game. And I think that is one of the key players of Ziggs taking part, having the Sato charge ready, 25% HP, one shot, one kill.
Yeah, Moy, again, precise positioning. And you mentioned the timings of the satchel, the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Having to clear the waves and just to stop and slow down Apoy with, again, their aggressive sieging, their aggressive calls throughout the map. And it was just so close, though. I feel like Apoy has managed to get a formula to take them into the next level. I think their mid game and their fighting is just very, very strong. It was just so close. That Baron could have been anyone, and I felt like that game could have been either for Apoy or for Encore.
Yeah, that mystery of a game, that close of a matchup, that is gonna be something that we could expect later on. My name's Infinity and this is Riku. We're gonna step away for now, and when we come back, it's gonna be the panelist desk giving us their insights on what just happened on this series number 3.
Welcome to Wild Rift. Welcome to Wild Rift.
Encore Esports ends the Visayas group stages on a high note. The curtain closes on Encore Esports to a standing ovation as they take the third series with a 2-0 against Apoy Esports and 75,000 Globe Cup points more to add to their winnings. Oh, this was such a close game though. This was so close. Apoy
Wow.
Esports came really, really close, and there were so many times that they actually had the lead. They had the advantage. How did they at what point did they lose the game? Let's start with game number 1. Lose, what are your thoughts?
Well, about game number 1, as we try to look for the highlights, what happened was that's going to be the 4-1 split being played by Encore Esports, and then Apoy Esports is going for that wombo combo. It can actually be summarized in one play, and this is, I think, or is already at 9 minutes into the game. So yeah, it's not going to be shown on the highlights. But what I really noticed was the Malphite was using the Unstoppable Force to duel out Kaz, right? And as Kaisho, what you would need to do is to use your Unstoppable Force on clashes. So it's more of a a good play for Kaz, because he was able to control the lane to a point that Kaz, or Kaisho, you have to use your Unstoppable Force on me and not on clashes. In fact, Kaisho did go for the standard build of the Malphite of going for the very early teleport enchant. On the first dragon fight, he did teleport. However, he didn't really have that Unstoppable Force. And Rico did mention that, going for wombo combo is actually a very difficult play in terms of the playbooks that we have in League of Legends Wild Rift. It's actually easier to go for the 4-1 split or the 1-3-1 split rather than the wombo combo, because the communication will really be challenged in layering those crowd controls. In hindsight, game number 1, I think Porky fit their composition better rather than Ezreal, which they did on game number 2. Overall, game number 1, it was the Moy show, right? Oriana on Moy. Every single game of Encore Esports, regardless of it being a win or not, I think that Moy has put out a very good performance, right? So they have a very promising mid laner in their roster, and I know for a fact that Encore Esports will use this to improve even further, right? Come into fall season. To Apoy Esports, though, it may be the end to their season, but I hope that they will hold their heads high, because reaching the group stages is already a feat in its own. So I hope to see a stronger, better Apoy Esports come fall season.
Exactly. This is just the summer season. All of these teams do have another chance come fall season. But you know what? Apoy Esports, they look really good in this series. And it was so close, especially in game two. They were winning so many clashes. And as Infinity called it, it came down to one Baron clash to determine the winner, really. Maybe Infinity actually cursed this. But of
No!
course.
No.
Oh no, Infinity. But no, our Encore Esports also, they just look really, really good and they have been
This is
improving
it.
so much. Osiris, what are your thoughts? Oh, this is the moment. This is the moment over here. What are your thoughts, Osiris?
Oh no, feel so heartbroken with how Apoy really did that part on the Baron. Yes, indeed, it was a bad call as you've seen that there's a cloud break on the other side, the other part of the map. Also, a second turret at the Dragon Lane. So there's so many open objectives instead of opting for a Baron. And also, I was leaning more with. How the hero's entrance being used at that point. That's was supposedly to be used as well inside the pit just to secure because there was I saw Ziggs and Vi outside. Vi went inside, but they can just throw from outside just to make sure that they're going to take the Baron. There's so many still potentials that they didn't really respect. But I love really how Apoy played this game too. Kaisho on that Malphite, there's so many big questionable plays at game one, but this game two, he did it perfectly. He was looking for the right targets, going for the bait, and everyone from Apoy really did well. It's just that at that point, I'm not sure. It's somehow it looked like a desperate call for the Baron, but they're ahead. They didn't really need to do something that the double-edged sword will do to them. So I was expecting for them to just go for a split or go for actually not a split. They can just march at the Dragon Lane or the Baron Lane as a squad, force team fights because you got unstoppable force and you already capitalized that on the first Drake, which is also getting the 85 seconds cooldown that you can fight after every 85 seconds. So there's a big question, and I really love to see Apoy to fix their issues, especially those questionable plays. But we are seeing those improvements, and it's just baby steps from here.
Yeah, just little by bit, but right on key, Osiris. Or they could have gone for going for a vision play because here in Wild Rift there are so many we have limited wards. We all know that, right? So putting it in advance of the Baron pit, if you really are going for that Baron play, will actually help a lot in securing these main objectives. In that moment, the shockwave did hit nothing because they had no words, they had no information, so they had to guess as to where the champions were. And if you are going for blind shockwaves, that is definitely not a good sign.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of missed opportunities on their part. But I wouldn't say that this Visayas group stages was a missed opportunity. I would say for Apoy Esports, I'm sure they've learned a lot, and I'm eager to see them come back in the fall season better and stronger, and of course more invigorated, more fuel to the fire that is Apoy Esports. Encore Esports, on the other hand, they knew exactly how to play their cards properly. They knew they just had to wait and bait Apoy Esports, and it did work. Checking out the standings right now, Encore Esports ending the Visayas group, their run in the Visayas group stages on a high over here. Of course, in first we still have Amihan Esports, and in second, Fennel Adversity. We will get to these two teams in just a bit. Third, we have Encore Esports, and fourth, we have Apoy Esports. Now, checking out our Globe Cup point standings at the end of that third series of the day. Of course, we know that Amihan Esports is sitting pretty on top, and actually the big question going into the fourth series of the day is whether they can keep that win streak going. But again, just checking out the Globe Cup point standings, we know that one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So we know that these teams at the end of each series, the winning team is very, very happy indeed with 75,000 Globe Cup points. And right now, Amihan Esports has 375,000 Globe Cup points, Fennel Adversity with 300,000 Globe Cup points, and at the end of the Visayas group stages, Encore Esports takes home 150,000 Globe Cup points. Hopefully, we will see better days for Apoy Esports up ahead. Like Otilus mentioned, we still have the fall season coming up, and it's very likely that these four teams have an edge going into the fall season because they've had all of this experience in the summer season. I'm sure that Apoy Esports already know what they have to work on over here, already know what needs to be fixed and what needs to be tweaked, and I'm sure come fall season we will see them back and better and in better shape than ever before. Encore Esports, though, congratulations to you guys are looking very, very good indeed, and they really did come a long way from day one. I would say day one 3 p.m. because it's such a short span. It's such a short span, but we have seen a lot of development from the teams, I would say, from especially Encore Esports and Fennel Adversity. Speaking of which, going into our last series of the day, our grand finale, we have Amihan Esports versus Fennel Adversity. Now, this is the big question over here. I am really, really curious to see if Fennel Adversity can put a stop to the perfect storm that Amihan Esports has brought into the Sea Icon series, or if Amihan Esports ends this series with the only perfect win streak in the Sea Icon series. So far, we have yet to see if that will be repeated in the Mindanao group stages, but so far, it has been perfect for Amihan Esports. Checking out their lineup once again, I want to say, Otilus, do you think these guys can do it? No loss at all?
I think they can. These are the King Kongs, I think, of the Visayas group, right? We have Carl, Jelson, Mitsura, Demon, Orthros, building a team that is not just, going to highlight their solo plays. They work as a unit. They work as a team. And you did mention earlier that I'm a huge fan of Orthros. Who wouldn't be? Man, he's so crazy on that Lux pick. His skill shots is like, targeted. It's like a point and click for him. It's unfair. He just sees the play before it even happens. He's like the point guard of this group, but you also have Mitsura in the mid lane leading the shots as the captain. Just so good performance from Amihan overall, and I think they have a good shot. And in escaping Visayas with a lossless record.
Looking at a closer look at the stats of Orthros over here on Amihan Esports. These stats are crazy for a support player. I mean, 12.31 KDA. This is crazy. Osiris, what are your thoughts?
Kill participation 77%, no big of a question. He is always there, and with that John roaming around, you are sure that he's taking everyone by storm. But yet that 12.31 KDA is reflective with the Lux play, as what Otilus told us. It feels like he's on client trace, he's on aimbots, wherein those light bind are hitting everyone, and easy kill for Amihan.
These don't look like the stats of a support player. Indeed, this is an ADC in disguise over here. So it
or
looks
a
like
laner in disguise.
Yeah, exactly. And but on the other side, of course, we have Fennel Adversity. Now, this team, I like what this team is doing. They found out their mistakes coming into day two. Even though they didn't exactly come from a loss, they did suffer some game losses over there, but they are tweaking, they are adapting, they are evolving as they go. What do you think, Otilus?
Yeah, these are the Godzillas of Visayas. Okay, let's do it. Godzilla versus Kong. All right, power in the Baron lane, Doming in the jungle, Shaw in the mid lane, Danny in the Dragon lane, and then their captain, Lose Yourself, in the support. So from the earlier series, we saw the bloodthirsty Lux from Lose Yourself, right? So this is going to be the question. Who is going to get their hands on the Lux? Because so far in Visayas, Lux is not just a support, it's a killing support, right? So it's another carry in disguise, and I really think that Fennel Adversity has what it takes still to stand toe-to-toe against Amihan. I know Amihan has a chance of, having a flawless run. I still believe in my boys here in Fennel Adversity in getting that record blemished.
let's take a closer look at our solo player highlight from Fennel Adversity. We have Danny over here, and this guy was really, really scary in their match earlier. My goodness, the amount of damage that this guy can deal out. Osiris, what do you think?
Damage per minute, 1,253, and that's on a Corky. And even Ezreal. Really surprised that you got the Saya out there. Yes, you got the the success on that champion, but I believe that there's a less of a damage damage given for the stats with the Saya. But I wanted to highlight 76% kill participation. This man ain't slowing down. He's always there, and 8.96 kill participation says a lot. Although, interestingly, that the support on the other end is higher, but yeah, I really love how well Danny's playing his core key. It feels like this is a comfort pick, and once they got those early skirmishes or the Triforce part, he is taking everyone's life again and again, killing everyone. And there's so many good packages and Valkyrie to position him at a very good spot just to make sure that he's going to do the cleanups.
I just have to say, bloodthirsty Lux is something that I never thought I'd hear. But apparently you can do so over here in the Visayas group stages, especially when Orthros is behind that, Lux. And checking out our Globe Key player clash over here with Orthros versus Danny. This is so interesting. I want to know what you guys think over here. Let's start with you, Otlus.
Orthros' overall impact is not just on the damage, mind you, right? He also has this, hacks or cheat that he knows what's happening in the map. I want you to pay close attention as to how he uses his final sparks just to clear out the waves in the opposite end of the map. And that actually allows them to do a cross play in where they will have the tempo advantage. If they are pushing down a turret in the Dragon lane, expect the final spark to happen in the Baron lane just to ease out to thin out the waves. And those are the small things that Orthros do in their games. It has been very impactful, and I understand why they ban out the Lux, why they ban out the Janna against this guy. Danny, meanwhile, on the other hand, Danny and Doming, man, they are just the double D's of or the double trouble of Fennel Adversity. I really see that this is going to be a heated matchup. Although they are from a different role, they are still in the Dragon lane, and Danny has a lot to prove against Orthros' ability to read the map.
Love that. Double trouble on the side of Fennel Adversity. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on this Globe Key player clash?
Either you put him in Lux or Janna, it's just Orthros is going to make her crossplay maps because he's always there. And Danny, greatly respect this guy with how well he is carrying the team, putting a lot of damage, making himself safe. Doesn't really need to rely or kind of putting lose yourself in a lightweight position because it doesn't really need to worry that much to Danny, and that's puts a lot to lose yourself to make his own plays, and that's the reason why he can engage. He can play with the different supports such as Lux as well that can go for the bindings instead of the only shield type, and I think that's what's good about the Dragon laners of Fennel Adversity. And as for Orthros, it's right there. The stats don't lie, so it's pretty scary to fight this support.
They have to keep their eyes on Orthros over here. But here we go. Your predictions, gentlemen. Is this going to be a perfect run for Amihan Esports, or will Fennel Adversity exact revenge? Otlus, what do you think?
I want both teams winning.
That can
happen.
happen.
Well, it can happen this way, okay? It is going to be Amihan taking the series, but Amihan will win one game, spoiling the flawless run. So 2-1 in favor of Amihan.
Okay, that's fair. Osiris, what about you?
Well, as for me, this is a tough question. I mean, always this has been as how well I've seen Amihan and Fennel Adversity. I've seen them also with their own grind. Gotta respect Amihan right now with the stats, with everything what's being laid off in front of our screens. I want to go to 2-0 in favor of Amihan. Fennel, there are times that there's a bit of a question place, especially with the game against Apoy. So there are a few cracks, but I'm really interested for them to us to win against Amihan. But all in all, it's Amihan. Want to also highlight that for now we are seeing the Lux as a support. I'm excited if we are going to see a Karma in the hands of Orthros or any champion or any mage champions that can do
Is he
the
going
work.
to be released?
No, I mean I'm just leaning more to a different type of enchanter or healer type of mage, especially that we've seen a Serath support. We've seen so much of the support role, and really excited if they're going to release that and how well Arthros is going to capitalize on those healer supports.
Yeah, everyone will, man. Karma is crazy.
Support. Killer supports. That is the meta for the Visayas group stages. I really want to see a 3-game series. I really want to. I think we deserve that at this point. And these two teams
Spicy.
are the best teams to give it to us at this point. So I think it's going to be a 2-1, but in favor of Amihan Esports. But let's get to it. Let's have our series. Let's have our grand finale over here between Amihan Esports and Fennel Adversity Casters. Take us into the rift.
Thank you very much, Mika Fabs, Autolus, and Osiris. And now, welcome to the last series of the Visayas group stages for the Icon series. Very, very excited to see this conclusion happen for both of these teams. As again, Amihan is looking to get that undefeated streak, not only series-wise, but game-wise as well. And of course, Fennel Adversity also hoping to get that revenge after yesterday's 2-0. And we're your casters for this match. My name is Riku. Together with me is Infinity. And Infinity, I know we've been hyped for this match as well. What are your expectations this time around?
100% Teemo ban from Amihan Esports. Right, it goes in and out in this series, especially for Amihan Esports. Time and time again, every series that they come for, they Teemo ban, first ban, then the other one is like Tryndamere, Sona, like some random bans after, and even the Blitzcrank, I think, maybe, not that sure. But overall, with kidding aside, I think my expectations here is going to be 3 games potentially, because how Amihan Esports and Fennel Adversity has played all throughout Visayas region. And of course, I want to see the even level playing field, because if Fennel Adversity wins this, their points are tied coming into Visayas region, and I want to see that happen. It is gonna be so exciting, it's gonna be so hyped up, and it's gonna be so close for these two teams.
Exactly. We're looking at the top 2 teams in the current standing on the board. And just as you mentioned, it would be very, very interesting to see whether or not Fennel can take this into their own win to make it a 1-1 into that scoreboard. Again, this is the double round robin. This is the last series. This is the last time we get to see Amihan and Fennel duke it out, at least in the group stages of Visayas. So far though, when we look at the play style of Amihan and Fennel, I believe it was Autolus that mentioned how Fennel is the controlled aggression and Amihan is just a super duper aggressive. How do you think these 2 types of concepts will clash for this one?
I think it will clash in a sense that Amihan Esports will take as much as possible Fennel Adversity in terms of the lead, in terms of the early game, does actually breaking down the control aggression of Fennel Adversity, because they play patiently. They go for the patience game type of play time and time again. In the past days, day 1, day 2, they showed up having that type of mindset. You know what, let's punish 7 minutes into the game, let's punish 8 minutes of the game, let's chill for a while in the first couple of minutes for our champions to scale in terms of items, in terms of level, and in terms of skills. But in the same manner, I think Fennel Adversity with the control aggression has a lot of potential to punish Amihan Esports as well. If Amihan Esports is not gonna have that a lead when it comes to the early game, is not gonna have a great time when it comes to the early aggression, Fennel Adversity can now take the lead when it comes to the control aggression.
We'll have to see if that aggression will show in the draft as we head on over to the Game 1 draft. Amihan on your blue side, Fennel on your red. And so far, we're not seeing the usual, Teemo ban. It is now, a focus towards Orthros for Fennel.
I think Amihan Esports says, you know what? we're gonna take this match seriously. We're gonna ban out some of the comfort picks of Fennel University. And you know what? My prediction was mistaken. It's not 100% Timo ban anymore. It's like 90%. But with Lee Sin now being picked up by Amihan Esports, this is synonymous to the early type of game style of Amihan Esports. And with Fennel University now picking Diana, Fiora, control aggression is being in their favor. So pretty much in this couple of picks right now for these two teams, we're seeing how they want to play it out in game number 1.
Yeah, curious to see what Carl will pick this time around, because it might be the Akali versus Fiora matchup at the top portion of the map. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing Demon on this Corki pick.
I love this pick. Corki is abling to really just punish with the Hextech ammunitions and even just shredding the armor of the enemy team. So now they're forced to go in for more of the type of squishy type of champions in the form of Diana, Fiora, Saya, Rakan. These are champions that are not that strong when it comes to defensive capabilities, and Corki has the potential Trinity Force level 5 to go power spike against Fennel Adversity. The early game is looking so great for Amihan Esports right now. Saya, Rakan, it's the Lovers Brothers here for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, Saya and Rakan, the duo that has been very popular on the Visayas region. We'll have to see what jungler. Oh, Fennel actually locking in that Jarvan for Domin. Meanwhile, Orthros will be back on the Seraphine pick, and it's slowly looking towards something very aggressive for both of these teams.
Absolutely. They can match it up when it comes to the early game. I mean, you have the Jarvan 4. Level 3, I'm expecting it to go into the dual lanes to try and set him up. Because the flag and drag, I think with the knockup potential and CC potential of this kill, can actually get the first blood in favor of Fennel Adversity. But at the same time, you still have Amihan Esports with Lee Sin. You need to actually take note on how this is so big when it comes to the early game. So I do agree with you, Riku. When it comes to the early matchup, they could evenly match it up. And I'm actually very curious with the Jarvan 4 pick though, because the only ones that you can go for the Cataclysm is gonna be Darius, is gonna be Seraphine, and Akali. Because if you think about it, Lee Sin can jump out, Corki can jump out, and even Akali in some statements, because the Shuriken will dash you out in that Cataclysm. So I think Jarvan 4 would not have a great time when it comes to the mid game, late game.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of speechless, because I think it was the panel that brought up the Darius mid, and it is going to be on the hands of Mitsura. Whew, curious to see how this will go. You did mention the possible difficulties of doming here on this Jarvan 4 when it comes to the mid to late game to try and burst someone down. But at the same time, that Infinity, you want to talk about this Mitsura Darius mid lane?
I think it has a potential, because if you look at it, their enemy team is melee. So pretty much the mid lane is melee to melee with the Yana locked in for the side of Fennel Adversity and Darius for the side of Amihan Esports. So if you're looking at it in a sense, they're melee. I'm not sure if this is just a Oriana or if it's a Diana.
Oh, it's a Diana.
But yeah, it's a Diana. So if it's it's gonna be melee to melee. So I think Darius has a potential. And the problem that I see though is gonna be how the jungle works. Because if you look at it, the jungle is also AD. So Amihan Esports is lacking onto the AP champions when it comes to the mid lane and dual lanes. It's more on the mono type of category in the type of damage that it outputs. And Akali in the barrel lane typically just stays there, doesn't really go for the roam. So I think Fennel Adversity could answer with some armor resistance when it comes to the first minute of the game.
Oh, wait. Demon's so low right now. He actually held on tight to that flash and never let it go. Such patience, such discipline. Very close though, as again, we still have Danny and as well as Lucy herself have those flashes. So it could have been our first blood before the 1 minute mark.
He can still hold it in. And I think that's going to be the advantage later on, right? You still have the flash. You still have the potential to dive in when it comes to the early game. Because that flash, 120 seconds when it comes to cooldown. And that 1 minute and 30 seconds is just too big.
There's the knock-up. Just a little bit of poke here and there. But remember, we got Jelson nearby trying to secure and wait for that scuttler. He's moving towards the side, though.
still no. Jelson going in. There's the safeguard. There it doesn't hit. Sonic Wave unfortunately doesn't hit, but here comes Doming as well. Nicely done knockup. Jelson responds with a flash, and it seems that fight may continue as we can see Mitsura moving towards the bottom side of the map as well. It's a party over here in the bottom portion of the map. Meanwhile, on the top side, Carl is going to get interrupted with that minion, but first blood will now be in favor of Jelson as they eliminate Doming, but the fight is not over. Orthros solo flashes here and there as a response. Demon, no mana, no escape. As we can see, Jelson will fall next, but Mitsura with a flash, but Stroll responds with another kill. Now it's a 1v2 situation. Lose yourself solo, one hit, double kill. Mitsura, it could be a 1v1 for now as Mitsura might bump into this sandwich. Power will greet him. Power will dash. There's the vital point appearing before his eyes, but Mitsura is guarding his behind so well. It's another killing spree. He's already level 5. That's another kill as well with the Dawn on towards Fennel. And what the hey? 2 minutes, level 6, where the rest are level 3? What is happening right now?
Amihan Esports is watching. Darius just going in and smashing heads all around.
Oh boy, that is remember, that fight ended that fight started around the 1 minute mark. So it was it's a 2 minute fight?
Darius mid lane. It works, and Amihan Esports has proven us to it. You know what? Go for the roam into the bottom lane, get that kill, get to level 5, and just dunk heads against the adversity. And now it's a 5-5. It's just so amazing to see how Amihan Esports has done its creativity. And you know what? We don't have a Teemo ban. We are wrong when it comes to 100% prediction in terms of the ban for Amihan Esports, but what is different here for Amihan Esports this time is the AD mid lane on Mitsura going for that Darius. And I think the potential here is you have the potential to go into the dual lane. You have the potential to go into the Baron lane as well. You have a lot of access when it comes to this aspect of the map. And when you have that aspect, you can just go through. And especially if Mitsura has the hook already, as we've seen a while ago, it's just constant amount of damage. Level 5, you can just dunk heads. And especially when it comes to this type of level, 3 minutes into the matchup, 4 minutes into the matchup, they are still not sustainable for the side of Fennel adversity. In the same way, for the ADC and support of Amihan Esports. So I think a lot of potential is stored into a Darius when it hits level 5.
Yeah, and that level 5 kicked in mid-fight as well. All those skills contributed to that experience for Mitsura, and that's the reason why he was able to garner 4 kills, and even for a moment, getting that level 2 lead against Shaw. In the meantime, it's just going to be a little bit of warding here and there. It is the 4 minute mark already. The dragon has spawned, so we'll have to see. Meanwhile, 1v1 grand challenge activated. Power with a barrier. There's the turret, and he's gonna dive in, and that's a smooth kill. You smooth criminal there. As we can see, Carl with the smooth moves, and another kill goes towards Amihan. That means it's gonna be a 4v5 situation here in the dragon.
The fancy footwork of Amihan Esports is just so big, but now Fennel Adversity is now going in for the content.
Okay, Valkyrie, Proto Belt, not Proto Belt, there's the Valkyrie, there's the package being used, as well as another kill towards Mitsura. He's so low though, as well as he is strictly reviving. That is going to be Doming, but 2 bodies on the floor already for Fennel, and the kills keep piling on as Jelson is going to be leading the charge. Carl as well will join the fight, and another has been slain. Amihan with the unofficial ace will get the dragon.
What is going on? Amihan Esports is losing their minds, getting in and out, getting kills, and as you stated, it's an unofficial ace, bringing down every single member of Fennel Adversity in that fight alone. And on top of that, they've gotten the Infernal Drake. Their scaling potential when it comes to damage is exponentially going to be increased right now. So I think Amihan Esports is safe to say that they are in a strong lead against Fennel Adversity in the first 5 minutes of the matchup. And you know what? They have proven me wrong when it comes to the mono type of category in terms of damage. That's because it works for them and it's actually quite strong.
Okay, knockup will not connect as the trial. Look at that damage, the burst. That's a 1v2 situation, and Carl wins again as Mitsura will try to follow through. But unfortunately, Doming cannot reach those two. Mitsura hunting for another kill, but looks like they will take a break. They will take a breather.
Akali!
Blue team
one-shot ninjutsu jutsu. I don't know what I've stated, but that was something that happened in the bottom lane. And Carl is just going in, getting those kills. First damage potential.
Oh, it's not over. Cataclysm was used. Shaw might be in deep trouble. There's the moonfall onto one single target. That's Jelson. He's still fine for now as the knockup connects towards him. He's no Guardian Angel. And now he is eliminated. But no jungle objective to take for now. And Amihan will be happy to take that sacrifice.
14-8 in favor of Amihan Esports. That enabled them to get a 5k gold lead in the first 7 minutes of the game. And this is just evenly matched. It's just so strong to just belittle on how Amihan Esports is doing right now. And now I want to see a look into the items of these champions. Roa already secured by Shaw. I think this is one of the power spikes. But when you're looking at the other champions of Amihan Esports, Lich Bane and Rod of Something is already secured by Akali to build onto the Rabadon stat cap. But now it's going to be another fight.
Okay, Doming is going to be in the middle of the fight. He's going to be the first one to fall. Well, no jungler already for Fennel and another execute, as that would be a sacrifice. 1-to-1 jungler versus mid lane. Mitsura versus Doming. And another action in exchange would be the tower.
Yeah, another third secured by Amihan Esports. A lot of gold, 5k gold lead from a 4k gold lead. And this is what we are talking about. Even before the draft has happened, we talked about how Amihan Esports is just so aggressive when it comes to their game. And there is a punish onto Fennel adversity into their control aggression. They cannot push through because of how aggressive Amihan Esports is. And this is just the opposite, right? You have the patience game and you have the aggressive game. And aggressive is winning this game, number one.
Yeah, I mean, Carl with the solo kills. Lose Yourself might be a little bit isolated here, separated from everybody else. There's the kick, Dragon's Rage, and finish. The support is no more. Lose Yourself falls in that fight.
We have One Punch Man in the form of Jelson, just going into the backside and punches his ground. Kicking his ground. And maybe it's a kick. One kick man. Yeah, one kick man instead of One Punch Man for Amihan Esports. So this is such a great scene to see, but now another fight is hovering into the mid lane.
Lots of respect when Mitsura comes along, you know, they're very afraid of the apprehend. Power will be a little bit extended as Mitsura will use the proto belt. The rest of the moonfall with just one for target. Package is used as well for that engage, and now Shaw is so low, and there's Jelson finishing the kill once more. The rest of Amihan is already here in the mid lane as they're waiting. There's the dive in by Carl once more, procking the Guardian Angel. They're just waiting. Look at the damage. He's just down Carl with the Hurricane, and there's a double kill for Carl on this Akali. What a play, and that's going to be another ace in favor of Amihan.
I don't know how they do it, but Carl, that one-shot jutsu keeps on happening all around. The Twilight Shroud keeps him safe, and the ultimate is being utilized to the max. It was used to dive in onto the backside. It was used to dive in against the enemy team, and they get kills from kills to kills. And once again, they get another race. And we saw a while ago how Amihan Esports did it again. And if you're looking at items, it's a massive lead. The Darius already has a Trinity Force, already has a Death Match Flame. But now Power.
Okay, Power might be in the middle of everything, but Lose Yourself will try to engage again. But here comes another flank moonfall used just for as a defensive mechanism. As we can see, Mitsura very low already. As we can see, Redemption will heal him a little bit. But Fennel, they just came from another fight. They just want to retreat.
Yeah, 11k gold lead already for Amihan Esports. I mean, do they have the capability of beating down Amihan Esports in a front face type of danger, especially if Mitsura was hovering to the backside, going in and out. There is a lot of damage coming through, and they need to wait for Danny to scale up, get the BRK, get the Infinity Edge, and get that Ruin's Hurricane to have the potential to go for the Yo damage against Amihan Esports. He also needs those attack speeds to let those feathers out and get in and out, get those CCs against Amihan Esports. If that is not the case, that will not push through. And I think that will be the missing part here for Saya. And once again, I talked about the items, but I want to state on how Akali made it. Lich Bane Rabadon's death. And I think that is where the one-shot jutsu comes from Carl. Right? He built onto his items, he built burst damage potential.
Yeah, you mentioned that's a huge spike of damage, flat damage without Rabadon's pickup. So I imagine Carl will keep pushing through with this 1v1 against Power here on the Fiora. Jelson will spot out that the Krugs are getting taken out, but no information how many people are there on guard. And we'll have to see as Amihan taking a break a little bit. Not a lot of objectives to take at the moment, except for this Baron. Let's see if they're going to bait this out in the field.
I mean, if ever, Esports could actually take it down. They have the 11K gold league against Fennel University. And if they could, this could be a potential bait coming in for the side of Esports to bring in Fennel University, try to contest it, and they could now bring them down. But Esports takes another turret into the Dragon lane, gets more and more advantage. And now they're slowly pushing through with more advantage against Fennel University as the turret goes for the home.
There's the apprehend kicking in. Jelson also leading the charge in the mid lane, but nothing will connect so far as Fennel decides to disperse.
And disperse is something that you need the burst damage potential coming from these two teams. But Fennel Adversity, right? You have Rakan, you have Doming. We talked about how the Cataclysm actually works. It doesn't work onto Demon. It doesn't work to Karl. It doesn't work to Jelson. The only thing that you can look for is Mitsura and Orphan. But Mitsura is just so tanky.
There's the Feather Storm being activated, but the fight is a little bit swappy. What's the word swappy? I don't think that's a word, as Carl will try to exit the fight. Now he's eliminated first. Right off the bat, Doming will follow suit as another apprehend. That's another guillotine to the board. That's a double kill for Mitsura at the moment. Another ace for Amihan. They're on a rampage. They're on a killing spree as Fennel Adversity has to wait for the death timers before they're going to be spawning back.
That is not where you want to be fighting against Amihan Esports with Dima with a Corki, Jelson with a Lee Sin, Carl with a Akali, and Mitsura with the Darius, and even Arthurs as well with a Seraphine, with the close corners, with a close space that is hovering all around for the side of Amihan Esports. Darius can just go for the win or go for the spinning axe, and that will deal massive amounts of damage. You also have Demon with a Gatling gun, dealing a lot of damage as well. On top of all that, you also have the Valkyrie to produce TOT damage against the enemy team, and that is not something that you want to happen when you're fighting against this draft. So more or less, I think Fennel Adversity has more potential when it comes to bursting down enemy teams, when it comes to bigger amount of space. I mean, they have Shaw for the Moonfall. They have Lucy herself to go for the quickness and the Grand Entrance. A lot of big AoE CCs that they can utilize in big spaces, but that's not great.
What they went in, he wanted the blue buff because Mitsura was already around the corner, but unfortunately Power was the only one left separated from the rest of the squad. And right now, that's one member down for 30 seconds, and the Dragon is already up.
The Dragon indeed is going to be taken by Amihan Esports, but I may be too far ahead. But considering that the jungle is too far from that mountain Drake, it's going to be secured easy by Amihan Esports, taking it down. And we're nearing into the 20k gold lead. We're looking at Amihan Esports slowly pushing through towards the lock items. Corki already had Trinity Force, Infinity Edge, Static Shift. He already has Execution's Calling, and now he's building upon possibly the Rapid Fire Cannon, possibly other items as well that builds on crit. And that damage is gonna be so big that you can't handle. With a blink of an eye, you're gonna get deleted. And when you're considering, you have Danny as well. He's slowly building through. He already has the Infinity Edge, Static Shift, and the BRK. That will be some of the potential here for Fennel Adversity to make it back as the third gets locked.
Okay, Cataclysm, he is definitely locked in, but the two members now, Demon and as well as Orthros already here. Nicely done! Ult coming from Orthros there, and he is saved. He's still alive. I can't believe he got away with that. That was, what, 4 members on top of them? And now that is going to be an ace almost, as Power will decide to retreat. With that said, the tower is already down. The Nexus is getting hit. No members to defend here as Fennel Adversity has to watch their base go to smithereens. And Amihan takes game number 1 against Fennel Adversity.
It took 8 seconds for Amihan Esports to bring down the Nexus base without any contest from Fennel Adversity. And that was just how advantage they took. from that game number 1 when it comes to the early game. And I think we talked about how Amihan Esports could utilize this phase of the matchup. They are known to be so aggressive, and they did just that. And that will be reverberated onto their draft as well. They had the Lee Sin in their draft. They had Corky, Seraphine. These champions has good scaling when it comes to the early game. Get lead, get gold, get money. And that is the damage output of Amihan Esports going on top. But I do believe that Darius had the most potential there. When it comes to the early game, he went into the bottom side, got the kill onto 1, got to level 5, he dinked onto 2, got 2 more kills. It was a 3-4-3, and after that, Carl was just punishing the Baron lane, and it was nothing with a one-shot jutsu.
Yeah, it felt like, that first 2 minutes in the game, which I think we will take a look at later once the replay starts to be presented. So I'm so excited to watch the replay later. But yeah, it was an uphill climb, but it was definitely, looking at this graph, everything just spells Amihan. It's all blue here on your screen. And again, this is the Amihan playstyle where, 10 to 13 minutes, they get the 10k gold lead and even more in this game. And it's just so hard at that point. Like, how do you take back that game after the first 2 minutes happen?
I actually don't know. I don't know the answer to it, because if you look at it, 2 minutes into the game, 3 minutes into the game, like 4k goal lead already for Amihan Esports. And on top of all that, when you're nearing the end of that matchup, like 14 minutes, 13 minutes, it was already 20k goal lead for Amihan Esports alone. They were crushing Fennel Adversity like they were just 1 HP. They were one-shotting the enemy team because of how items they built up. The burst damage potential was there.
Yeah, I guess we get to see more of those action, especially the early 20 minutes as we take a look at the highlights of today's game. This game number 1 series, of course, brought to you by Apoy Reno 5.
Yeah, it's gonna be the game 1 highlights. Let's look at how Fennel Adversity matched up against Amihan Esports. And this is what I'm saying. In the early game, 2 minutes, it was 3-3. But it all changed with Mitsura hovering into the bottom side. With a kill that he got to level 5. And at that point, he was dunking all around, getting all the kills that he wants. But still, at this point, Mitsura overextended. Fennel Adversity that slowly creeped back in, got the 2 kills, so 5-5 right now. 400 gold difference in favor of Amihan Esports. But with the kill that Fennel Adversity has gotten, Amihan Esports had the advantage. And you ask why? Because they reset into the base. They were able to buy some items, and at that point, they were at an item lead. And this is where Fennel Adversity, I think, did a great job. But Amihan Esports answered correctly. They went in, just sacrifice the dragon for now, leave it open, make it a reset, and now let Mitsura go into the backside, get those kills, get those gold before we go into the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, Mitsura really banged on a lot, cashed in a lot after that 2-minute fight. And that's the reason why Fennel Adversity had a difficult time at the dragon fight in general. So Amihan again using Mitsura's lead to get closer and closer, or rather further and further increase that gold lead that they have acquired in the first few minutes. And again, it just basically never stopped.
It never stops. And I think Fennel Adversity, 3k gold disadvantage already. They're thinking how they could bring it down. But in this part in time, this is where Carl went in for the 1-shot, 1-kill jutsu into the bottom side of the map, going in for the shurikens, going for the knives against Fennel Adversity. They were melting them down like it was nothing. But at this point, with a 4k gold disadvantage, I do believe that Fennel Adversity still has some point wherein they can make a comeback. Because if you look at their draft, you have Shaw, you have Danny Badasaya, you have Power, you have Doming, and these are skating champions when it comes to the mid game, so they just need to be patient. But Amihan Esports, like their name, like their strategies, they are aggressive, and they just punish how opportunities come through for Fennel Adversity. They made it even, they made it minute of an advantage, and that lessens the opportunity for Fennel Adversity to make a comeback against Amihan Esports in game number 1.
Yeah, Fennel felt like they wanted to slow the game down after, again, the first encounter in the bottom portion of the map. Unfortunately, just as you mentioned, Amihan just kept going. They kept finding these opportunities, even though, let's just say, they wanted to create punishes, create openings for themselves. They were a little bit behind in the gold department. And just as you mentioned, they had to wait for Danny to scale a little bit more on this Saya. So even though they wanted to start a fight, if it's a 5v5 situation, they would, on paper, lose that one. And that's the reason why we can see a lot of aces on the board. And Carl on this Akali, it's just one of those things. What do you want to ban? Do you want to face his Fiora? Do you want to face his Akali or Camille? It's just very hard.
Yeah, and Amihan Esports leveled up when it comes to the draft, right? No more Timo bans, no more Tryndamere bans, no more Sona bans. We're gonna ban out Camille, we're gonna ban out those strong individual champions, and we're gonna pick up a strong champion as well, flexible champions as well. And on top of all that, we're gonna make it more creative with an AD mid lane in the form of Mitsura with the Darius. So I think they just brought in a lot of surprise factors in this game number 1, and having picked up unconventional champions brings up unconventional or unexplored counter picks for the side of Fennel University, which we weren't really be able to break down on how it could be countered.
Yeah, I wonder what would have happened if it was like, I gotta look at this fight though. Like, I cannot believe Mitsura lived in this. He was basically trapped in that cataclysm, but the rest of Amihan, especially Orthros, just clutched that heal, clutched those shields, made sure that Mitsura lived throughout all that. Then I think from then everything just fell into pieces. So curious to see who the master of the match is going to be, although I can take a wild guess. I think it's Mitsura on this Darius.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. I think Mitsura was just so evident throughout the map. He was evident in the mid lane, he was evident into the bottom lane, he was evident into the top lane rather. I repeated mid lane twice, but he was just so proactive in reacting to certain engages happening all around. And I think Mitsura really deserves the master of the match. And on top of all that, the damage that he dealt when it came to the early game just changed how the storyline goes for the side of Amihan Esports. And I do believe Mitsura definitely just changed how the game would work right now for that game number 1.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, what could have happened without that 2-minute fight? What would be the game if Mitsura didn't get an early 2-level lead, getting his ult first before the rest of the other players? So I feel like it could have been a different situation. Fennel could have had that gold closer and closer. Words, Riku. The gap will be a little bit shorter, and I think that's what happened. I think that 2-minute mark fight was just so huge for Amihan.
Yeah, I mean, level 3 to level 6, you already understand who wins that matchup. It's just the damage difference. And on top of all that, as you stated, you already have the ultimate, and that ultimate for Mitsura is not just any ultimate that you can spawn once out and that will go for the cooldown. No, Mitsura's ultimate with the Darius actually resets if you get the kill, and that just enabled Mitsura to get those 2 kills in the bottom side of the map that enabled him to scale out, get the Black Cleaver in the first 3 minutes of the game, first 2 minutes of the matchup.
Exactly, and I feel like, this Darius could actually appear again if, Fennel, if they put Shaw once more on a melee champion in the mid lane that can't poke out this Darius on the board. So maybe we'll have to see if they're gonna ban this on the draft, because I mean it was such a huge, it created such a huge impact, as we can see in the draft right now, because Fennel again fully banned out Orthros's pool.
Definitely. I mean, banning it out, it lowers down the champion pool off the Baron lane. Pick up whatever you want because we have something else prepared, and that is in the form of the Akali. So I think Fennel University was forced to go onto the Fiora, not being able to prioritize onto picking up the Gragas and the Camille, because that is something that could counteract onto Corki. right? Onto Darius even because of the disengages that is built in to their kit. So I think Amihan Esports is thinking, you know what, let's make it serious. Let's ban out onto the Baron lanes. This is gonna be a heavy draft, a heavy matchup that we are gonna fight against. Although I like the first picks here from Fennel University as well, because if you see Diana is being picked up, and we all know the scaling potential of a Diana, and I think with how Fennel University plays out into the control aggression, patience type of gameplay, Diana fits in very, very well. But really, the Baron lane was forced into Fiora. You really don't have any choice left aside from maybe the Kali. But I don't believe that Fennel University played out Kali in the past a couple of times. I think Fiora was more of the comfort pick here for the Baron lane of their team as well. So they were forced to pick onto Fiora. They were forced to pick onto Saya and Rakan as well because it was being picked up by Amihan Esports for the Corki, which they have picked in the past. So basically, Amihan Esports just punished when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, I think they definitely, for Fennel, they wanted to take and deny picks here and there. Especially, we've seen how Carl was such a monster on the Fiora pick. So I think it's a two birds in one stone kind of thing where Power does play a lot of Fiora, especially in the tournament, and take that away from Carl as well. But yeah, I think, Diana, I think the setup was wonderful. Diana paired with the Jarvan 4, Cataclysm, Moonfall, and then you have another knockup to sort of supplement that with the Rakan. But unfortunately, again, we didn't get to see that all culminate. But I feel like if, again, that 2-minute fight did not happen and they had, Fennel had the chance of a lot of room to breathe, then I feel like we could have seen a lot of interesting fights where Fennel could have had the chance to fight equally.
Game number 2, I believe University has the chance, right? And not just because of what we've seen in the past, but because of the side selection switch. I think they could bring it back. Fennel University having the first pick could now ban out the same champions that they did against Amihan Esports. Maybe ban out the Camille, maybe ban out the Gragas, pick a Kali for yourself, or even pick up a different champion or ban out a different champion to maybe pick up the Lee Sin, pick up the Gragas for yourself, pick up the Camille for yourself. A lot of flexible champions. Now it's up to Fennel University to think, what can we do to punish the early aggression of Amihan Esports and play out on our typical game style, on the patience game, onto the scaling game. And I think that will be reflected onto their champions when it comes to the second matchup. When the Kaisa is open a while ago, that is a good scaling champion. If you have the Canyon Rain upgraded, Supercharge upgraded, a lot of potential when it comes to the late game fights. We saw in the past series on how Kaisa has been played. He went for the killer instinct and just smashed in the enemy team. And I think Fennel University could do the same.
Yeah, I feel like, Danny here on as a Kaisa player is just so fun and good to watch and very, very effective as we've seen in the previous matches. I guess they're very wary of how aggressive Amihan could be. So they're kind of in a torn scenario where do we want to bank on the later stages of the game? I think they did that with Saya over there from earlier. So maybe they'd pick something like an Ezreal. Ziggs was open, but I think they decided not to go for that pick just because, some of the best picks that would pair with a Ziggs, like a Lux, has been banned as well. And most of the time when we're thinking about punish compositions, we think about the disengage. So two champions come to mind, Gragas and Janna, and those two champions are banned, unfortunately.
Yeah, I do agree with that statement. The Ziggs, Ezreal, and one of the other champions, Lux, as well, as you stated, is a good type of composition, but it's just so hard with, as you stated, the disengages is going to be missing. So maybe they could bring out those type of composition, try to make a lead, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see it through and through because Lux, Janna is going to be banned away.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 2, draft, as Amihan will now be on your red side, Fennel will be on blue, and so far it seems to be the same bans except Gragas is now open.
Yeah, Gragas is going to be a big potential here, but Kali is left open for Amihan Esports. The Darius is left open for them as well. The Corki is going to be open as well. But you know what? Let's go in for the support. Alistar going to be hovered but locked into Fiora for the side of Amihan Esports, and this is what I'm waiting for, the Undying Fiora.
Oh, the Undying Fiora and two scary champions on the side of Amihan. Now we got Carl on the Fiora and now Mitsura on this Akali? This is going to be insane. Fennel, now, what is your response as two of the really good and open Baron picks are already taken by Amihan?
Are we gonna see a switch in champions here? Fennel versus get a pick onto Corki, but Amihan Esports is taking onto Fiora, and I think we saw rather the potential of the Fiora of Carl. Right? He just dives in on the turret. He doesn't care about the turret damage. He just dives in, get those kills. And I think that is reflected onto the rune he gets as well, onto this specific champion, onto Fiora. He gets the Undying, and then he gets HP every time he hits, every 4 seconds. So I think this can be utilized greatly, but now Jarvan 4 locking in, and Kaisa as well. Good scaling potential. And I think right now, Amihan Esports is gonna play onto the mid-game type of things.
Yeah, curious to see what Amihan decides to pick up for their support. I mean, Seraphine is open. Orthros usually just rotates between the 3 of his own trinity, which is the Janna, Lux, and as well as the Seraphine. Now, what will we see for the top lane? And now we get to see an understandable pick. Combo canceller, the Garen at top side, very safe. Whether or not Carl and Mitsura will switch champions. I mean, he did a Darius mid. He could play a Fiora mid too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Garen could be a counter onto Kaisa, onto Akali, into Fiora, but I think we saw the same thing. It's gonna be Soraka, gonna be locked in by Amihan Esports. And this is something that is new. I don't know what's gonna happen. They're bringing in new champions onto the table.
Can I just say how I love how Orthros is just sticking to his no tank support policy? It's just always on these utility, always on these enchanters. So gotta hand it to him, especially he's the type that who likes to be aggressive, and his, this playstyle on this ranged support really does suit him. In the meantime, though, Mitsura will be on that Akali this time around.
Don't want to state, yes, Mitsura with Akali gonna be very, very strong individually. We haven't seen Akali into the mid lane for a very, very long time. But when it comes to punishing a melee champion as well, such as Gragas, a lot of potential when it comes to assassinating the HP. We saw the Twilight Shroud being played out a while ago. But I want to go back onto Soraka, right? Because this champion has a lot in her skill kit, right? If you look at it, you have the silence, you have the heal, you have the AoE damage. And I think why Amihan Esports picked this up is because of the silence. Corki needs to spam the missile barrage. If the silence comes through, he will not be able to use that. And on top of that, you also have the silence for Fennel University. But if we silence first, you're not going to be able to use it. We're going to take the lead. We're going to take the advantage. So I think right now, Amihan Esports is playing mind games.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. I mean, Fennel, on the other hand, they do have one silence on their own as well, which is a single target silence. In the meantime, for Amihan, they do have this really nice AoE that can potentially zone Fennel off of their seats, off of Dragonfights, off of Rift Herald. So for Fennel, they'll be looking into baiting that silence off that. I think the most number one thing for Soraka is her wish, is her global heal. The fact that both Carl and Mitsura are very aggressive players, including Jelsin's Jarvan, I think they might continue to keep diving, and Orthos doesn't have to be with them to be supporting them. But meanwhile, we're entering game number 2 here. Fennel Adversity hoping to take this to game number 3 to get that revenge chance against Amihan. And Amihan is 1 game away from ending this tournament in an undefeated streak. Let's see how this goes.
I'm so excited. But Orthros, when you're looking at items, typically when you are a support, you don't pick up a buck for magic damage. But now, with Orthros locking into that, it's magic damage haven right now for the dual lane of Amihan Esports. They're not going for the boots, they're not going for sustainability, but Carl, 1v1 power.
Phew, 1v1 power. You mentioned, the Undying Grass being such a huge deal, as Power will now be forced to use his barrier. That's not going to be available in the next fight. In the next 1v1 fight for sure for Carl.
Yeah, that's 120 seconds. It was recently nerfed out in patch 2.2b. 120 seconds is a long time, and Power will not have a great time when it comes to the brown lane matching it up against Carl, because Carl has sustainability with the rune, has barrier, and has flash, and with lunges with the repose, it's not gonna have a great time as well, because the silence can be parried in by the Fiora. So I think this is gonna be very close, gonna be very pressured into the Baron lane alone. So I think this is gonna be great.
I can feel it. I think everyone can feel it after game number 1. So yeah, it's 120 seconds for Power to wait for that barrier. And I think for Carl, especially, he still has 2 of his summoner spells. He can get a little bit more aggressive for sure. But remember, if he gets too advanced, there's always Doming ready to punish him as he's already nearby.
Definitely.
Oh,
Go
there. Okay. Just a false alarm. Just scaring him away.
Yeah. Oh, we're just baiting. We're baiting the enemy team. You know, we see our eyes on you. We got our eyes together. But you know what? Let's just chill for now. Let's go back to safety. And that is what Amihan Esports is going to do. And I like this respect of Carl. He saw Doming. He went back away. Because if you look at it, you have the Vault Breaker already available for Doming. If it connects, it's going to be devastating.
Like magic. I know, it is gonna, especially come level 5, Carl already dashing in at the top portion of the map. Remember, Power doesn't have barrier anymore, but he still manages to escape with half of his life. Now forced back again. That means missing experience, missing gold as well.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Power actually went in for the feet footwork right now as the rune. So we're bringing in those unconventional runes right now. I think Power is building towards damage instead of the tanking capabilities to go for the one-shot, two-shot garage. Two-shot garage? What? Two-shot kill against the enemy team. I don't know where garage came from, but maybe with the references of races right now. It's races onto the early game as we have Jelson having the sights on to the ADC.
I think I know where you got it from. It sounds like True Shot Barrage. Two-shot garage. I love it. Anyway, for Fennel right now, they're in a state where they're happy because Amihan still hasn't made moves around the map. Nothing too aggressive so far. So this is the game that they're hoping for, especially that, again, they're waiting for Danny to get his Triforce before they get to action. As Carl, again, you mentioned, a Dying Grasp, having to get a little bit of that sustain whenever the pokes come in.
Yeah, he just needs to go back once in the fountain, while Garen right now just went in 3 times already. But this may be a different story because the Infernal Drake is going to be up 15 seconds, and I think Fennel University would really want this if they really want to go for the scaling potential, especially if they have Danny. That 6% is going to be very big, but Mitsura.
Okay, Mitsura just gonna have to greet you. Lose yourself. Look at the damage, though. There's 2 more auto attacks in before the stun kicks in, waiting for that to expire a little bit more. But that's a really good presence coming from the side of Mitsura just to scare the rest of Fennel away. And now they're starting the dragon. He's going in, but getting greeted by a body slam. Electrocute will hit as well. Now, 1/4 HP already on towards the dragon. Doming comes in, the silence. There you have it, the silence drop. And whoa, the assault and battery used as well there to knock up. Doming is so low at the moment. Look at the wish. Look at the heal coming from the side of Amihan. The first blood will be in favor of Amihan over there, as now Fennel will respond with a revenge kill as well. Silence will kick in towards Power. He is gonna fall, as now the members of Amihan want to take revenge as well. Carl doing the double kill, doing the dance, doing the plays, but he will fall as Power is so low right now. Amihan wants to kill. It is just Jelson and Orthros left. They want the tower dive. They want that attack. Silence will kick the heal. May not be enough. And he doesn't survive. It is still gonna be a lot of kills on the board. 4-2-3 in favor of Amihan.
The microplay of Power in that engagement. Jelson jumped in, go for the basic attack, immediately with a silence from Power. That just disabled Jelson to flag and drag back away, and he got killed. Yes, Power got killed, but it's a 1-for-1. And earlier, in that dragon fight, I think Doming jumped in, went in for the smite, but it was too early. It was down to 100 HP left, wherein Amihan Esports was able to go for the smite instead. And I think it was just a sort of a stalemate in that engagement, because Amihan Esports and Fennel University was really up close when it comes to taking kills for kills. But this may change.
He was spotted. There was a ward there. Danny tried to be sneaky, but the cast as a response. Now the Shroud being activated as well. There's the silence kicking in. Shaw will fall in as well as Lose Yourself will follow. And unfortunately, with Power on the board, everyone else has fallen already.
What was that Amihan Esports? And this is what we were talking about in terms of their aggressive play. 4-man roam, 6 minutes of the matchup into the bottom side of the map. No worries, we're gonna do it, and we're gonna take kills against Fennel Adversity. But Garen,
The match did justice to the face, and that is the response. 1 for 2 in favor of Amihan so far. And here comes Mitsura with the dashes, with the shuriken burst. And just as you mentioned, the jutsus coming from Mitsura over here. And Lose Yourself will lose his life and will follow through. Double kill once more for Carl.
teleport jutsu, one shot, one kill jutsu, every jutsu all around for Akali with Mitsura getting that bottom lane response against the enemy team. What a nice play from them, and I really do love how Amihan Esports is playing right now. They're playing in terms of like their aggressive type of situation, and they're punishing Fennel Adversity. They weren't expecting a 4-man roam. On top of all that, they weren't expecting Mitsura at all. So Danny was just diving in, just trying to get the kill, trying to get the punish, as Amihan Esports just took them by the surprise, as we have Amihan Esports hovering into the Rift Herald.
Okay, Rift Herald already started. Power will start with a silence first, but Amihan is gonna zone them away. Shuriken will hit, he can teleport right there. Flag and drag used just for some scary domination plays, I suppose, just to scare them away. But so far, though, we can see a potential dive. Maybe Carl will be a little bit separated for now, as Mitsura will greet them as well. There's the Salt and Battery. Used Wish, used as well. Doming so low, and now you can see Mitsura on a rampage, as that will be the Corky package used defensively. Mitsura is not over yet. He is on a zone as he is golden. He's gonna dash in. What an assassination play. He's gonna go for a double kill. Shaw will take revenge and finish that kill. Amihan again with that Cataclysm as well, and now we get to see Demon with another kill, and there's a couple of heals kicking in towards Demon, but right now Fennel is in shambles as the knockup will surmise, and right now Amihan will be happy about that one.
Mitsura, you shadow in the night, you just jump into the backside and kill the one, even if you're 1 HP, and that just brought
dragon
up
has
even
fallen.
us casters in a surprise with how Amihan Esports is just punishing time and time again. And now, looking at the standing, 8-14 in favor of Amihan Esports. They got the 6k gold lead. Infernal Dragon is in their favor as well. And I think this is where everything is summing up, as Mitsura gonna get seen by the enemy team.
Okay, as you can see, that's the Twilight Shroud already being used defensively, but the next dragon has already spawned, and at the moment, though, Amihan has successfully scared Danny away with his HP, and with that said, Fennel
team has
for
slain
sure
the
will
dragon.
not be able to get to that dragon contest.
Yeah, and right now, Amihan Esports just slowly getting the lead. Time is gonna be the enemy team here for Fennel Adversity, because they are slowly falling down behind. 7k gold lead already for Amihan Esports, and they took 2 turrets already in the Dragon
Blue
lane,
team
in
lost
the
a
mid
turret.
lane, and now another one secured in the Baron lane. The map control is now in their favor, and they're now looking to punish more and more. They're just waiting for the Baron Nasher to come up. 30 seconds, and Amihan Esports, I think, will be looking to go for more.
8 minutes, not 8 minutes. Already 8k gold lead in favor of Amihan. And right now, most of it went towards Mitsura on his early game kills. Now already has a Rabadons on his pocket. And he's gonna hurt even more for sure, as we can see that Carl will be scared away by Power with the spinning Garen.
Baron
And
Nashor
right now,
has
Baron is
spawned.
spawned, and that could be the next potential objective that they could take.
Indeed it is. We have Amihan Esports now diving under the Baron's pit, with Fennel Adversity having no vision. This is gonna be so scary, but Dom Meng is hovering as well.
Red team has
You know what?
slain
Good
Baron Nashor.
zoning capabilities from Amihan Esports, and they secured the Baron Nasher.
Okay, Power just wanted to stop the ports here and there just to see if they can get something out of that. But Amihan, again, a little bit too slippery for them, as Fennel will just try to clear the waves and protect the top portion of the map.
Yeah. Funneling onto Danny. I think Danny is gonna be the key to victory here for Fennel Adversity if they wanna win. Because victory, I think, is something that they are hungry for. As 1-0 already, Amihan Esports, one more win for them, they're gonna take the series. So I think they need to bring the level up and bring their A game. Now, looking at the items, we have Vi for the side of Fennel Adversity. Something very interesting that I see. Sunfire agent instead of going for the Yumus or even GA. So they're playing onto the attacking side. I think they're mainly depending right now onto Danny to scale out, ever to bring damage against the enemy team. But now it's gonna be Carl. Top lane.
Okay, now Orthros is nearby for the extra heals. He's gonna be good to go again. His power solo, there's the grand challenge being used, but the heals will kick in as that's the assault and battery was targeting Carl at the moment, and that's a beautiful ult coming from the side of Fennel there. But Carl still lives once more, and here comes the rest of Amihan. This is the collapse. This is the aggressive play that we're looking for, but Fennel says no, and they decide to just back away.
But no, we are not yet done. Me and Esports is diving under 30 after sight onto the tier 2 Flag and Dragon pair.
Sura already ready to go in. Look at the damage, look at the burst. Power has no choice but to keep the silence in. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we've got Carl already split pushing, and that's 2 towers down in a short span of time.
Yeah, in that short span of time, they've gotten a lot of kills. They've gotten a lot of objectives. Tier 2 turret lost by Fennel University into the top side of the map. And Amihan Esports is slowly taking down map control one by one. And the jungles will now not be in control for the side of Fennel University, as all tier 2 turrets, tier 1 turrets lost already. 13k gold lead for Amihan Esports, Warmogs and Harmonic Echo for Soraka. I think this has been built to actually just sustain himself, especially if you know Soraka, her heal rather, gets HP and not mana. So I think this is where Orthros is coming for. He wants it to be more sustainable. He wants to really just put all the gold, put all the capabilities and sustainability onto key valuable players here for Amihan Esports in the form of Demon, in the form of Mitsura.
Yeah, for sure. They want to keep them alive and get that sustainability and get more healing tank on the pool. And now Amihan already gets their 3rd dragon, so waiting for that Elder Dragon for themselves. Remember, they've already gotten that Baron, and they could possibly get it again after 30 seconds on the clock. And Fennel has no choice right now but to play defensively within their base.
Absolutely, especially with Trinity Force and Trinity Edge only being secured by Danny, but now it's gonna be Power.
Okay, we get to see Power. Gonna eat a couple of hits from Amihan there, but at this point, Fennel still wanting to be careful.
They're careful enough not to overextend. And I like this about them. They're playing patiently once again. Fennel adversity, letting Amihan Esports, you know what, clear the wave, push in the wave. We're just gonna defend, we're just gonna clear, and we're gonna conquer later on. And Fennel adversity is playing very methodical right now when it comes to what they want to do. They don't want to give more kills for the side of Amihan Esports, especially if you're considering 3 dragons already secured by Amihan Esports. If they get the Baron buff, it's gonna be very chaotic for them as well. But now everyone's onto the mid lane. A potential fight may crash down.
Could be, as this is the mid lane dance. Doming hoping to see and get a kill. Will get spotted by the Flag and Dragon. Will get interrupted. Doming so low, half HP. Look at the Cataclysm. That's a lot of people trapped in there. As the hodgepodge will be made with the package being on the board. Cataclysm will disappear, as well as Fennel. 2 members down. Mitsura so low in the crowd, but the heal will come in, coming from Orthros as well. And that's 3 members still alive for Fennel. And Amihan quite low right now and could still be a little bit risky. Mitsura already gonna be tempted to go in. He's golden, Danny is golden, but it doesn't matter. He's switching targets instead towards Lose Yourself, and now Danny has fallen, and now Power's the only one left. So far, so good for Amihan. They're now kicking it at the Baron. They have received the buff. Now they're waiting towards that base.
Mitsura, you keep on doing this. You are absolutely insane. And now Amihan Esports is diving in.
Okay, Power again. The rest of Fennel already up and running, but the Nexus is falling slowly but surely. Look at the minions. Look at the burst on that Nexus. And Amihan ends the tournament with an undefeated streak, 2-0 for this series.
What a play coming in from Amihan Esports. They played aggressive once again, and they even brought the Soraka to follow up. And it was just so good to see how Mitsura played that out. I think Mitsura was one of the key players there. He was just diving under the turret, was just diving against the enemy team. The macro play, and on top of all that, the mechanical skill of Mitsura was on point. Even though if you're 1 HP, he doesn't give up. He wants to go for the trade. And maybe he just shows us that giving up is never the best answer. And Amihan Esports, took the game once again. They successfully have done it once more, being undefeated in the Visayas region.
Yeah, the pure aggression is just such a refreshing thing to watch. Amihan never changed their styles. They stuck to their guns, and they sort of shifted towards different, players on the board. Day one it was Demon. Day number two it was Carl. Day number three it's Mitsura, just showing off his Darius pick and how strong his Akali can be as well. So I really did enjoy watching their matches for sure. They're very flashy, and at the beginning of the match it was definitely Mitsura getting all of these early kills as well.
Yeah. What an amazing series that we have just seen. I don't know what to say because it's how Amihan Esports just played game 1, game 2. I don't know what else to say. They brought in Darius Smith. They brought in Mitsura. Not Mitsura, rather. The support with the Soraka. They brought it in. And what are these champions? It's unconventional, but it works. It brings in a different type of atmosphere. In this specific series, we're in uncontrolled, unexplored counter picks were not able to be picked up against this specific champions, and this is just so hard. And as we've seen into the latter part of that engagement, wherein Soraka was just sustaining Akali time and time again, he was just heating it up. 1 HP, make it 2.5 HP, and he just dives in, gets the 2 kills, and enables Amihan Esports to finish it down.
Yeah, I think that was the play in mind while Orthros picked up this, this Soraka pick. You can see Mitsura and Carl picking up aggressive champions once more, and you can just see Jelson on that Jarvan. That means they're gonna keep going. They're gonna keep engaging on their own without the whole team, and that Soraka with that wish enables that sort of aggressive play.
They're running. They're not stopping, and they have the car to race it through the win.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see all of those matches again as we take a look at the highlights for game number 2. And, of course, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5. And I think it all started here.
Yeah, it all started here. We're in Amihan Esports. We're just crashing down into the bottom lane. And I think this is where Danny was picked off because of a single ward, because of the information that Amihan Esports has produced. And I think Danny was thinking, you know what? They're just walking past me. I think they don't have any information. We could just jump in and bring them down. But no. Amihan Esports just baited it out, just waited for the right time to jump in onto the Corki and just vanished away from the atmosphere. And Amihan Esports just got 2 kills after that, and they just got the lead. With an even level playing field, they're now sitting at a 4K gold lead on top of Fennel University, on top of the Infernal Drake, and they're now just crashing into the bottom side of the map, taking turrets to turrets. And yes, one died from power with the Dimension Justice, but it will not stop with how Mitsura just went in for the backup play.
Yeah, he was just basically dancing around the battlefield. He was able to get a double kill after this, putting more gold and resources towards Mitsura. And that's the reason why we saw how he doesn't stop engaging. And of course, cannot forget about Carl at the top side of the map, keeping everyone busy, putting a hotspot in some of the places in the map and basically distracting everybody.
And now this is where Amihan Esports is crashing down into the mid lane. I mean, the Rift Herald was spawned in. It was doing job in the mid turret. And this is where I'm saying 1 HP remaining for Mitsura. He is able to bring down Danny even with those mechanical play. And I don't know what's running in Mitsura's head, but I think he's eating Wild Rift for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Basically his diet, as we can see how Mitsura was just so basically dancing around the battlefield. And at that point he was just such a huge threat on the board. I think he had 7 kills around the 10-minute mark already. Imagine having to take half of the scoreboard for Amihan on the kill score. And again, a lot of respect. His presence was enough to scare away Fennel off of the Baron.
I mean, he has a Twilight Shroud. He has all the capabilities. He even also had the Flash. So pretty much, I think it's just so hard. Even if you try to burst down Mitsura in that engagement, when he or she or he is zoning you out, you just can't handle it because you still have the Twilight Shroud, you still have the Flash, and on top of all that, you have Orcrus to go for the heals if ever something happens. So I think this is where Orcrus shines out into the back end support. Getting those heals and letting his teammates actually just go all in with no risk. They are not afraid of anything because they are sustainable with Soraka.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm enjoying this, no tank policy for Orthros as well. Even though Fennel decided to ban two of Orthros' best champions in the draft, it still doesn't change the fact Orthros still has Seraphine to fall into, Soraka now to fall back into. So it just shows how his champion pool is just very, very deep, and especially in the Enchantress support role as well. And this is the fight that sort of ended it all, as this fight was a little bit separated. Mitsura was just showing off once more, as you can see that the heal coming from Orthros basically gave him more juice to go in back into the fight.
Yeah, it's just so big, so amazing. I don't know, even up until now, I'm so excited just watching the highlights because it's how we see how it was just brought up by Amihan Esports in terms of the overall storyline that was just building up throughout the Visayas region. The hyper aggressive type of mechanical play that they do is just so dominating in each and every team that they fight up against. And I think, what a commendable play from these two teams. I just want to say that because Fennel University still, even if they lost, showed us a very good punish when it comes to their game and showed us their patience when it comes to mid-game, late game.
Yeah, it seems that, they were also out for blood. They wanted to take revenge again from yesterday, and especially from game number 1 as well, with Amihan start on that Darius. And now they have Mitsura again as their problem. And you know what, Infinity, you want to take a guess on who will be the master of the match this time around?
Master of the match? I think it's going to be Mitsura. Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
Potentially it could be Mitsura, but we'll take a look at that soon once we get to see. I think I really like this play, but of course we'll get to take a look at our master of the match already, and we'll see if Infinity's guess is correct for Amihan after that play over there, as we can see on your screen. Again, going back to the play, I really like what Amihan did. They pretended that they did not see the ward, and then they jumped on Danny, unfortunately, over there. But you know what? I think it's going to be Mitsura too. After such a flashy play and flashy performance, I think he will definitely bag 2 MVPs in a row for this game for sure.
You know what? Amihan Esports is playing now you see me, now you don't. Right? They're just vanishing out of nowhere. They just surprised the enemy team, and now we're here. Now you see me, and we're gonna crush you and get those kills. And Mitsura is just so proactive. I just can say that because if you just look at that, out of nowhere, he just comes out into the bottom lane. Like, even though Fennel University has the vision onto the bottom side of the map, that's nowhere. Mitsura is just going out of the blue.
I know, he just enters the fight at the right place at the right time, and I think that also contributes to why when we saw game number 1, we saw him just eat ham. Going ham, rather. He went ham, basically.
Yeah.
He didn't eat ham. Remember, he eats Wilder for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But going back, it just reflects his play style so well. So it's so nice to see him more on these aggressive type of champions where he just goes. Like an Akali, a Darius. I mean, looking at his champion pool too, he does play, the occasional Ziggs, but at the same time, I don't think that enables his full potential.
Yeah, absolutely. The potential of Amihan Esports is just too big.
Okay, and here we go. Master of the match, of course, we'll have Jelson on this Jarvan pick. I mean, he was basically everywhere for the squad as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jelson is also deserving of the master of the match because of how Cataclysm was keep on being connected against the enemy team. He was just going into aggressive, and that is where the rest of the team was just going through. I mean, the flag and drag, right? It was just there time and time again, giving information, giving kills, giving knockups, and that is where his teammates came in. that is where his teammates just punish the enemy team. Because if you look at their draft, they're missing also CC. So I think they're mainly or partly depending on Jelson to make some initial setups for their main damage dealers onto Kaisa and onto Akali to deal damage against the enemy team. So simply, I think Jelson was the front liner of that match, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he was the only one that people could rely on from Amihan to basically start the fight. And all of his cataclysms, all of his flag and drags were very, very on point. Especially at the last one. I feel like we saw that highlight later a while ago. So what a finish from Amihan. They've ended basically their run in an undefeated streak.
Yeah. What an amazing sight to see. I mean, in South Luzon, we had an undefeated team, and now in the Visayas region, we have another undefeated team. It's just so great to see. Like the landslide, how it came through, how the champions were being picked up. It's such an amazing. And this is what I love about Wild Rift Riku. The creativity being placed by these teams is just so big. It's off the limits. And even as casters can't comprehend how it actually works. But it works. That's the thing. So I'm just so excited. I'm just so happy to see these games.
Yeah, Amihan definitely closed the tournament with such a bang. A lot of interesting picks we've never ever seen before in the Icon series. I mean, we've seen the Darius, but in South Luzon, but it was in the top lane. We've never seen the Darius in the mid lane. We've never seen a Soraka. We've never seen some of these picks. So it's so nice to see what else the Icon series will bring for sure. Because again, it's just such an it has been an exciting weekend so far, and very excited to see both Amihan and Fennel duke it out again. It's still possible. I mean, there is still playoffs definitely to look forward to for both of these teams.
Yeah.
And well, that is it for our Visayas group stages. But of course, the show is not over yet, as we still have the panel. And it has been a wild ride for this group stages, for this region. And absolutely cannot wait to see you guys again during the Mindanao group stages. And again, my name is Riku. Together with me is Infinity. And we'll see you next time. But first, when we come back after a short break, it's the panel greeting you with their breakdown on what happened today, and as well as a special interview as well. So see you guys next time.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent and show the world, yeah. She's to be more, she's to be better, she's to evolve, she's to evolve, she's to be more, she's to be better, she's to evolve, she's to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know something, be strong, be a good time. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
I love my curves and the skin I'm in. Switch it up, turn around, take it up again. I know you feel me. Keep up with me. Come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow? May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me, I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe. Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Play League of Legends Wild Rift with Globe.
Oh no, our spot's closed?
No prob. With Go 50, you can play anywhere.
Wow!
Game on with Go 50 and level up with Go Play 10 for even more League of Legends Wild Rift. See ya!
the undefeated South, but now we have the perfect storm from Visayas. Amihan Esports ends the Visayas group stages without a single loss. They win the final series of the group stages with another 2-0 against Fennel Adversity and another 75,000 Globe Cup points to add to their bounty. Let's jump into the series highlights because we got quite the packed post show over here. And on the loose, let's start off with you.
All right, game one. Oh, okay. So this is when Mitsura was already way ahead. But Mitsura picking Darius right now, it totally makes so much sense. It's the counter pick against the Diana. Just thinking about the matchup gives me chills if I'm the Diana user because I'm so scared in, trying to get near the Darius because Darius has this unexpected damage that can just snowball the game into his favor. And that really happened onto the bot lane, just like what Infinity said, after getting the kill, after getting the red buff off of a kill, he just rampaged and snowballed the game in his favor. One thing to note, by the way, in his itemization is that he did not opt for a rush on the Trinity Force. He went for the Proto Belt. And that Proto Belt was actually the key ingredient as to how he turned the Dragon fight into their favor as well. So just a very, very good display of mechanics by Amihan, putting a notice to every single one or every single team that is out there in the Philippines that, hey, you know what? Diana might get picked, but if you use Darius against it, maybe this is the end of the dawn or the dusk, I don't know, the night that is basically being brought to us by the Diana pick. So, yeah, coming into the playoffs, I'm really, really excited to see this version of Amihan Esports because not only are they wowing us with the Akali, by the way, Carl is again insane. I just want to point out that, hey, Soraka, yo, Banana, all right, I'm so happy. Ever since preseason, I was waiting for it to be champ selected, and it happened because Amihan is just so dominating.
Season? I believe so, right?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. And you're absolutely right. Carl is crazy. He is immortal. We know that he is immortal. Mitsuna, though, also crazy. My goodness, Mitsuna over here. These guys, Carl and Mitsuna, and you know what? Stay tuned because I believe we will be having them a little bit later. But Osiris, just let me know your thoughts on these guys. I mean, Amihan Esports, looking at this right now, they don't seem to be scared of towers at all. And
Yes,
what did you think also of Orthros' Soraka?
Well, that's Soraka. You can see into the highlights that even though Demon supercharged away, Arthros is notorious in terms of flash saves. So flash and then heal. So huge emphasis on saving everyone up on his teammates. But I want to check also on game one. There's a big reason why you wanted to put a Darius into the mid lane against a Diana. This is same as the concept of you are playing a Gangplank at League of Legends PC against a Renekton. You wanted to shut down the Diana as early as you can because you need to respect the late game potential, and that's what Amihan Esports did. They respected Diana. They snowballed from early game and ended it onto the mid game just to make sure that there's no burst coming in from Fennel Adversity. But what I love about Fennel Adversity is they still played their own game. This is the identical Fennel's aggression. And I really love them seeing them play with this one. It's just that Amihan Esports, they got creative on their lineup. Moving into game two, you have Mitsura on that Akali. And who knows that even their mid laner can really play a really good Akali, showing off his mechanics. Even Carl topping up with the Baron lane plays. It's just that they came out ahead on the early, and we've known about this, that who controls the early game, it's mostly about who's going to the snowball from mid to late game and going to win the game.
Even though we had a bit of a chunky boy lineup once again on the side of Fennel Adversity, I mean, Mitsura and Carl, and then you have Demon on top as well, pretty much unstoppable. But of course, Fennel Adversity did put put on quite the show for us, and I do think they are very, very deserving. They will be the second half of the teams going over into the summer season playoffs. And right now, of course, we do have Danny and Domeng, the double D's over here from Fennel Adversity, joining us for our post show. Welcome, guys, to the show, and congratulations! You guys will be advancing over into the summer season playoffs. I want to know how you guys are going to prepare once you're going to go up head to head against like Next Play Esports, Team Secret, Omega Esports, and Liab.
Then you can unmute yourself for a sec here, so just so we can hear you. I think you're still muted, my friend.
Or they're still preparing.
Or they're still preparing, or they're heavily preparing, still reeling, of course, from that series, which was quite the show, of course. And you know what? I do really have to commend Danny and Doming as well in that series.
Yeah.
They did really do a lot for Fennel Adversity. It's just that Amihan Esports was just so dominant. But I want to talk about as well how what they bring to Fennel Adversity will affect the summer season playoffs. I mean, what do you guys think? How will they match up against, Next Play Esports, Team Secret, Omega, Liab over here? Audalus, what do you think?
For Fennel Adversity, I think they will, put up a good fight, right? But I'm more excited as to what Amihan can bring in the playoffs, because this is a perfect run by them, right? So the notice has been sent out to all the playoff teams that we already have in Liab, in Team Secret, in Next Play, and also, of course, the perfect Omega Esports. So we have known NXP as one of the most aggressive teams out there as well, right? So Team Secret with the creative drafts. I'm just excited with NXP versus Amihan, because that's going to be a storm waiting to happen because both their Baron laners are very highly mechanically gifted, and they're just out for blood, both these teams.
Yeah, and that's what I love about the qualifiers and the group stages, because we got the preseason showing different teams, and this time it's Amihan and Final Adversity showing off their own skill. And I believe Danny and Doming is already here. Am I hearing you guys?
Guys.
Hello.
Hello. Can you guys test your audio over here?
Hello po.
Hello.
Hi. Congratulations, you guys. You guys are one half of the teams going over to the summer season playoffs alongside Amihan Esports. How are you guys feeling, and how are you guys going to prepare as you head into the playoffs?
First of all po, nag-hard work po talaga kami mag-practice since day 1 po. After po ng mga yung practice po namin, parang sobrang abusive po yung practice namin, to the point na pinaforce po talaga namin kasi gusto po namin talaga mag-improve.
It really shows that you guys want this. You guys are here to win, and you most definitely brought that here in the Visayas group stages. Audalus, do you have questions over here for Danny and Doming?
Danny and Doming, man, I think I know, or we already know what's the story behind Danny's IGN. And Doming, man, can you explain to our viewers what's the story behind your IGN? Also, what was the feeling behind the kick, the 5-man kick that you did against Apoy Esports in game number 2? How was the excitement all around? Or how were you feeling during that moment?
Yung 5-man kick ko po, yung sa Encore po ba?
Yeah, I think, against one of the teams. I think it was against Apoy, game number 2.
Saya po na ganun po, nanalo. Pero yung sa Amihan po, sa tingin ko po, mas better team sila sa amin ngayon. Kailangan po talaga namin mag-practice.
I think
po,
that
yung RGN ko po, yung tawag po sa akin ng ate ko yung unang nagtawag sa akin. Si Ate Danik ako.
Oh, shout out to your ate. Right, sweet.
Yes, shout outs indeed to your older sister. And I really do think that that says a lot. I mean, that, they're saying that Amihan Esports is the better team overall here in the Visayas group stages. And I think it only means that there is a lot of room for Fennel adversity to improve. And I think they really do have the drive to do so. Osiris, what about you? Do you have questions over here?
I have a question for you guys. Of course, congratulations for qualifying to the playoffs. But I wanted to know if who's your who's you are waiting to face with. I mean, who do you want to go up against at the playoffs? Who are you going to be prepared with?
As much as possible po, gusto rin po namin makakalaban yung mga malalakas po na teams such as Team Secret, NXP. Lalo na po yung Omega, yung mga malalakas po ngayon sa PH teams. Kasi po, kapag para po sa amin, yung mga malalakas na teams, pag nakakalaban po namin sila, kung matatalo po, babawi na lang po kami next time. Alamin namin yung mga mali namin, improve pa namin yung mga mali namin. Pero kung panalo naman po kami, magiging masaya rin po kami kasi worth it po yung mga pagod namin at practice.
Ooh, I love the dedication and of course the hard work. So congrats again, guys.
Very much dedicated, and you can really tell that these guys are driven to get that W. So I want to know, guys, how are you celebrating here? What are you guys having for dinner? It's quite late. I actually hope you have had dinner already. But what are you guys eating tonight?
Hindi pa po kami kumain.
Actually po, di pa po kami kumakain.
Oh no!
Oh no!
So how are you guys celebrating?
Mananalo po sana kami Amihan. Kaya akala namin kakain namin sila. Mali yung expected.
So what do you guys have planned? What are you guys having for dinner?
Siguro po matutulog na lang kami kasi depressed. Joke lang.
No, we should eat.
Somebody send these guys some food. Somebody send these guys some love over here. Yeah, I know it's quite late, but they deserve a good meal. They did, after all, still qualify for the summer season playoffs. Last but not least, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give?
May shoutout po ako. Shoutout ko po yung si Papa ko nanonood, si Danilo. Tapos si bayaw ko po, si Ben. Tapos yung jowa ko po.
Ako naman po, shoutout tita ko sa Hong Kong, na supportive po talaga. Pati yung mga kuya ko po at ate sa bahay. Lalo na po yung girlfriend ko. Pati po sa nakalaban po namin yung Amihan, Apoy Esports, and Encore po. Sobrang magandang match po talaga yan para sa amin. Thank you po sa inyo.
Thank you sa all teams, lalo na sa Amihan. Kahit tatalo kami, better teams po talaga.
Good luck po sa mga journey nyo.
Shout out po pala kay Kauro and Romeo, nandito po ngayon. Thank you po.
Thank you guys so much. Congratulations once again. I love the sportsmanship, of course. Congratulations to all teams here at the Visayas group stages. And I hope these guys get a good meal. These guys deserve a good meal over here. So I hope somebody sent them some love. And they still qualified, guys. They still qualified for the summer season playoffs.
They just won 300,000 glow points, right?
And yet they're still depressed.
They are so driven. They are that, driven that, they won't settle for less. But I still do think they should eat. But you know what? Speaking, of course, of all these fantastic Globe Cup points of the summer season playoffs, let us interview now our champions for the Visayas group stages. We have from Amihan Esports, we have Carl and Mitsura, this crazy duo over here that we just saw kill it in the last series of the day. And I believe that they are ready right now, or we might have to solve it and wait for them as they head on over. They are, I believe that they are still trying to find their way over here. But hey, now here they are. And welcome to the post-show, gentlemen. Hello, Carl and Mitsura and the rest of Amihan Esports. Congratulations, guys. You are the champions of the Visayas group stages. How are you guys feeling, and how are you guys preparing for the summer season playoffs?
Uy, salita. Ano sinabi? Nagpa-practice lang po kami. Masaya. Tapos, lagi lang kaming masaya. Pag may hindi masaya, sinusuntok sa ulo. Lagi kami sa may ni Mitch.
Tough love.
Violence.
I do believe, you know, it's tough love, you know, if it gets you smiling, then why not, right? Honestly, do you have questions for Amihan Esports?
Yeah, just make sure that if I throw the wrong question, no punching, okay? Anyway, so my question is for Mitsura. Man, tell the audience, tell our viewers what's the story behind your IGN. And for Carl, my question for you is, okay, let me be spicy for once. Who do you look up in facing up against, a Ryzen or a Zar?
Para saan po wala.
Ooh.
Naniniwala ako kaya kong talunin lahat yan. You know?
Ooh,
my God.
such confidence.
It's spicy.
I believe that is a challenge thrown out already very early on. So North Luzon teams, you better watch out. South Luzon teams, you better watch out because Carl is very, very confident over here. But Mitsura, what is the origin story of your IGN?
Nakuha ko lang po yun sa kuya ko. Idol ko kasi yun eh.
Oh, okay.
So much sibling love over here. So much
Yes.
sisterly and brotherly love over here tonight. Osiris, what about you?
Same question. I wanted to ask you guys, who are you looking into face against at playoffs?
Smart Omega sa Kaliyab.
Oh, so they want for the South Luzon. So their respect goes to the South Luzon rather than the North Luzon. Okay. I cannot wait for playoffs here, Mika and Osiris. This is going to be spicy.
This is so spicy. We cannot wait. Now, of course, we have to ask you guys, how are you guys celebrating? What are you guys having for dinner?
Uy, God. Kakain pa lang po kami. Sa labas po. Kakain sa labas.
They're eating out. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Ooh.
And team bonding also as well.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Last question. I almost forgot because this is a question from Twitch chat. Are we going to see the Timo and Amumu bands from the playoffs? To the playoffs, I mean, sorry.
Tignan po natin. Hindi pa po namin. Abangan niyo po. Abangan niyo na.
Okay.
These guys, Amihan Esports, you're up to something. You're up to something over here. And I cannot wait to see it in the summer season playoffs. Now, before you guys head on out to get your celebratory dinner, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give?
Marami po.
Let it all out.
They got excited with the word shout out.
Yun lang. Thank you. Mahal ko po yung pamilya ko.
Aww.
Sa family ko, kay Sir C, Coach Josh, Boss Jeng, Jam TC, Coach Francis, Boss Kiko, Madam, Andre, Carla, sa aso po namin si Primo, kay CJ, tas kay kay Kuya Exo, pati kay Kuya Nixta. Shout out po sa Villanueva family, sa Nagar family, sa Gonzales family, kay Percy, sa Diamond Vito, sa girlfriend ko, sa Capital Boy, sa Matter family, sa HRC family, kay Jam. Hindi mo, naman. Shoutout sa family ko, sa Ayin family, kalakuya, ate, lola ko, sa tita, pati sa tito ko, sa mga pinsan ko, kay Papa, pati kay Ate Jamie. Shoutout sa mga nanonood at sumusuporta sa amin sa Barangay Rumirang. Shoutout kay Boss Kiko, kay Madam, kay Boss Jen, kay Coach, kay Sir Francis, kay Jam, kay Sherwin, sa ML team ng Amihan. Shoutout kay Andre, kay Carla, kay Anjay, kay Snow, lalo sa girlfriend ko. I love you.
Shoutout sa Castardo family, Lara family, and sa girlfriend na support sa akin and family niya. Shoutout kay Boss Kiko, and Madam Sir C, Boss Jen, Coach Jaco, Madam Carla, Madam Katie, Sir Christian, Sherwin, Jam, Coach Joshua, Coach Francis, and Dota 2, and Tibbs. Shoutout din sa Amihan family namin dito. Andre, Zach, Eman, Crandian, Sir, yung mga bago ng bago namin kapatid dito na sila John Beat, Bertie, Angkay, Aji, at iba din. Salamat sa lahat. Playoffs na kami.
Happy Mother's Day! Happy Day po sa lahat.
Happy Mother's Day.
Congratulations! Congratulations to Amihan Esports. Well, you can't say they weren't prepared for all of those shout outs, right? Congratulations, you guys. I hope you have a great dinner and we will see you in the summer season playoffs. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think they deserved it, right? A perfect run will allow you to go and do your multiple shout
It was a perfect shout out as well, as they have that list. And I really love that they graded also Nixta, which is League of Legends PC veteran, also
and EXO
from Archangel, and EXO from South. So loving the community out there.
And of course, all of the families, and of course, the happy Mother's Day greetings. It is still Mother's Day right now, so happy Mother's Day to everybody. And I'm sure the mothers of these teams are so happy and so proud of their sons that have just qualified for the summer season playoffs. And I love the spice that they brought. It should be very interesting to see these guys face off the North Luzon teams and the South Luzon teams. But of course, before we wrap up the show, we have something to give back to the community as well. We have wild cards to give away. Yay!
Yay!
You guys.
Wait,
Yay!
I'm going to prepare myself.
No. I am gonna. It's just good. If you get some, then we have to get Cyrus and I have to get some as well. But no, let us check out the real winners. The real winners, by the way, of our first 380 wild course. You know what? Let's have an Autolus read out the winners over here.
No.
Let's have Autolus read out the winners.
1,600. Because I want major prize. Anyway, okay, so for the 380 wild course, congratulations to Kimmy, Holia, Grandely. We also have Daryl, Dave Proceso, Krister Ramos, and Dimitri Leunid. Do not forget to message the PPGL page to claim your prize.
For our major prize of 1,650 wild course, we have not Autolus. We have a drum roll, please, for our 10 winners. This is 10 winners, by the way, of 1,650 wild course. And we have Reniel Angara, we have Ben Cyrus Manalo, Mike Triviana, Bon Dexter, Rabara Kimberly. Who else do we have, Osiris?
Well, May Kaadan, Marty and Geoleg. Wow, that was a different surname. Loving that. Benji, and then John Henrik, and then Jekoy Lao. Oh, the birthday boy. Hello there.
We have a birthday gift straight from us over here at PPGL. And not Autolus. As you can see, his name is not there.
Autolus in raffle. Okay, so if you are like me, if you haven't won anything as of yet, do not worry, because we still have giveaways in the Mindanao and playoffs, of course. And of course, if you are very excited in getting those skins, the Stargazer skin and that Soraka, all you have to do is to go to Coda Shop and load up using your Globe Sim.
They might be inspired seeing the Soraka play earlier, so it's the perfect time to do so. But before we end the show, let's check out the standings as they are at the end of the Visayas group stages. We have Amihan Esports with a perfect run. We have Fennel Adversity in second. We have Encore Esports in third, and we have Apoy Esports in fourth position. Now let's check out, of course, our overall standings right now, including the teams from North Luzon and South Luzon with Team Secret, Next Play Esports, Omega Esports, and Liab Esports. And now, from Visayas, Amihan Esports and Fennel Adversity advancing into the summer season playoffs. We will be having Mindanao coming right up on May 28 and May 30 after a short break. So we will miss you guys. We will be very clingy, but we will be back, of course, at the end of the month for the Mindanao group stages. Now, checking out our Globe Cup point standings. Right now, we have Amihan Esports with 450,000 Globe Cup points. I am pretty sure that they are having one heck of a celebratory meal because of all of these points. Fennel Adversity with 300,000 Globe Cup points. They should also have a good meal. Danny, Dominic, please see. Don't be sad. This is still quite a lot of Globe Cup points.
300,000
Yes.
reasons to spell.
Yes, at least order yourself something. I don't know, nuggets. Encore Esports with 150,000 Globe Cup points, and Apoy Esports in 4th place. Now, of course, this is all going to lead up to the summer season playoffs, which will be happening on the first weekend of June. And, all of these Globe Cup points, it is just going to add on eventually. And you can just imagine the prize pool that is at the end of the summer season playoffs. And of course, we have the fall season as well, which is another monster altogether, as we see all of these teams possibly come back bigger, better, and most definitely stronger. But that is soon to come. First off, this is the Visayas group stages now concluding, and we couldn't have done this, of course, without all of our wonderful sponsors. Thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon series over here, and for organizing this event. Thank you so much to Mineski and to Globe.
The floor is to our official mobile partner. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. With its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 inches Full HD Plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 mAh and 30 watts VOC flash charge, 4.0 victories, and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with you, Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and help prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo. I'll miss this.
Yeah, I know.
Let me have the moment. I'm good.
Well, you know what? If you're gonna get a little clingy and if we're gonna miss everybody, then maybe we can just hang out virtually via Globe Virtual Hangouts, because Globe Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Really easy. We can have, a little Wild Rift C Icon series catch up over there, because, we are now at the end of the Visayas group stages. We will be taking a very short break. I'm sure it will be over before we know it, before we head on over into the Mindanao group stages,
Yes.
which will be on May 28 to 30. That is 2 weeks. And yes, we're going to get very clingy and we're going to miss each other. And we're probably going to spam our group chats and everything. We will be back, though, to meet the teams from Mindanao. And finally, for the summer season playoffs, where all our qualified teams will go head to head. But for now, Mika Fabs over here with Otolus and Osiris. I'm pointing in the right direction, signing off for now. Thank you so
Mother's
much.
Day.
For watching.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, even to the fur moms and everything. Stay safe and stay healthy, everybody. We will see you for the Mindanao group stages.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you